All right, Mr. President, the time is now 9:02 a.m. and you can call the meeting to order.
Good morning, staff, colleagues, members of the public. It's just after 9 a.m. on August 26, 2025, and we're calling this regular meeting of the San Mateo County Board of Supervisors to order. Let's start with the clerk providing information on how the public can participate in this meeting.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members of the public, live interpretation of this entire meeting will be provided in Spanish. To access live interpretation services in Zoom via laptop or computer, please click the interpretation globe icon and then select the Spanish language. If you're using a smartphone or tablet, please locate the three-dot menu, select interpretation, and then select the Spanish language. At this time, I would like my colleague Victor Hernandez to provide these instructions in Spanish.
Thank you, Suki. Good morning, Mr. President, honorable supervisors, Mr. Callaghy, Mr. Niblin, Ms. Rodriguez, all county staff, members of the public, Victor Hernandez, Spanish interpreter. Muy buenos días. Les queremos dejar saber a todos los miembros del público que se les proporcionará interpretación en vivo de toda esta reunión en español. Para acceder a lo que es el servicio de interpretación en vivo por Zoom, ya sea con una computadora o una portátil, usted tendrá que hacer clic en lo que es un icono del globo terráqueo, es decir, un mundo que aparecerá al fondo de su pantalla, y después seleccione el idioma, que sería el español. Si usted está utilizando lo que es un teléfono inteligente o una tableta, busque lo que es el menú de 3 puntos, seleccione interpretación, luego seleccione el idioma español y por último seleccione lo que es done o listo. Muchas gracias. Thank you.
Thank you very much for those instructions. Now we'll have the Pledge of Allegiance. Please join me for the pledge.
To the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands,
One nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
May I have a roll call, please?
Sure. Supervisor Spear?
Here.
Thank you. Supervisor Corzo?
Present.
Thank you. Supervisor Mueller? Here. Thank you. Supervisor Gaucher?
Here.
And President Canepa?
I'm here.
Thank you. All present.
Thank you so much. We're on Honoring the Life board member remarks. We'll now move to Honoring the Life and board member remarks. Do any supervisors have comments or things to share for Honoring the Life of? Supervisor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to honor the life of Aiden Fang, who was 4 years old and tragically died in an accident in Burlingame on August 8th when a car exiting a parking lot was hit by an e-bike and accelerated, hitting Aiden on the sidewalk in front of the Truffle Poke Bar. Our hearts go out to his family. Yesterday at a vigil, his uncle, Michael Dang, paid a beautiful tribute to Aiden, saying his love was pure and he gave it freely, a good reminder for us all to do the same. Truffle Poke Bar will open on Wednesday with a fundraiser for Aiden. Proceeds will go to pedestrian safety initiatives in Burlingame. A GoFundMe formed to support Aiden's family in the aftermath of the tragedy has raised over $83,000, and it can be found on GoFundMe.com. Secondly, I'd like to honor the life of a legend in San Mateo County, Joe Putnam, who died peacefully at his home in Woodside on August 11th at the age of 90. He was a good friend and was also someone who was a great salesman, owning any number of Putnam automotive stores in the Burlingame area. He was best known for his very successful Putnam auto dealerships and for his radio ads on KCBS in the 70s and 80s, where he would say, "Bring your wife or husband, your pink slip, and your checkbook." Born in Gregory, South Dakota in 1934, Joe was one of 6 children raised on his family's farm during the depths of the Depression. He started his career selling used cars in Minneapolis, the Dakotas, and Minnesota before eventually making the leap to buy a dealership in Burlingame. He developed the business into the 14 Putnam family dealerships that are today located throughout San Mateo County and Oakland. What few people may know is that Joe was also a dedicated public servant. He served 2 terms on the Woodside Town Council before stepping down in 2005 to spend more time with his 10 grandchildren. Joe and his wife, Mary Lou, were very active in the Catholic Church and were supporters of the Mounted Patrol of San Mateo County. In fact, Joe's lifelong passion with horses. In 1998, he was awarded the Outstanding Horseperson Citizen of the Year by the Mounted Patrol. He was considered a mentor and friend to many of us over the years, and he will be deeply missed.
Great, thank you very much. Are there any additional comments? Seeing none, thank you very much. We'll now move to public comment. This is the portion of the agenda that is set aside for members of the public to comment on matters that are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the Board of Supervisors, but that are not on the agenda for today's meeting. For matters that are listed on the consent agenda and for matters that are set for closed session, public comment will be limited to 1 minute today. Mr. Clerk, do we have any public comment within the chambers?
Thank you, Mr. President. Yes, we have speakers from chambers. I'm going to announce those first, and then we'll take speakers on Zoom. And for the record, Mr. President, I did have several public written comments which were sent to the board yesterday and today, and they're also available on the agenda website for the public to review. So we'll start with Elisa Martinez speaking on consent item 26, followed by Harry and Ernesto Hollander speaking on 26. So once again, you have 1 minute, please.
Good morning. My apologies if I do this incorrectly. It's the first time I've ever spoken in public. The matter before you, item 26A, relates to a proposed transitional adult home in the District 4 North Fair Oaks neighborhood. This neighborhood is a highly residential, comprised of semi-professional, professional people, tradespeople, families, family-owned homes, single-family-owned homes. And this 8 to 12 person transitional adult project is being proposed to be situated in right smack in our neighborhood. Concerns. We need to have confirmed what is the number before the approval of the purchase, the project. How many adults truly are going to be in this transitional home? If these people are coming from foster care cycle, why are they 18 to 24-year-olds? My expectation would be that they would be 18-year-olds. So what is the vetting process for those individuals that are 19 to 24? These individuals are going to be in this transitional proposed house for 6 months. Okay. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you. Next is Mary and Ernesto Hollander.
Good morning, everyone. My concern about the 3335 Spring Street address is safety and security. Like they said, they're going to have many adults from 18 to 24 living there. How well supervised is it going to be? Are there any requirements? And then they said that after, 6 months, that they will be kind of let go on their own. What if they don't qualify to be let go at that time? And our main concern is security and safety. And the budget, what happens if you run out of money for this project? What happens then? Our property values will be going down if a lot of people know that we have this in our area. I know 2 new families that have moved into our area recently. Had they known that this was going to happen, I know they would not have purchased their property. And how well supervised is it going to be? Another problem is parking. We have already a big problem of parking on Spring Street, and because we have the apartments on 9th Avenue, a lot of them park their cars because there are multiple. Gee, that was fast.
Okay.
Thank you. Mr. Ernesto Hollander, are you speaking as well? No. Okay. Thank you. Deacon Laura McCombs.
Good morning to all who are present here this morning. My name is Deacon Lauren Patton McCombs, currently serving, you've heard this before, but currently serving at Christ Episcopal Church, Portola Valley and Woodside, a member of Peninsula Solidarity Cohort, and fixing San Mateo County. I faithfully support the Independent Civilian Advisory Commission on the Sheriff's Office that is calling for a permanent Inspector General with subpoena power. On August 12th, we witnessed the presentation from ICAC, recommending to all of you that we hire a permanent Inspector General. I would like to propose that you vote for a permanent Inspector General with subpoena power to be added to an agenda for their next meeting on September 9th. It's time to vote for it. The community elected you to serve our county, and they want to establish trust in law enforcement, transparency, and accountability within the sheriff's office. Therefore, the time to act is now. I encourage you to follow their recommendation. Don't wait until an interim sheriff is appointed. Please do it by the next meeting. Thank you again for your service.
Thank you, Deacon. Next speaker is Alfonso Avila Jr. Alfonso? Speaking on consent item 26, and then followed, actually, seems, Tree Nguyen.
My name is Alfonso Avila, and I'm concerned with the safety of our area, I would say, our community. If those kids are going back and forth every 6 months, and they are not kids, they are grown-ups already, and I think if I get it correctly, they have trouble on their families, so they're gonna have trouble in the community. If they are so good as they mentioned in the meeting the other day, why they don't take it to Atherton or they take it to your neighborhoods? They are so safe and they're gonna be close to you. You can supervise them there closely. That's my concern, is security in the area. This area is a family, one single family homes, and you're gonna bring us all these people every 6 months, changing new people? That doesn't seem safe to me, and I have concern about that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next is Tree Nguyen, followed by Jenny Michelle. And just a reminder, please speak directly into the mic.
Yeah,
All right, thank
good
you.
morning, all. Hey, so I have concerns about this transitional home. I have concerns about this transitional home because we weren't given the name of the operator. Because we're not given the name of the operator, it seems that we don't have the ability to vet this operator ourselves. What's the financial viability of this company? Are they going to be around in 5 years? Apparently, the home that you guys had in, what street was that? Douglas Street went out of business because that operator went out of business. So we'll have another one in a couple years, et cetera, et cetera. Because we don't have the operator information as well, we weren't given specifics on, let's say, curfew. Is it 7 p.m., 9 p.m., 10 p.m.? Can they have friends over? What else? What are the incoming criteria for these residents? Are they, have criminal backgrounds? Are they mentally stable? Are they supposed to all go to college? Or they have steady jobs, et cetera? Without any of this information, it's hard for us to make a decision. It seems like you're putting the cart before the horse, and for something that's going to impact the community for 5 to 10, 15 years, it's important for us to have this before we can make that decision. So I'd like for you guys to at least delay it, so until we have all that information, we can make an informed decision. Thanks. Oh, actually, I would apologize. We did a change.org thing. We did a change.org thing, and we had about 100 signatures.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank
You
you.
can give it to me.
Submit
Thank you.
to the clerk.
Thanks.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thanks, Nguyen.
Sure. Our next speaker is Jenny Michelle, speaking on consent item number 19, followed by our last speaker from Chambers, Teresita Perez.
Good morning, board and honorable staff. I'm Jenny Michelle, native in District 4, a recovering homeless teacher and a disabled bus rider. Personal comments. I wanted to share my voice supporting Mr. Adam Wen to the SMC Planning Commission professionally as a commercial property manager who helps manage several 100,000 office square feet in the city of San Mateo. I have appreciated and professionally benefited, not financially, from his past service on the general plan, which helped prioritize fostering housing development. We've struggled to staff our tech campus with local workers. His work will help our workers live in, his work helped our workers live in the same city they serve and eliminate supercommuters. Yes. His background as a licensed landscape architect and former U.S. Army captain is impressive and will assist him in his new important role. I'm grateful for his wanting to serve, and thank you for your consideration.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our last speaker from Chambers is Teresita Perez, speaking on consent item 26.
Good morning. I know you've heard from a few people in the community today. I just wanted to let you know that I also live on 12th Street and I apologize, on 11th Street. And the location for 26A is going to be less than, I want to say 20 feet from my house. I have a 5-year-old, a 1-year-old, and there's many other people on my street that were not notified of this plan that is now before the you supervisors and that you're planning to buy this house. I believe we've heard that there are other interested in buyers and it could remain a single family home type of location for our neighborhood. There is Taft Elementary School, less than 5-minute walk on 10th Avenue, which is the location of this house that you are proposing to buy for a halfway house. And we understand that, while that might be great for these individuals who need this assistance, we just want to have more clarity, more oversight, and understanding about how this is going to affect our neighborhood, our children. And I ask you to consider how safe you would feel in this situation with the less information that you have.
Thank you so much. We're going to take some comments remotely and then bring it back to the board. How many speakers do we have remotely, Mr. Clerk?
That's correct, Mr. President. So far, we have 3 hands raised. So with your permission, I'll make the last call for folks to raise their hand.
Yep, that's fine.
Thank you. We'll take the first speaker, and then I'll mention the last speaker afterwards. Martin Fox, you'll have a minute, so please proceed.
Good morning, President Canepa and my fellow veteran county attorney, Mr. Nibblin, Supervisors Spear, Supervisor Corso, Supervisor Mueller, and Supervisor Gauthier, and County Executive, Mr. Kellicky. Thank all of you for your service to the county. Please make the county safer and healthier for persons living with serious mental illness and their families by supporting a vigorous implementation of the Governor's Care Court program, make the reintroduction and passage of the repeal of the Lanham and Peters Short Act a top county state legislative priority, and defunding of Disability Rights California and the Law Foundation of Silicon Valley, who defended the immoral Lanham and Peters Short Act, a top county federal legislative priority. California's residents need an orthopedics-inspired, compassionate mental health treatment system. California's Lanham and Peters Short Act of 1967 is one of the 10 worst involuntary mental health treatment laws in the 50 states. Please make defunding the intellectually and morally bankrupt Law Foundation of Silicon Valley and Disability Rights California attorneys a top county federal legislative priority, and the reintroduction of the Lanham and Peters Short Act's repeal a top county state legislative priority. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fox. Okay, we have 3 hands raised total. Let's see. Our last speaker will be Emily Seo, S-E-O. So we'll go with the next speaker, Anne. And please proceed.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. Please do not support offshore windmill farms. Do not support this unreliable, environmentally hazardous, so-called green energy source. Offshore windmill farms have been stopped on the East Coast due to the decimation of the fishing industry, the beaching and killing of whales, and the killing of millions of birds. If Democrats really care about the health of the environment, protection of our ocean and all that call it their home should be a priority. Otherwise, the entire green energy push is nothing more than a money grab and fraud. We have seen more whales beach and die this year than ever before. Brown pelican numbers are dwindling. We need to protect our wildlife and the health of our ocean. Fishing and tourism are the main economic drivers of the San Mateo coastline. Please protect the coast environmentally and economically by saying no to offshore wind farms. Thank you.
Thank you, Anne. Our next speaker is Jazz. Jazz, please proceed.
Thank you. I am also commenting on the 3335 Spring Street, Proposal 26, I believe. I have serious concerns about the number of people that are being proposed to put in there, men and women, 12 people being stuffed into a single family home with 4 bathrooms, single family garbage sewer service and parking. This is unreasonable for our neighborhood. I also want to bring up that this is $2 million in taxpayer dollars that are being put into the most expensive house in our neighborhood, which also means that there's $23,000 of tax revenue removed from the tax rolls. that would be coming out of our tax revenue instead. I have serious concerns about safety, parking, and other considerations for the neighbors in an area where we are generally single-family homes with 2 to 4 people living in each house, a lot of them elderly.
Thank you. Thank you, Jazz. Our last speaker is Emily Xiao. Emily, please proceed.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Emily. I live on 10th Avenue. I live 450 feet away from the proposed 3335 Spring Street home. It was very disappointing that because I was 150 feet away from the 300-foot line, I was not informed of this proposal 8 days before it was put to this group here. I think the lack of communication to the community, it does, and this is a very personal feeling, it does feel like one is being pulled over the wool over our eyes. I think it is absolutely imperative that a more solidified plan is put into place before this goes to your group to vote. And so I do request that a delay, so one, a vetted operator can be put into place. Better communication to the entire surrounding Friendly Acres is communicated to, and also how this will impact Taft Elementary School. These children are precious. It is 700 feet from this halfway house. Thank you so much, and please consider delaying this vote.
Thank you, Emily. Mr. President, that's the end of public comment.
Great, thank you very much. Supervisor Gaucher.
Thank you. I would like to pull this item for further discussion. Can we move this item to the meeting?
To clarify, did you want to pull it off of consent, Supervisor, or did you want to move it to a subsequent meeting? I wanted to be clear on what the request
So can we
is.
move it to a subsequent meeting?
That's certainly within the discretion of the board. Absolutely.
So the September 9th meeting would be ideal. And Mike, I would love to just have some additional conversation and meet with these individuals. Just as we're meeting, I understand the need for this property and what it means. We're not trying to put the community at risk. Oftentimes in foster care, at 18, you age out of the system. Therefore, you're no longer receiving the benefits from being in foster care. So these individuals would otherwise be looking at homelessness. And we don't want to put individuals in that position either. So I'm available to continue to have conversations with the community. We will bring this back, but I think this is something that would be good for us as well.
Thank you, Supervisor. Mr. President, when the motion is made to approve the consent agenda, it would just include a statement that item 26 will be moved to the meeting of September 9th.
Thank you so much through the county attorney's office. And thank you, Supervisor Gaucher. So we're on to action to set the agenda and approve the consent agenda items. I understand through the county executive's office that item 1, the employee of the month item, will need to be moved to the September 9th agenda. Is that correct?
That is correct, and we look forward to that.
All right, colleagues. So with that, can I get a motion to set the agenda and to approve the consent agenda, moving both item 1 to September 9th and item 26? That's correct?
Yes, so moved.
To September 9th.
So I'd like to just add something to the consent agenda. Yes. I'd like to move item 6 to the consent agenda and also make a brief comment on item 19. On item 19, I just want to state that we received a number of outreach on this item in my office. The precedence of the board is to honor the appointment made by the supervisor who represents that district, and we're going to abide by that precedence.
Good. Thank you very much. All right, so Supervisor Mueller, would you like to make the motion to approve the consent agenda with the items aforementioned?
Yes, I'll go ahead and make the motion.
I made the motion.
Okay, you made
I'll second
okay,
it.
You second
moving item 6 to consent.
Okay, moving item 6 to consent. Can I get a second?
Second.
And just to clarify, we're moving item number 1 and 26 to the 9-9 agenda, and moving item number 6, which is regular, to consent, and approving all the consent items.
Correct, and I think Supervisor Gauchier's motion would have been modified to incorporate Supervisor Mueller's request.
All right.
Thank you.
And we got a second on that, obviously, correct?
That's right. Yes, and I'll take the roll call.
Okay, roll call, please.
Thank you, Supervisor Spear.
Aye.
Thank you, Supervisor Corzo.
Yes.
Thank you, Supervisor Mueller.
Yes.
Thank you, Supervisor Gaucher.
Yes.
Thank you, and President Canepa.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes unanimously.
Great. That brings us to item 2, presentation of proclamation designating August 26, 2025 as Women's Equality Day. This is brought to us by Supervisor Noelia Corzo and Supervisor Jackie Spear.
Okay, good morning, everyone. Today, I am proud to co-sponsor with Supervisor Spear a proclamation recognizing August 26th as Women's Equality Day in San Mateo County. This date marks the anniversary of the 19th Amendment, which granted women the right to vote in 1920, a milestone won through courage and persistence, though many women of color continued to fight for decades later. Women's Equality Day was first established in 1971 to honor the historic achievement and remind us that equality remains an unfinished journey. From closing the pay gap through the California Equal Pay Pledge to developing a comprehensive action plan for women and children, this board has taken concrete steps to advance women's rights, and there is still more work to do. And today we commit to creating a community where women and all people can thrive equally. And we will be welcoming Susan Cocores and Anne Gerard, Chair and Co-Chair of the Commission on the Status of Women, to receive the proclamation and share some info. And we are also looking forward to the Women's Equality Day event this evening with Supervisors Spear and Gaucher. And I'd also like to highlight that I believe it is Supervisor Jackie Spear who created the Commission on the Status of Women many years ago. And so we want to acknowledge that and hope we're keeping the legacy alive here. So with that, I'd like to pass it over to Supervisor Spear.
Thank you, Supervisor Corzo. I, too, am thrilled to join all of the women in white here today. And unfortunately, our colleague did not get the memo, so she's going to go home and change. But this is a day to reflect on what women did almost over a century ago to get women the right to vote. They chained themselves to the White House cyclone fence. They were arrested. They were put in jail. They were force-fed food. One woman had her eye plucked out. It was a horrendous time in this country for women. And I am as concerned today as those women were then, that there's an effort underway in this country right now by some religious groups to take the right to vote away from women. It's astonishing to even have to say that, but it underscores how important it is for us to continue to be vigilant. I do want to have a little fun with everyone and share with you a Library of Congress document, a copy of, that was sent to the Congress by the National Association Opposed to Women's Suffrage. And it was signed by a number of women whose names included Mrs. Oscar Lezer, Mrs. Roland Hazard, and as you can tell, they don't have first names themselves. But among the many things that this letter says is that this proposal asks you to rob the people of this right to repudiate your party platform, which recognizes the right of each state to settle this question for itself by popular vote. It would give suffragists and socialists the opportunity to annoy and pester every legislator in the United States until a majority of the men in 36 legislatures surrendered their judgment and principles to political threats and cajolery. My favorite line is the following, though. It would be an official endorsement of nagging as a national policy. So we have come a long way, but I think our battle is still underway, and I respect our colleagues and the Commission on Status of Women for all the good work they do to remind us of this every single day.
Okay. Do we have anyone from the commission, Susan?
Can I make, I have some comments as well. I've prepared something. So, good morning, colleagues and community members. Today we recognize Women's Equality Day, marking 105 years since the ratification of the 19th Amendment, which granted women the right to vote. It was a historic milestone, but not the finish line. The women who marched, organized, and sacrificed for that victory laid the foundation for generations of progress, but they also left us with a mandate to keep going. In San Mateo County, women make up nearly half of our workforce, the majority of our college graduates, and an increasing number of household breadwinners. Yet the data reminds us that equality remains unfinished business. Women, especially women of color, continue to earn less, carry disproportionate caregiving burdens, and face barriers to leadership, housing, and health care. This year's national theme, Invest in Women to Accelerate Progress, couldn't be more timely. In District 4, we're doing just that by supporting childcare access, expanding affordable housing, and partnering with organizations like Street Code Academy to ensure women and girls are not just included in the tech economy, but leading it. Let's honor the women who are often overlooked, the caregivers, the community organizers, the educators, and the essential workers who keep our neighborhoods running. Their labor may be invisible, but its impacts is undeniable. As Shirley Chisholm once said, you don't make progress by standing on the sideline, whimpering and complaining. You make progress by implementing ideas. That's our change, not just to celebrate equality, but to act on it. Let's recommit to policies that reflect the full dignity and potential for every woman and girl in our county. Let's ensure that equality isn't just a promise, it is a practice. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I share one additional comment about Congresswoman Chisholm? She often said, if you come to the table and there's not a chair for you, bring a folding chair. So remember that as we go through our lives.
All right, thank you.
Okay, we'd like to welcome the chair and vice chair of the commission.
Good morning, supervisors. Good morning, County Executive Calgary, County Attorney and Assistant County Executive. My name is Susan Kokoris. I am President of the Commission on Status of Women. I'm joined by Ann Gerard, who's Vice President of the Commission. We just have a few brief comments for you all today. As you already mentioned, over 100 years ago, the 19th Amendment was passed, giving women the right to vote, but not only the right to vote, but also our voice. It is a great accomplishment, but modern day, we must acknowledge that the major challenge to gaining our voice and strengthening our voice is our economic prosperity. This has been the major focus of our work these past few years. You received a copy of our Fund the Future report last October, and it is the major work of our collaboration with the Action Plan for Women and Children, which you are going to hear a lot more about later this morning. I'm going to turn it over to Ann for some comments on our current work.
Thank you all for the opportunity to address you today, and thank you for the supreme advocacy that we heard this morning on behalf of the Commission's work. We're excited to share with you an update on what we've been doing since we last met. The committee continues to take action on the initiatives set out in the Fund the Future report and is working closely with Linda Woolen to develop a long-term solution for San Mateo County to support the economic empowerment of women. Since the inception of the report, we formed targeted subcommittees. We have work plans, milestones, and a timeline. We're aiming for 2026 to complete some of the major initiatives. As you know, our key areas right now are childcare, pay equity, financial literacy, and retirement. We're holding community meetings in every district. The commissioners are facilitating these meetings. We are very interested to hear what the current situation is on the ground. We did an extensive county-wide survey in 2024, and we want to find out what the living circumstances are today. The Commission continues to organize community events. We're already working on our Hall of Fame for next year. And as you know, we have a reception today honoring our women supervisors, Supervisor Corzo, Gaucher, and Spear. And I will note that it is completely sold out, but fear not, you can watch it. We're going to live stream it. It is the event. Again, thank you for your support.
Okay. And lastly, we just want to say a couple of thank yous to all of you. First of all, again, supervisors, what wonderful words you said to set us up for our conversation today. We want to thank all of the board for your support of our Fund the Future. We want to thank supervisors Corzo and Spear for co-sponsoring this wonderful proclamation today. We want to thank Supervisor Corzo and Jackie Bergoni for always listening to us. And we also want to thank our work with Linda Wallen with the Action Plan for Women and Children. Thank you. Have a nice day, and happy Women's Equality Day.
Thank you. Yeah, I'd like to move to accept item number 2.
Is there a second? Great. Can we take public comment?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. President. No speakers from chambers. So members of the public, if you wish to speak on Zoom, please raise your hand on item number 2. Okay. No hands are raised. We have a motion on the floor, so I'll take the roll call. Supervisor Spear? Aye. Thank you. Supervisor Corzo?
Yes.
Supervisor Mueller?
Yes.
Supervisor Gaucher?
Yes.
And President Canepa?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes.
Now I would like to present the proclamation, and I welcome all to be a part of the picture. Whether you're wearing white or not, all are welcome. Thank you.
I can take the photo.
No. I'm shaking it. Oh, I'm not going to. Okay, right here, and then 1, 2, 3. Okay, no, this one.
Okay. One more. Sorry, guys. Not you guys, it's the thing comes out. Sorry. Thank you.
Got the memo. Thank you very much. We'll now move to item 3, which is an update on the action plan for women and children. It includes presentations on the progress towards action plan goals, the San Mateo County Child Care Blueprint. This item is sponsored by Supervisor Corzo. Supervisor Corzo.
Thank you. On December 10th, 2024, Supervisor Pine and I introduced and the board adopted a resolution establishing a comprehensive action plan for women and children focused on advancing equity for women and children. The action plan was developed in response to the Fund the Future report by the Commission on the Status of Women, and it focuses on 4 key areas: bridging the wealth gap, increasing access to quality childcare, preventing domestic violence, and expanding reproductive health and healthcare freedom. I'm gonna summarize here. Essentially, our county, through Linda Woolen's work, former Chief of Staff for Supervisor Pine, has led the work around women and children. And it has been a while since we've gotten a report. And as was mentioned at the last meeting, we are seeing some of the impacts of financial cuts impacting access here in our county. And so we thought it was timely to have an update. So I would like to invite Linda Woolen to present, and she is currently doing executive policy and program management in the CEO's office.
Good morning, President Canepa, honorable board members, Mr. Callaghy, Ms. Rodriguez, Mr. Niblin, Mr. Clerk. As Supervisor Corzo mentioned, I'm Linda Woolen, Executive Policy and Program Manager in the County Executive's Office, and I am very pleased and honored to provide you with an update to the county's action plan for women and children approved by your board in December 2024. Today's update reflects activities undertaken by the CEO's office as well as by several county departments. As Supervisor Corzo mentioned, the action plan established 4 key areas of focus: bridging the gender wealth gap, increasing access to quality childcare, preventing domestic violence, and expanding reproductive rights and healthcare freedom. I will address each of these in turn. The action plan calls on the county to support economic mobility for the most vulnerable members of the community by addressing basic social safety net challenges, as well as committing to equal pay practices for its own employees. Per board adoption of the California Equal Pay Pledge in March 2024, the county has pledged to implement policies and practices to advance pay equity and pay transparency. As a result, as an employer, the county's pay gap now stands at 4.8% across all job classifications. That's down from 6% at the time of the pledge signing and significantly lower than the 2024 national average of 15%, and we should be quite proud of that. Thank you. In terms of transparency, the county regularly updates its pay equity dashboard, providing the public and internal stakeholders with visibility into compensation trends across gender, race and ethnicity, job category, and other key demographics. County job postings and compensation information also are published online. Earlier this year, the county also launched the Office of Labor Standards and Enforcement to support all low-wage workers. Since launching, the OLSE now actively conducts outreach and education to support workers and employers in understanding their rights and obligations, and works to strengthen enforcement of the county's minimum wage ordinance and other state and local labor standards. OLSE's initial outreach efforts prioritize the agriculture, construction, and restaurant industries, while future efforts will focus on the domestic and home healthcare sectors that tend to employ significant numbers of women. Using Measure K funds, this board has also committed to develop new innovative career pathways, including more than $3 million to launch the Early Childhood Educator Development Program, which I'll discuss in a minute, and $250,000 to launch a local public sector career pathways pilot project in partnership with NovaWorks. Other initiatives include support to the CSW to conduct outreach on new state requirements for employers to offer retirement plans for their employees, as Susan just mentioned, and there'll be a forum on that later this week, and facilitation of the Shared Prosperity Coordinating Council, a multi-sector working group that builds upon pandemic recovery efforts to support economic mobility for the county's most at-risk populations. The action plan's second priority area seeks to expand access to quality childcare for families in San Mateo County by supporting workforce efficiency and affordability measures. Specifically, this board has committed substantial Measure K resources to support the childcare ecosystem. The Early Childhood Educator Development Program is a collaboration between 3 funded grantees to expand the county's pool of qualified early childhood educators, intentionally recruiting individuals who reflect the diversity of our county. In less than 6 months, this program has helped more than 150 individuals navigate the coursework, permit, and application process for early educators, including targeted support for nearly 40 Spanish-speaking educators. Launched the Early Spark Institute to support comprehensive training, classroom experience, and financial support for up-and-coming teachers to help them earn their formal permit or degree, and supported a new Teacher Up program to help community college students fulfill advanced education and training requirements for early educators. The Family Child Care Pathways program seeks to strengthen the county's network of nearly 500 home-based child care providers, a critical source of infant and toddler care. In less than 6 months, the FCC Pathways program has provided basic business training, marketing support, and one-to-one business consulting to more than 60 providers, including through several Spanish language cohorts and 1 cohort on the coast. The program also supports newly licensed family child care providers with startup grants to help launch their businesses and trains experienced operators as ambassadors for new or at-risk providers. Finally, the Child Care Facilities Improvement Program provides grants for child care providers of all sizes to complete renovations, repair, expansion, retrofit, and sustainability-related facility improvements. The county's Department of Housing has encouraged the incorporation of child care facilities as a critical part of several recent major affordable housing projects. Arroyo Green and Redwood City already includes operational childcare on the ground floor with capacity for 78 children, infant through preschool age. Midway Village in Daly City will include 109 spaces for infant through preschool age children, and Middlefield Junction will include 36 much-needed infant spaces to serve its residents as well as those neighbors in North Fair Oaks. Most, if not all, family affordable housing projects funded by DOH include free on-site after-school programs. The county also is actively engaged in the multi-sector San Mateo County Child Care Blueprint Strategic Plan process, which we'll hear about in just a moment. Your board's Action Plan for Women and Children also recognizes that domestic violence remains a pervasive issue that disproportionately impacts women and children. The county continues to support several programs to prevent domestic violence and to promote long-term safety and well-being. The county has made substantial progress to establish the San Mateo County Family Justice Center to connect victims of interpersonal violence, such as sexual assault, domestic violence, child abuse, elder abuse, and human trafficking, to appropriate services. With board support, in the past 6 months, the district attorney has hired a full-time FJC coordinator, and the design phase is well underway to renovate the Bridgepoint property to accommodate both the FJC and the Children's Advocacy Center. Once opened, the FJC's co-location of services aims to reduce the number of times survivors have to recount the details of their traumatic experiences. In partnership with Cora, the county has launched several critical programs and pilots, including Spark to provide mental health to children and families impacted by DV, the DV Emergency Response Team to provide survivors with immediate trauma-informed support during or shortly after a crisis, and a guaranteed income pilot program to help individuals fleeing abuse establish safe, independent lives free from their abuser. Among other key initiatives, the county has also created a survivor-safe multidisciplinary team to provide targeted wraparound support to DV survivors at the highest risk. The county also continues to invest in the gun violence prevention program to remove firearms out of the hands of individuals who are legally prohibited from possessing them. In the last fiscal year, this program successfully removed 312 firearms based on 147 civil restraining orders. One case involved the removal of 56 firearms from a single individual. And the county has relaunched a countywide anti-human trafficking initiative in advance of next year's major events, including the Super Bowl and the World Cup. The last category of the action plan reiterates board policy regarding reproductive rights and healthcare freedom, which asserts that as part of the social safety net, San Mateo County will provide or otherwise ensure access to primary and reproductive healthcare services for our patients and residents. In the immediate wake of the 2022 Dobbs decision, the board voted to support the local Planned Parenthood affiliate with $1 million in Measure K funds to expand capacity to meet the anticipated demand for patients traveling from out of state. Specifically, these funds helped purchase new technology to retain ultrasound scans and electronic health records, 16 new exam tables, 4 new ultrasound machines, 4 additional ultrasound probes, and the purchase of and training on a next-gen medication inventory system to improve administrative efficiencies. With continued changes in federal and other states' policies regarding abortion, as well as the recent closure of 2 of the 3 Planned Parenthood clinics in the county continues to safeguard access to reproductive care by counseling San Mateo Medical Center patients about reproductive health options and locations to receive services, and receiving patients whose primary care is being transferred from Planned Parenthood to the medical center, as well as supporting regional and statewide advocacy efforts, including participation in the Bay Area Abortion Rights Coalition and maintaining a robust legislative advocacy program. That concludes my presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Are there any questions?
I don't have any questions, but I wanted to just note something. One of the pictures that you showed, I actually recognized. It was at Midway Village, and my son went to preschool there, and that was his exact classroom. So I just wanted to highlight that. That kind of childcare being available in our county was a part of my journey in getting here, and so it's really important for everyone in our community. And I also wanted to thank you for highlighting the work around domestic violence. And I wanted to briefly add that I did have a conversation with Planned Parenthood leadership last week and understood kind of how they came to a couple of the decisions around what sites they closed. And they own the Redwood City site and are going to be expanding it to try to meet 80% of all the clients from the South San Francisco and San Mateo locations. Transportation is still kind of a gap there, but I'm hoping my colleagues here on the HPSM board can make sure that Planned Parenthood clients that qualify have access to the transportation benefit to kind of close that gap. And I'll be bringing this as well to the TA to see if there's something that we can do through the community equity benefit from the express lanes to help fill that gap as well. But thank you so much. And Supervisor Spear, did you want to say something?
Actually, I think.
I'm sorry, you can go. Okay, Supervisor Corzo? Or Supervisor Spear?
Thank you.
Supervisor Miller.
I don't actually share the same appreciation for Planned Parenthood's decision. They closed 35 clinics in Mar Monte, which runs from, Santa Cruz up to the Oregon border. 2 of the 3 were closed in San Mateo County. The most utilized facility in San Mateo County was the San Mateo clinic. And they moved it to the one that they owned, understandable, I suppose, but it leaves 2/3 of the county in a situation where they've got to travel a very long distance. So I've had a number of conversations with them, and I have expressed my displeasure. And I think that in some respects what we need to do is look to San Francisco, which is a different Planned Parenthood chapter, and see to what extent we can work with them in helping those in North County access the services. It's important also to point out that 65% of abortions today are with medication abortion. It's with a pill. Most of these services that were being provided were to low-income people for health care. And Planned Parenthood was in the position oftentimes to identify women who had cancer or other health conditions through the primary care function that they provide. So I think there's more to this story, and I think there are two sides to this story.
Thank you so much. Supervisor Mueller, did you? No. Okay. Back to you, Supervisor Corso.
Thank you, Linda, for the presentation. I appreciate all of the work that you've been doing to realize the goals of the action plan, and I'm happy to hear about the progress. There's obviously more work to do, but these are difficult times, and I think we all have to come together to try to solve problems and fill gaps that our community deserves to be solved. So thank you. And with that, I'd like to invite and introduce Andrea Jones. Andrea Jones will be presenting. Andrea, which one? Andrea, okay, I had it right the first time. Will be presenting on the San Mateo County Child Care Blueprint, which was developed by the county's Children's Collective in partnership with county and local government and many stakeholders. Supervisor Pine and I, in 2024, funded this work, and I'd like to take a moment to also express gratitude for Supervisor Pine's many years of leadership on childcare, and I'm glad that we're continuing this work. And Andrea, take it away.
Thank you so much. I'm very happy to be here today. Good morning, President Canepa, supervisors, County Executive Callaghy, County Attorney Niblin, Assistant County Executive Rodriguez, clerks, and staff. I am the project manager and community relations lead on the San Mateo County Child Care Blueprint. And today I'm going to be giving you an overview of the process to date and then an update on the plan itself. So I always want to start with who's behind this. And Supervisor Corzo, you gave us a little bit of a snapshot, but the Children's Collective is a group of public agencies, nonprofit providers, and others that came together early in COVID to really meet the huge crisis facing providers, children, and families. They met every single month, year after year, and they found that their partnerships were expanding and their collaboration was growing stronger. They came to the conclusion that we really needed a comprehensive blueprint, like many other regions has done, most notably San Diego County. So this is where the Children's Collective stands today. We have more than 30 partners and pretty much updating this almost every week. Really excited to welcome Supervisor Gauchier's office to this collective as well. Our steering committee is made up of the County Executive's Office, City of Redwood City, First Five, Build Up, 4Cs, the County Office of Education, and SVCF. Funding and in-kind support, we would have not have gotten to where we are without all of the folks and entities on this slide. One, as Supervisor Corzo noted, the investment of discretionary dollars by Supervisor Corzo and Pine's office were really instrumental in this process. This is a snapshot of our journey. The Children's Collective is really, like I said, the driving force behind the blueprint, and they have met diligently month after month. We started in November of 2024, identifying the big picture vision. We've done stakeholder mapping, existing literature review. We updated the supply and demand, which I'll talk about in just a second, and we brought on technical consultants who are really writing the report. In April, we started refining our goals, and then starting in May and continuing through the summer, we conducted a very comprehensive community process. Just last week, we had a strategy session. Supervisor Corzo and many of your aides were at the session where we looked to get at the community input against the strategies to make sure that we are building strategies that meet the needs. These are the inputs we're using. We're really looking at two sides of the coin: data-driven work and then community voice. The two of these two pieces together are crucial to building an effective and equitable plan. So let's start with the data. So the first 3 studies were commissioned specifically for the blueprint. As I mentioned, we updated the supply and demand. The 2022 needs assessment was really out of date because it was done in COVID and before transitional kindergarten rolled out. So we knew we needed to have this as a foundation. The fiscal mapping, the cost modeling will be done in the next couple of weeks. Fiscal mapping is, where is the money and where is it going? Cost modeling is looking at innovative ideas that have worked in other places and saying how much would this cost. Maybe we can do some pilots. And then the last 2, the FCC landscape and co-site analysis, were commissioned outside of the blueprint, but all of the inputs and the information will really be very helpful. The family childcare landscape is almost done, as is a deep dive into the coast side and the unique aspects of that community. And then this is our community input process. So we've spoken with more than 250 people since the beginning of May in 3 categories. Listening sessions, and you can see all the different groups of folks we've talked to, CCPC communities, preschool directors, teachers, pediatricians. Family engagement, we really focused on families that had been underrepresented in previous surveys and focus groups. And when we looked at all the data that we had, there were 3 groups specifically: Spanish-speaking families on the coast, Cantonese and Mandarin-speaking families, and middle-income families. Middle-income families refers to families who make more than the $150,000 for subsidy eligibility, but their income doesn't, childcare is still very unaffordable. And then the last category are our stakeholder interviews. We've talked to more than 40 local stakeholders, people who have expertise in certain areas, and then we've talked to many regional counterparts, because we can learn from a lot of the folks throughout the state that have been doing this work kind of ahead of us, alongside us. These are the themes we heard through all of our community input sessions, and I'm sure the themes were also relevant at the South City town halls, sponsored by 2 of our supervisors, and you'll probably hear very similar themes in East Palo Alto. So this probably doesn't come as a surprise, but it's good to just really, I think, be able to categorize it. So the financial strain on families is extreme. It's driving folks out of this county, especially when you add it to the housing costs. We need stronger centralized support. Folks across kind of all income levels and demographics have trouble finding the right childcare. And then there's limited care options, especially for infants and toddlers, and for those who work outside of like 8 to 5 p.m. It's really hard to find non-traditional hours of childcare. And then last is the impact on the workforce. This is really hurting the economic infrastructure of our county. It's a primary reason people are leaving jobs, taking split shifts, not taking promotions. So all of this data brings us to the blueprint itself. And this is our vision for high-quality childcare, that every child in San Mateo County from birth to age 12 has equitable access to high-quality care, supported by a well-compensated, diverse workforce and safe, climate-resilient facilities. And we are also positioning, as I know all of you are, that childcare is a public good, that it requires collective action and deep and bold investments. We have 4 goals. The first goal is I think of as like our mother goal, and this is about expanding affordable and accessible childcare. Goal 2 is do we have the workforce? Do we have enough folks going into childcare and staying in it? And goal 3, do we have the facilities to meet the need? And then the last one is in service to them all. We need a well-funded, coordinated, and aligned childcare system. These are some examples of that first strategy. So enhancing affordability, we know that we're going to need to expand subsidy programs, coordinate our advocacy efforts on things like rate reform. The 1.2 is about improving access, strengthening outreach, simplifying enrollment, and building on a user-friendly navigation system. Strategy 1.3 is about expanding capacity. We need to prioritize underserved age groups, infant, toddler, and school age. School age is actually our biggest gap in this county. There's about 7,500 slots that are missing. And then communities that are still have really a severe shortage. Now, this is a very comprehensive blueprint, and we are thinking expansively. However, as you just mentioned, Supervisor Corzo, these are very difficult times, so we're also planning realistically. And we know that probably in the first year of implementation, it's going to be about shoring up the system that we have. One of the, I don't want to say low-hanging fruit because it is still a lot of work, but strategy 1.2 about improving access is really rising up as something that could be done in the more short term, or near term, I should say. Which brings us to our next steps. How are we going to bring this project to culmination? So on September 8th, Sarah Kinahan, who many of you know, will be presenting our fiscal mapping and cost modeling, and this will help us take the strategies and look at, again, so where's the money, how could it'll help us prioritize. And then from September until the end of October, we're going to move into implementation work groups. This is not just a plan to sit on the shelf. Every strategy will be prioritized. It will have a lead and draft measures of success. And then we'll need to be tracked and monitored over time. In November, we're scheduling a broader community forum so that we can make sure that we've really got this right before we finalize it. And then I probably shouldn't put December, it's probably a little ambitious. January, we're going to launch year 1 of our strategies. which brings me just to the tagline, and it's really exciting to be here today. I'm not wearing the right colors, so apologies, but on Women's Equality Day with these incredible, powerful women on the board and all the incredible, powerful women that stand behind me working on this issue that are so committed to it. So thank you so much. I forgot my questions slide, so, but I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Are there any questions?
Thank you for this this blueprint and for sharing this information. I know our staff will be looking into it a lot further. As a grandmother of, he's going to be 5 already. I can't believe he's already going to be 5. And who's attending school, I know firsthand the challenges for childcare, and that's why we're continue to have conversations, because we all know how important it is to have adequate childcare in our county. You know, as individuals are trying to work in this innovation economy, we want more women to be at the table and to be able to work without paying more than half of their salary to childcare. So we look forward to the continued conversation as well. Thank you again.
Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Corso.
Thank you, Andrea, for your presentation. I'm really excited about the progress that's been made by the Children's Collective, and we recognize that more needs to be done. When the board approved the action plan for women and children, we declared childcare as an essential safety net, and therefore under the county's purview to include as part of its safety net services. And I think the work that you've been leading and have just presented on really kind of meets the importance of that intention with declaring it a safety net service. And there's a lot of energy around childcare, and I think I personally think it'd be a good idea to create kind of a subcommittee from our board so that we can all work together and put the missing pieces together of what is needed to really make this happen, because it's not easy to afford housing. It's also not easy to afford childcare, and so working families in our county really need all of us to put our brilliance together and kind of solve these immense issues that are not easily solved. So thank you again, and I don't know if anyone else has comments.
Yeah, I do. I wanted to thank you for your for looking at the coast in this study. I had a young woman come into my office last week, and she was so incredibly frustrated because her and her husband both make just enough that they don't qualify for any aid.
Yeah.
And she's reached the point where she's thinking about quitting her job to drop down below the threshold where she can get help. And the look and just the pain in her eyes, and then talking about the fact that she'd like to have another child, but she can't because of the cost of health care, that they're putting that decision off until their child qualifies for TK. It really struck me. We've been working my colleagues have been working on the board now for 2.5 years to find somewhere on the coast to open a child care center, and every time we find some place, it gets knocked down. Yeah. There's some reason why we can't open it. I think we're finding another one, but it's incredibly difficult. So thank you for your work in this area. Thank you to my colleagues for your work in this area. It's incredibly important.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
Great, thank you so much. Is there any public comment on this item?
Thank you, Mr. President. I do have several speakers for item number 3 from Chambers, and then we'll take comments from Zoom. I'll start with Christine Padilla, followed by Christine Thorstenson. Sorry.
Hi, good morning. I'm Christine Padilla, the Director of Build Up San Mateo County and the Chair of the Child Care Partnership Council's Access Committee. First, I want to thank the board for your significant contribution to child care through Measure K. We greatly appreciate that. And now with you formalizing that support through the women and children through the action plan. We're very grateful. And in parallel, I just want to say that the Child Care Blueprint provides a measurable roadmap for high quality, accessible care supported by a strong and valued workforce. These goals are fully aligned with the Fund the Future report, and that alignment was by design, recognizing from the start that durable investment in childcare is inseparable from women's financial health. Families across the county depend on this work Access to safe, affordable childcare strengthens economic stability, allows parents to stay in the workforce, and ensures our youngest community members are prepared to thrive. Just as importantly, facilities must be safe, inclusive, and climate resilient so that children can learn and grow in healthy environments. Just want to say, as a member of the Blueprint Steering Committee, this is not just a plan. This is something that we wholeheartedly want to turn our vision into action, and we thank you.
Thank you. Christine Thorsteinson, followed by David Fleshman.
Good morning, President Canepa and members of the Board of Supervisors. I'm Christine Thorstensen, and I'm here on behalf of Silicon Valley Community Foundation. I have the honor to serve as their Director of Early Childhood Initiatives, as well as the Chair of the Impact and Leadership Committee for CCPC. So I want to really express our appreciation for your leadership and voice our strong support for the action plan for women and children and the development of the San Mateo County Child Care Blueprint. I think you saw that the ongoing development of this plan represents and reflects a thoughtful and substantial community process guided by the voice of families, providers, and educators. And I also really want to recognize and commend the commitment of resources, both from the board and the Measure K dollars, discretionary spending, but also from the other public dollars, private dollars, and philanthropic dollars that have all come together, as well as the resources of time. There are a tremendous number of partners who are committed every month and day to doing this work together. So I want to thank you very much and appreciate all your support.
Thank you. The next speaker is David Fleshman, followed by Kara Haas-Folletta.
Good morning, President Canepa, honorable supervisors, Mr. Callagy, county staff, community. I'm David Fleshman. I'm the executive director of 4Cs of San Mateo County and a member of the Blueprint Steering Committee. I want to applaud the entire 4-part Women and Children's Action Plan and the progress that has been made to date. It's very impressive. My comments will be about the access to community, to early child care. I appreciate the county's ongoing commitment and support to children's and family success, as well as that of our county's early education and care providers. With regard to the child care blueprint, in my 17 years in early childhood education in San Mateo County, this is the first comprehensive look at all of the factors influencing families' ability to access and afford early childhood programs and the ability of teachers and caregivers to sustainably provide that care. You have heard about the robust process and all the data that is going into this plan. The outcome will be a clear picture of what we have and what we need to truly support children, families, and child care providers in our county. And this is exactly what is needed now to address the child care crisis we are currently facing and will hear much more about in the next agenda item. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Kara Haas-Folletta, followed by our last speaker from Chambers, Karen Pace.
Okay. Hi, my name is Karen Haas-Folletta. I'm very happy to be here, and thank you for all your support. I just want to say I've been a provider for over 31 years in San Mateo County and many years before that in other places, San Francisco. I've seen it all, I've heard it all, and I'm so excited to see that you're moving forward. I agree about the middle class. I think that they're really hurting. They need childcare. They make too much money in this county to live. Not enough money in this county to live, but make too much money to receive subsidies. I'm also on the board of directors of the 4Cs with David. And I really think that we need to support those people so that they are able to work and have the children in a safe childcare environment. I've been part of the Blueprint for a long time. And I'm very excited about it. I'm also very excited about what Supervisor Spears is going to present next about looking at our child care crisis. And I believe we have a solution in San Mateo County if we all work together. If you do make a committee, I'd be happy to help in any way to make it move forward. So thank you so much for your support. I really am very excited about it.
Thank you. Last speaker from Chambers is Karen Pace.
Thank you all for your attention to this. And I'm Karen Pace. I am the director of Ravenswood Early Learning, facilitating early childhood care for children ages 0 to 5 in our community. And just a few things. I really agree with most of the speakers who've spoken to you so far. And my main message is I am grateful for the intersection of these initiatives between Supervisor Spear's work on her not blueprint, your report, and the Commission on the Status of Women, and Supervisor Mueller, your comments about your constituent who came in, and then, of course, the town halls that Supervisor Gaucher and Spear are heading, one of which is in Ravenswood tomorrow night. So we are very exciting and expecting it to be standing room only. We're hopeful and have had really great response. And want to say that I think most of you know, and Supervisor Mueller alluded to it, but one of the things that drives this work for me is that our children and our neighbors are able to have a child and raise it in this community without having to move out of the community. We see many, many people in the Ravenswood community who, if they choose to have a child, it comes with the choice of moving out of the area. So thank you for your attention to this.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now I'll take speakers from Zoom. I do have 2 hands raised, so I'll make the last call to folks for folks to raise their hand for item number 3. Michelle B., you have a minute, so please proceed.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. My name is Michelle Blakely. I'm Deputy Director at First Five, and I am just really excited this morning, as you all have been long champions in supporting women, children, and families. So has First Five and my esteemed colleagues and organizations. And I'm excited about the tagline from the Child Care Blueprint. Together we can build a stronger future for every child and family. And this is what inspires me and my colleagues to continue to advocate and support all that's meaningful for children and families, and just really excited about the partnership and the alignment, the bold vision, and the detail that we all will do to support children and families. I think is exciting and will bring us into the next best to be for this county. And just really excited to lend partnership and strategic planning and funding wherever possible from First Five. And just want to thank all of you, supervisors and colleagues, for lending support to children and families. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. Our last speaker for this item will be Heather Cleary. Heather, please proceed.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. I'm Heather Cleary, CEO of Peninsula Family Service and operator of 9 subsidized early learning centers for infants, toddlers, preschool, and school-aged children. Thank you for your investments through Measure K for the workforce and facilities planning funding. As operator of Midway and Middlefield Junction, I want to share how childcare and affordable housing is a very effective model to build up our capacity and support children and families. I'm grateful for all the support from the current and past Board of Supervisors and look forward to accomplishing the goals laid out in the blueprint and providing more access to families. Together, I know we can build this. Thank you.
Thank you, Heather. That's the end of public comment, Mr. President.
Great. Thank you very much. With that, this was an update. No action is necessary, and we'll move on to item 4.
So may I ask, and I hate to ask, and it's Supervisor Spear's discretion. I have the whole Palmer family here waiting to accept this proclamation. Would it be okay if I very much would appreciate if we can take item 5 out of order.
Through the county attorney, what do you suggest in terms of us moving forward?
I think that it would be okay to do that. Technically, probably what ought to happen is a motion to amend the order of the agenda real quick.
Supervisor Mueller, could I get a motion to move the agenda?
Sure, I'll make a quick motion to move to change the agenda and take item 5 before item 4.
Second.
Great. Roll call, please.
Sure. Supervisor Spear?
Aye.
Supervisor Corzo?
Yes.
Supervisor Mueller?
Yes.
Supervisor Gaucher?
Yes.
And President Canepa?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes.
Great. So that brings us to item 5, the presentation of resolution honoring and commending Kimberly Palmer for her numerous achievements in equestrian vaulting. Mr. Mueller, Supervisor Mueller.
Thank you, President Canepa. So real quickly, I wanted to take a moment today with my colleagues to really honor a hometown hero, a San Mateo County hero. For those of you who don't know what equestrian vaulting is, it's a sport that combines gymnastics, dance, and acrobatics on the back of a moving horse. It is daring and courageous and beautiful to watch. And we have not only an equestrian vaulter amongst us, we have one of the best in the world here in our county. Kimberly Vaulter was named 2024 Vaulter of the Year by U.S. Equestrian Foundation last year. She competed in the FEI Vaulting World Cup final and earned a bronze medal in the past. And then she also secured a top 5 finish in the FEI Vaulting World Championships in 2025 in Bern, Switzerland. We are incredibly honored to have her here with us today. We have a proclamation on behalf of the Board of Supervisors to honor your contributions to the county as a hero here in our county in sport. And I'd like to invite you to come up and go ahead and say a few words.
Look at her.
Hi, I'm Kimmy Palmer. I just want to thank everyone for just recognizing me. I train really hard daily for this, and I spent most of my life training for this, so I just thank you for the support and the recognition and everything. So thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any public comment?
Yeah, our chair stepped out, so yes, we'd love to take any public comment, and then we'll make some comments ourselves.
Sure, thank you. Okay, no public comment from chambers. So on Zoom, members of the public, please raise your hand if you wish to speak on item number 5. No hands are raised, Vice Chair, so back to you.
Okay, thank you. Now to the board for any discussion or comments.
Through the chair, I'd just like to make a comment. I am just so proud of you. I have never seen anyone stand on the back of a horse while it's moving like that. But to be recognized for your work, congratulations. We're proud in San Mateo County for the work that you're doing.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Okay, anyone else? I also wanted to add some congratulations. I will definitely be looking at videos after this meeting of you doing the amazing work you do. I imagine it's dangerous and really challenging. Yeah. But horses are so beautiful, so I'm sure it's something that like really fills you up and takes a lot of trust. I don't know if you ride multiple horses, but yeah, that's awesome. So I think this is a perfect day. You got the memo. You're wearing white. So.
I know, accidentally, but it worked out.
But thank you for all of your skill, and I'm sure your many, many years of dedication that you put into your craft. And thank you, Supervisor Mueller, for continuing the legacy of this board of highlighting amazing young women in our community. You all deserve to be celebrated. So congrats.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
I have one question. This is the mother in me coming out.
Okay.
You don't wear a helmet.
No.
So how do we protect your head?
Just a lot of practice, basically, and then like building your body up, the strength and the balance, and training on the stationary horse, training on the like mechanical horse, and then moving to the actual horse. So just like a lot of practice, I guess. I mean, we hit our heads sometimes, but we try not to.
Well, we're all in awe of you. So congratulations.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
I have one other question. I would be remiss if I didn't ask this for my grandson because he loves airplanes. How many horses do you take with you when you travel? When you're going to another country, is it just the one? How many do you do, and how do they travel?
I actually borrow a horse when I get to another country. So the one in the photo is an Italian horse, and I've been paired with him for about 3 years. So normally I borrow him when I'm there. Some U.S. athletes are able to fly their horses. They can fly them on like regular commercial airlines just in the back. It's really expensive though. Yes.
Great.
Okay.
So I'm going to go ahead and move forward the resolution.
Second.
Take a picture.
I go.
All right. Do we have any public comment?
Yep.
Took public comment?
Yes.
There's a motion and a second. Roll call, please.
Sure. Supervisor Spear? Aye. Thank you. Supervisor Corzo?
Yes.
Supervisor Mueller?
Yes.
Supervisor Gaucher?
Yes.
And President Canepa?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes unanimously.
So we'd like to go ahead and take a picture with you real quick. One with you, and then have the whole family come down and take a picture.
one of her horses. You rode on one. Yes, you did.
Let's have you squish it. Mm-hmm. Okay. You want to go first?
No, we can go at the same time. Amazing.
Okay. Look here, please. Oh, thank you.
Hold it up.
Awesome. Okay. All right. We're now back to item 4, which is a presentation report on the San Mateo County Child Care Crisis. Supervisor Spear sponsored this item. Supervisor Spear.
Thank you, Mr. President, members, and the executive staff. I'm presenting to you today, and it's being passed out to you by Suki right now, a document that has been completed by the foundation called San Mateo County's Quarter Century Crisis, the Vanishing Dream of Affordable Childcare and a System at its Breaking Point. So, this is something that I have been deeply concerned about for a very long time. We have a workforce crisis that starts in the crib. Think about that. We are in the midst of a crisis. I believe we have an obligation to resolve it because it hurts everyone in San Mateo County, from families to employees to students to schools. For decades, childcare has been viewed as a private matter, a problem for individual families to solve on their own. If you couldn't afford it, you made do. If you couldn't find it, you rearranged your life. Over the last few years, the views have shifted. The wider public is finally acknowledging what parents have always known. Childcare is not only a family need, it is a public need. It is infrastructure. It is as essential to a functioning community as roads and bridges, clean air, clean water, yes, and even transportation. The Wall Street Journal last week confirmed what most of us know. Childcare is too expensive. But what they also provided me with was kind of choking information. San Mateo County is the 5th most expensive child care in the country. So the median cost in the U.S. generally is $44,000 over 0 to 5. In San Mateo County, it's $128,000. We invest millions in infrastructure, but pennies in childcare. Even though the county has agreed on its top priorities, family and children and seniors, and emergency preparedness and housing and homelessness, the lack of childcare investment has resulted in a system where low-income families struggle to navigate limited subsidies, and middle-income families earn just a little too much to qualify for any financial assistance. They are stuck with the crushing costs of care. It's time to invest in childcare to boost our families in San Mateo County, our workforce, our economy, and truly our future. And I believe we can do that. See if I can work this. So this report, as I indicated, was commissioned by the foundation. The American dream shouldn't collapse when the baby arrives. But that's what's happening. 81% of parents in San Mateo County say child care affects their work. 60% have cut back on their hours, and nearly 50% have left the workforce entirely. A large percentage of them women. In fact, the numbers, new report is out. The numbers in 2022 said that 15% of women were leaving the workforce. It's actually now 25%. For those parents, the cost of childcare swallows so much of their paycheck that stepping away from work is the only sensible option. Let's look at the numbers. The median cost of infant care in our county can easily be $30,000 a year, more than tuition at a public university and more than housing costs for many families. For parents with more than one child, the cost multiplies. Even if you're part of the small universe of families who qualify for subsidies, you are still hit with extreme costs. So what happens? What do parents do to pay for childcare? Well, the exorbitant and often unanticipated costs drive families towards financial instability. Many slash their savings and retirement accounts or accrue debt. Families who are able to manage the costs face yet another hurdle, competing for one of the few coveted spots available for their child. San Mateo County is facing a deficit of nearly 9,000 child care spaces. Infant care suffers the most, meeting only 69% of the demand. So if we look at where the greatest need is it's 0 to 2, and it's after school care. Our child care system is fragmented, duplicative, and so complex that a family can spend weeks or even months filling out several different applications, each with its own rules, deadlines, and documentation. It's not uncommon for families to contact 7 providers to find an opening for their child. So, what about subsidies? They exist, but many families who need them don't qualify because they earn too much. In a county with one of the highest costs of living in the nation, the cutoff for assistance eligibility is well below what it takes to make ends meet here. Families who earn even a few dollars above the threshold literally drop out of the safety net. And as Supervisor Mueller mentioned, he's got a constituent who's about to leave their job because of it. It's what's called the benefits cliff. A single mom with one child can't earn more than $82,000 a year to qualify for subsidy. A family of 3 can't make more than $93,000 a year. Mind you that it's $109,700 is considered low income for a single person household in San Mateo County. These numbers don't add up. The benefits cliff is most devastating to the middle class. The people who we presume are making a decent living are left struggling to meet basic needs, let alone build wealth. They are college educated, working full-time, contributing to their communities, yet they face skyrocketing costs and impossible choices. But let's look at a family who's getting subsidized care. You know, we think of it as, oh, that's a solution for them. Frankly, it's not really a solution for them. All right, there. Oops. All right, let's look at a low-income family, Sophia and Michael, who bring in a combined income of $102,000, making them eligible for child care subsidies. After federal and state taxes, retirement contributions, Social Security, and insurance, their monthly take-home is roughly $6,000. Their $4,000 rent takes up 2/3 of that amount. Even after subsidies, child care for their infant and toddler costs $1,500 each month, leaving them to stretch $500 for groceries, utilities, gas, car payments, and baby supplies. They face a monthly deficit of $3,000. Miguel could take up a second job on the weekends, but then they would lose their subsidy. It's important to point out that we have a deficit of 23,000 subsidized child care spots, neglecting some 55% of the need. Let's imagine a middle-class couple, a teacher and a law enforcement officer. They earn $216,000 a year and have 2 toddlers in care. After housing, childcare, and essential living costs, their monthly shortfall is $2,100. And that's with both parents working full-time in what we would call essential public service roles. They are paying close to $5,000 a month for childcare. So what happens? Well, we've seen it happening already. Families are leaving this region. Some families see no other choice than leaving San Mateo County. Since 2010, 10,000 people have left the county. They take their children, their tax dollars, and their economic contributions with them. The resulting communities are what economists call barbell communities. Extreme wealth on one side, deep poverty on the other, with nothing in the middle. Others say, but they decide not to have children. Others stay, but then they decide not to have children. Nearly half of the childless adults say financial pressure is the reason. Here in San Mateo County, our birth rate has been declining for more than a decade. This is, if you look at this chart, it shows that over the course, we have lost almost, I think it's 10,000 people in terms of birth. Demographers warn that to maintain a stable economy, families need to average at least 2 children. Fewer children now means school closures, fewer workers, and fewer taxpayers tomorrow. So San Mateo County is losing $775 million in lost productivity. This 15% decrease in the female workforce due to child care related issues, as I indicated, the numbers actually jumped to 25%. A loss that lowers family income, strains employers, and weakens our economic foundation. So, what do people in San Mateo County think? Across party lines, across generations, child care can't wait. This is the good news. Residents overwhelmingly support investments in child care. 82% of San Mateo County, across party lines and across generations, say when we put children and families first, we all thrive. So, there are solutions. This is not the first time our nation has navigated a child care crisis. During World War II, women were needed to fill the workforce because men were sent to fight the war. The federal government established over 3,000 child care centers in just 2 years under the Lanham Act, serving more than 600,000 children. These centers were open long hours, included health and dental care, parent education, even laundry services. They were born out of necessity, and they worked. If we could do it in the middle of World War II, why can't we do it now? I suggest that we can. The U.S. military has maintained this approach long after World War II. It now operates the nation's largest and most extensive employer-sponsored child care system, serving 200,000 children and securing a $1.1 billion expansion in 2024. So, what can we do? We can actually do a lot. Creating a child care portal would be a really important first step. That's a centralized child care portal, a single point of entry where parents can search for licensed providers that meet their needs, see real-time availability, compare costs, program types, and language offerings, apply for multiple programs with one application, and determine eligibility for subsidies instantly. I think the county office is working on this, and my understanding is that Linda Wolin is in the process of doing this. I mean, we can take the software off a shelf and put it into operation. This would solve so many problems for families. Think of it as a common app for childcare. Versions of this exist, but there's room for improvement. For example, family daycare homes are often not listed because they lack the business support to build websites or promote their services. I've been in contact with resources which can provide these benefits to our family daycare homes for $1,800 a year per family daycare home. We could help subsidize that and help these family daycare homes offer their services to a larger universe of families. The county, a centralized child care portal will give parents a single doorway into the child care system, but behind that doorway needs to be a solid structure. So what else? TriShare is a concept that has been implemented in a number of states. We need money to build a strong system, and we need to get creative on where we get that money. We can learn from success stories in other places. A fairly new concept that emerged after COVID is TriShare. It's a triple partnership between parents, employers, and the government, who evenly split the cost of care. Michigan was the first state to try this as a pilot in 2021. When employers invest in childcare for their workforce, it's a game-changing business strategy. There's a lot of information about this in the report that you've received. Parents stay on the job, morale improves, and businesses benefit from a stable, committed team. In other words, childcare isn't charity, it's smart economics. TriShare is designed to target the missing middle, working families who earn too much for subsidies and end up falling through the cracks. In Michigan, this includes families earning between 200 and 400% of the federal poverty level. Families who are forced to pay $2,000, $3,000, and even $4,000 a month on childcare will reduce their costs by 66%. It's already proving its value. In Michigan, families saved an average of nearly $6,000 per year in 2023. Employers are reaping the benefits too. 82% of participating employees say they're more likely to stay in their jobs, and 63% of the employers report improved rates of retention. Michigan lit the spark that caught fire. Other states have taken the idea as well. Many of these statewide initiatives got their start at the county level. I think San Mateo County can launch a TriShare pilot if we show employers how this innovative concept benefits them. Michigan has been receiving national recognition for this program, but you know how much they're actually spending? $3.4 million a year. It's literally a drop in the bucket. What could San Mateo County do if we committed $10 million, for instance? The question remains, how can we fund vital child care initiatives? We can follow the models of Alameda, San Francisco, and Sonoma counties, and they passed sales taxes. San Mateo County could add a quarter or half-cent sales tax that would generate $60 million a year at a quarter cent, or $120 million a year for a half-cent sales tax. We could increase the vehicle rental tax by 1.5%. Now, where does this vehicle rental tax come to? It's at the airport. And we could generate $7.5 million by just increasing it 1.5%. We'd have to go to the voters, but we could certainly do that, and it would be no skin off of anyone's noses here in San Mateo County. This increase would be paid by tourists and not burden our county residents. We can use Measure K funds. Since family and children are one of the top priorities identified at our retreat, that would be another way of funding this. So what are our neighbors doing? Childcare is a pressing issue across this region. We can look to our neighboring counties who are addressing it. Alameda County has stepped up a half-cent sales tax for early childhood education. It's going to generate $150 million annually. Even with the highest sales tax in the state, and that's Alameda, 65% of Alameda voters approved this measure. San Francisco's commercial rent tax dedicated to early education generates $146 million a year. And you can see Sonoma County has done a 1/4 cent sales tax. Santa Cruz, not quite sure about this one though, 2-cent sales tax on distributors of sugary drinks for youth services. Okay. So it was, as it was pointed out by Linda earlier, county has used HUD funds to create 3 sites. Regrettably, there's not one in the middle of the county. We need to make an effort to make sure we can do that. Midway Village and Daly City will have spots for 109 infants through preschool, and Middlefield Junction in North Fair Oaks will have 36 spots for infants. Arroyo Green in Redwood City now has spots for 78 infants through preschool. So the message is really loud and clear. Families need our help. Supervisor Gaucher and I launched our listening tour this month to hear from parents and providers, and their voices are loud and clear. They need our help. We have estimated that 50,000 children younger than 5 live in our county. We may not be able to help all of them immediately, but let's start somewhere. I propose we launch a pilot for infants ages 0 to 2. Brain development in the first 3 years is so crucial. A child's brain doubles in size in the first year, and by year 3, it is 80% of the size of an adult. Investing in our children is one of the smartest ways to invest in our future. San Mateo County should be a place where all children and families truly thrive. Let me conclude by a personal comment. When I was a young mom with a 5.5-year-old son and a newborn child, my husband was killed. If it wasn't for the fact that I had Social Security survivors benefits of $2,000 a month, I would have had to leave San Mateo County. But it was what was able to allow me to have child care. You shouldn't have to lose your spouse in San Mateo County in order to have child care. We have an obligation, colleagues, and I know we've got a matter on the agenda this afternoon about a 0.5-cent sales tax for transit. I would encourage us to recognize that this is just as important and probably much more important for us to invest in. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Supervisor Spear. Are there any questions for Supervisor Spear? I really want to say something. This building has been here for 9 months, but I had a horrific experience. That experience was I had brought my son into this building, into my office, because I had no child care option. It became an issue, and it became an issue because someone had said, you should not bring your son into the office. And I had no child care option. And so it is my hope as we move forward with this, you list a menu option. The reason I share that with you is because there are a lot of parents that probably go through the same thing. My son is 8 years old, but I found it highly offensive that someone would say, you can't bring your son to work, knowing that I didn't have any child care option whatsoever. So I understand the issue. Are there any additional questions for Supervisor Spear?
I don't have a question, but I do have a comment. Thank you so much for the presentation. I just want to add, as a grandmother, I know firsthand what it means. You will hear me talk about my grandson very often. And there are times where, his mom is a single mom, and they live with me. There are times when I have to bring him in the office with me. Fortunately, she has a job where she can take him to work with her, but not everybody has that option.
That's right.
To do so. So I stand with you. I know the importance of child care, and I just want to remind people that we will have another listening session tomorrow in East Palo Alto at the EPA Center, the Art Center. It's another child care town hall where we want to hear from parents, caregivers, and providers about their experiences and what support they need. Again, public and private partnerships are very important as well. There are more stories where individuals are trying to figure out how they're going to take care of their children. When my children were younger, I was very fortunate to work for a job that had an indoor basketball court. Mm-hmm. So in the summertime, I was like, what am I going to do with these elementary school kids? I couldn't leave them at home because they were too young. But I could bring them to work with me, and that made a difference. This child care is a crisis. I've watched firsthand from what my daughter is doing. Thank you again for your leadership in this space.
Great.
I just wanted to thank you as well, Supervisor Spear. So thank you for this work.
Great. Are there any additional questions or public comments? Suki.
Thank you, Mr. President. I do have several speakers from chambers. We'll start with, thank you, Supervisor, David Fleshman, followed by Jennifer Mayman.
Good morning again. David Fleischman, Executive Director of 4Cs. I want to thank Supervisor Spear for the phenomenal report and applaud the bold initiative to address the child care crisis. Public initiative, funding, and leadership is what is needed. Unlike K-12, where there is a funded system, there is no system in early childhood education. Allowing the ECE field to subsist largely in the private market has proven to be unsustainable and insufficient, leading to unaffordability for the families seeking care and the providers who are providing it. As the county's R&R agency, families can receive referrals to every licensed program here in the county. Sometimes I think it's the county's best or worst kept secret. In 2025, we distributed $27 million in child care subsidies to families. But it is not nearly enough, and the different subsidy systems that are here in the county are not connected, as Supervisor Spear said and showed. We can fix that. So we look forward to supporting the big solution and seeing the day when every child and family have equitable access to high-quality early childhood programs. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker is Jennifer Mayman, followed by Terry Nagel.
Good morning, Supervisors. My name is Jennifer Mayman, and I'm the coordinator of the San Mateo County Child Care Partnership Council, or CCPC. I'm a member of the Child Care Blueprint Steering Committee and also a parent of 3 who did have to take a 7-year break from the labor force due to child care issues. I want to thank you, Supervisor Spear, for this report and for your unwavering commitment to improving the quality of life for children and families across the county. As we know, child care is essential infrastructure. It supports the healthy development of children, the economic mobility of families. The CCPC looks forward to continued engagement with this board and the community to maximize existing resources, to support our system, and also to mobilize new ones to build up this vital infrastructure. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker is Terry Nagel, followed by our last speaker from Chambers, Christine Padilla.
I really am standing up. So I'm Terry Nagel speaking on behalf of Sustainable San Mateo County. And 2 years ago, we did our annual indicators report on the well-being of children, youth, and families. And many of our conclusions support that the wonderful work that you were doing today. Did bring copies for you folks, and there's a link on the back to the full report and a summary of the key conclusions. So one key finding that we found out is that there's an unchallenged expectation that the workers in childcare and the providers will support the cost of childcare, which is not well supported. I think that's been demonstrated well. And in our a countywide assessment of the needs of whole of parents of children, 87% of them said that they had to refuse work because they could not find childcare. In addition, one of the greatest needs is the lack of physical space. And one suggestion is that perhaps large developments could accommodate such spaces in the future. So we urge you to support this very important work. Thank you.
Terry.
Our last speaker is Christine Padilla from Chambers.
Hi again. As a child care facilities person, I just want to make sure I say that child care is infrastructure. It's like transit, roads. It is just as important, and so I really appreciate everyone highlighting that. We have so much good work going on within the county, and we have so many efforts right now to move us forward. I feel like we're in alignment, we're coordinated, we are motivated. I feel like we have the momentum, we have the board who is knowledgeable and really cares about this issue, and I'm just very hopeful that we can make some really big strides in the future. And I love seeing this. I saw your op-ed, I see you doing your report, Noella comes to things. I mean, I have experiences from Supervisors Canepa and Mueller. I feel like we're at a perfect moment to do something really big, and it makes me feel hopeful, and I think it pushes myself and all our colleagues to kind of keep going every day and do this work that we feel is so important. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, please proceed with the Zoom comments.
Thank you. We have two hands raised on item number 4. We'll start with Michelle B., followed by Evan Adams. Michelle, please unmute and begin.
Good morning again. This is Michelle Blakely, Deputy Director, First Five. I was really inspired again about your data, Supervisor Spear, on the child care crisis. Very rich, very detailed, and affirms all of the listings we've heard from families and providers in the business sector. I think that quote, childcare isn't charity, it's smart economics. It's a great quote, and looking forward to using that in our social media and advocacy, and just want to lend First Five support as we have over the years for advocacy and policy and lending our voice and joining in our regional partners, Alameda County, San Francisco, Sonoma, Santa Clara, and regionally addressing this problem that we have. And I think with our ingenuity and pooled resources and alignment, I think this bodes well for us going forward. Again, thank you, Board of Supervisors, for your contribution and look forward to continued partnership. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. 3 more hands. Evan Adams, followed by Heather Cleary. Evan,
Last
please
call.
unmute and begin.
Last call for speakers.
Oh, sure, Mr. President. Before Evan begins, at this time, please do raise your hand for the final call for public comment at this time. Final call has been made. No further hands will be accepted. Our final 4 speakers, Evan Adams, Heather Cleary, Liz Scully, and a caller ending in 342. Evan, please begin.
Hello, Supervisors. Thank you for bringing this essential item up in our communities. Just as a personal aside, my child's childcare last year went up year over year 11%. But when you account for the change in class size, it's actually closer to 16% year over year on a per teacher, per student hour basis. That's unsustainable. So just keep that in mind, 16% year over year. Number 2, I would absolutely vote for a sales tax like this. I think that would have a much larger oversized impact on our region. And finally, to Supervisor Gaucher's statement about the basketball court with childcare, my company builds basketball courts that's what I do for a living. And a huge part of getting those built was a federal program for midnight basketball by President Clinton. And it's something to maybe speak to our federal representatives about renewing. Thank you.
Thank you. Heather Cleary, please unmute and begin.
Good morning, Heather Cleary again from Peninsula Family Service. Supervisor Spear, thank you so much for this report and for your leadership on early childhood education. Child care is an investment not only in our children and our families, but it is an investment in our economy. And San Mateo County is very well positioned to provide more child care, and you can all see we have very strong momentum. I look forward to continuing this work and to next steps. Thank you.
Thank you. Liz Scully, please unmute and begin.
Good morning, Supervisors. My name is Liz Scully, and I'm the Director of the San Mateo County Family Child Care Organization, a board member of the Child Care Partnership Council, and an active participant in the Child Care Blueprint Plan. I want to sincerely thank the Board of Supervisors for your ongoing commitment to children and families, and especially to Supervisor Spear for your leadership in supporting child care in our county. Since 2017, San Mateo County has lost 153 family child care providers. That's just about 24% of our providers, leaving families with fewer options and putting real strain on our early childhood education system. Your investment in family child care providers and infrastructure is critical to reversing this trend and ensuring high quality care remains accessible to all families. We'll be publishing our family child care landscape report in the coming weeks, and we hope to share it with the board to provide more clarity and insight into the on-the-ground realities of our family child care community. On behalf of our providers and the children we serve, thank you for championing childcare and for recognizing that supporting our youngest learners is an investment in the future of our county.
Thank you, Liz. Our last speaker ending in 342, please unmute and begin.
Hi, good morning. This is Larry Moody, Government Affairs Director for Job Train. I really appreciate the conversation today on childcare and the importance of providing our parents with these options. Two things I want to really highlight. One, we at Job Train, we actually have a child development center to help support our clients, individuals that are part of our training program. And it really incentivizes them to stay the course because their children are being cared for not too far away from where they're receiving training. The other thing is that historically, here in East Palo Alto, we have a lot of childcare opportunities through the faith community. There's much inventory in this community, and we just need to partner with the county and 4Cs to get some training into communities like East Palo Alto, so these churches can open up their facilities and provide additional service in the community for the residents that are here. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Moody. That ends public comment, Mr. President.
Any concluding remarks, Supervisor Spear? Thank you very much. As this is an update, no action is necessary. We can move on to item 7. We'll now move to item 7, which is a presentation or proclamation designating August 2025 as National Emergency Management Awareness Month, which I'm sponsoring, Supervisor Gaucher as well. Today, I'm proud to present a proclamation recognizing August 2025 as a National Emergency Management Awareness Month in San Mateo County. Disasters and emergencies can strike without warning. When they do, it's our emergency managers at the local, state, and national level who step in to protect lives, property, and the environment. They plan, prepare, respond, and help our communities recover. Here in San Mateo County, our Emergency Managers Association works tirelessly alongside partners across California and the nation. Their dedication has helped countless families rebuild and made our community stronger and more resilient. This proclamation is our way of saying thank you to the professionals who stand ready in every crisis and to remind all of us that preparedness is a shared responsibility. I'd now like to introduce Dina Gunning, California Professional Emergency Manager, President of the San Mateo County Emergency Managers Association, who will share a few words. Thanks for joining us, Dina.
Great. Thank you, President Canepa, Board of Supervisors. It's a pleasure to be here today. I've had over 34 years in emergency management. This is our inaugural. August is National Emergency Management Awareness Month. It's hard to believe it's taken that long. But I want to thank you for this recognition today. I also want to thank all the women who have gone before us, in particular after listening to Supervisor Spear's presentation. I just have to give a heartfelt thank you out to Mary Pecci, who was our former executive director of the Child Care Coordinating Council here in San Mateo County. I had the pleasure of working for 4Cs over several tenures. I think I started as a receptionist when I was 18. My mom was the accountant there for 20 years. And Mary's mentorship to all of us was very incredible. She allowed me to develop the very first disaster preparedness training for child care providers. And that's really where my professional emergency management career began. I was instrumental and just so supportive of her. And I recall that conversation of this sales tax back in the early 90s around a little table at 4Cs when they were in Burlingame. And to hear it again now, I just fully support that. I'm not sure how we can accomplish it, but we need to accomplish it. After her support, I actually became the first executive director of collaborating agencies responding to disasters for San Mateo County. I went back to be the emergency manager, not only at Thrive, but 4Cs simultaneously for a stint. And during COVID, and David's here too, it's just as I'm remembering all the things that we've done, we established a child care task force because we needed child care for essential workers and for our first responders. They couldn't get back to work because they didn't have child care. Child care was literally shut down. So we worked actually with Kevin Mullen at the time and his staff to work with child care licensing and get the state to move on the changes in the requirements that the child care providers needed to reestablish their business and reopen the doors for child care. That shift in licensing requirements happened within about a week once we involved Kevin and his staff. So please, I just shout out to the public that we really need to work with our elected officials and keep pushing for the things that we need. Childcare absolutely is part of our infrastructure. Post-disaster, we're going to need childcare in order to keep the economy going. Childcare is our economy, and we don't have a workforce if we don't have childcare. I have just a couple last quotes, and I'll leave you for the day. Remember once you dreamed of where you are today. The amount of progress that we have come for women, and happenstance today as well, pick the right dress. But one of my own quotes that I've had for years is, those we serve receive the benefits of our achievements. So we have to keep plugging for our achievements. We are serving our whole community, and we have to remember that. Okay, back to the emergency management brain. Sorry, folks, I had to write this while I was sitting there. I was stunned. I just was so glad that I came early. We all need to stay informed, subscribe to our emergency alerting system, whether that's SMC Alert or throughout the Bay Area region. We can go to alertthebay.org to look that up. Take training, whether that's our community emergency response team training, our CERT training. Stop the Bleed, which is instrumental in life safety measures. CPR and first aid, and get involved and join your neighborhood networks. Terry Nagel is here today, instrumental in our Burlingame neighborhood network. They run drills every year. It is so important to practice with your friends, family, and neighbors. We have our drop, cover, and hold drill coming up in October. It's always the third week in October. I also chair the Bay Area Earthquake Country Alliance, so that's a big one for all of us. Preparedness is all of our responsibility. So thank you again to the board. Thank you, President Canepa, for supporting the recognition and proclamation, and be safe, everybody. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. Is there any public comments, or Supervisor Gaucher, would you like to say a couple words?
Sure, I would love to say a few words. Thank you again. Thank you, Supervisor Canepa, for bringing this proclamation forward. As chair of the Emergency Services Council, I want to pause and recognize our emergency managers. Day in and day out, your work behind the scenes, planning, training, and coordinating so our communities are safer when disaster strikes. You prepare, protect, and serve with care and commitment. To every emergency manager in San Mateo County, thank you. Your dedication saves lives, builds trust, and gives residents the confidence to face the unexpected. So let's honor your work with action. We want to remind people to sign up for the SMC Alert, make a household plan and kit, and check on your neighbors when the disaster strikes. Again, congratulations on this event, and we have a proclamation for you.
Thank you so much. I hope to see you this evening.
Thank you so much. I really want to recognize our department head. I want to thank you, Shruti, for your leadership. If you want to say a couple words, you're more than welcome to, and the staff, really important, and Adam Ely. I would recognize Adam. Thank you, Adam, for all you do and your leadership. I think to see DEM evolve in the way it has, really, you guys have made a huge difference, I think, in San Mateo County. It's a proactive group, and your outreach working with our city partners, I think, is extraordinarily important. What they say matters, and I think when you talk to cities, towns, and special districts, they really look to guidance from us, especially in DEM. So thank you very much. With that, may I have public comment?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. President. No speakers from chambers, so Madam Clerk, please proceed.
Those on Zoom, please click raise hand for item 7, National Emergency Preparedness Awareness Month. No hands raised, Mr. President.
Great. Thank you very much. May I have a motion, Supervisor Gaucher?
So moved.
I'll second. Roll call, please.
Sure. Supervisor Spear? Thank you. Supervisor Corzo?
Yes.
Supervisor Mueller?
Yes.
Supervisor Gaucher?
Yes.
And President Canepa.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes unanimously.
If we can have all the staff come up here and we'll take a picture.
Just a little. Okay, ready? One more. Got it. Thank you.
All right. We'll now move to item 8, which is a presentation of a proclamation designating September 1st, 2025 as Labor Day in San Mateo County. This item is sponsored by Supervisor Mueller and Corzo.
Thank you, President Canepa. So Labor Day is an incredibly special day in my house because the weekend I got married. But it's also an incredibly special day and a day to remember organized labor and all of the work that labor has done in our country to protect the rights and build the rights of those who go to work every day to provide for their families. It was first recognized as a national holiday in 1894. And frankly, many of the things that were happening in 1894 are starting to happen again as we start to see technology really start to intrude further and further, having the potential to intrude into the lives of workers in our country and what that might mean for them in the future. Very proud of our partnership with labor here in San Mateo County to go ahead and adopt local minimum wage ordinances, the Office of Labor Standards Enforcement work we recently did. I know there's something coming on a future agenda. And the partnership we have with labor, our workforce here at the county, really to provide the best services to our residents. And that's a partnership that we take very seriously, to hear from our workforce how we're doing delivering those services and listening to their professional expertise. So this Labor Day, we wanted to make sure it didn't pass, to make sure that we took a moment and honored it with a proclamation, making sure that remembered it wasn't just a day for barbecues and anniversaries. It was also a day to thank those who came before us and those we work with every day.
Thank you, Supervisor Mueller. I'm proud to co-sponsor this proclamation as well. And for me, Labor Day is not just about workers, but about collective power, collective action, and really honoring the legacy that unions have created in our country and in the world around workers' rights, dignity, health. And I think about how much work unions lead in terms of creating more rights for other people, even the people who are not part of a union, right? Think about undocumented workers. You think about workers who, don't even have an idea that they have rights. Unions also champion those workers and educate them, support them, and fight for their dignity as well. And if you look at our country right now, it's a constant battle, right? There have been gains that have been made in past decades, and we are still fighting to keep some of those rights against all odds. But to me, also, like, unions represent being in community together and destigmatizing when people are taken advantage of and exploited. And so I want to take a moment as well to thank our unions and labor council leader Julie Lind, as well as Bart Pantoja, who is here from the building trades. Thank you each for being strong voices for working families in San Mateo County. Your leadership really does make a difference, and I want to thank you for your advocacy and support. And thank you for doing amazing things like food distributions, even to this day, that many people need. We all benefit from unions, to be quite honest. And it's kind of crazy. I've never actually been a part of one, but I think about my mom and my stepdad who have also never been a part of a union, and the work that they do and how they have gotten taken advantage of, and it gives me hope that as we continue to lift up unions and teach people about why they're important, we're able to improve generational outcomes for people. So I'll stop ranting, but I want to thank everyone for doing their part in supporting unions in our community and recognizing that all labor is dignified. And with that, happy soon-to-be Labor Day.
Okay, thank you, Vice President. Supervisor Gaucher.
Thank you. Thank you, Supervisor Corzo and Mueller, for bringing this forward, this proclamation to recognize September 1st as Labor Day. Labor Day is a day to honor the workers who built our communities and the unions that continue to fight for dignity, fairness, and opportunity. From the roads we travel to the schools where our children learn, the story of labor is a story of us all. Recently, I had the honor of meeting and celebrating Dolores Huerta, whose lifelong fight for workers' rights reminds us that progress is never given. It is won through courage, persistence, and solidarity. This year, I'm proud to partner with Assemblymember Diane Pappin on a student art contest that invites middle school and high school students to reflect that story. Through their eyes, we'll see how organized labor has shaped San Mateo County, past, present, and future. Deadline to apply is this Friday, so we're hoping we'll get more students submitting their entries. To our working families and labor partners, thank you. And with this proclamation, we recommit to carrying forward the legacy of equity and justice. Thank you.
Are there any additional comments? Okay. First of all, let me just say, very proud of the leadership that we have. I mean, Bart and Julie, I've known you probably both for over 20 years, but what you've been able to do and even outside of labor issues, but to bring people together relative for legislation, relative to policy is really profound. Julie, I feel like I talk to you almost every day. Thank you. But I just think your intelligence, your sophistication, and moving policy pieces, I think in my experience, it's been 17 years now, 9 years here on the Board of Supervisors, it's just really impressive what you do. So I just really want to thank you. What you do, Julie and Bart, especially managing the affiliates and the members, it's so difficult because not everyone may have the same opinions. And so building consensus, not my words, but really bringing people together with diverse viewpoints it's not easy work. And so we look at Safeway, we look at the airport and sort of the actions that are taking place there. and moving the pieces. We look at the recent garbage strike. What you've done is just it's phenomenal, and how you're able to do it, and how many hours in the day there are. It's mind-boggling. So I just really, on a personal level, want to thank the both of you. I also want to thank Mercedes. Mercedes has been with the county for a long time, but when you come and you speak, I think a lot of us listen, because you really do really represent the heart of the worker. And so I just want to thank you for being here as well. And so with that, do we have any public comment?
Oh, can I neglected to invite our labor leaders to speak. So if they could please come up before public comment. Thank you.
Good idea.
Good morning, President Canepa, Vice President Corzo, board, and staff. I'm Julie Lind with the San Mateo Labor Council. On behalf of the 104 affiliate unions and over 90,000 members and their families we represent, I want to sincerely thank you for bringing forward this Labor Day proclamation. I also appreciate all your nice comments. It made me want to meet whoever in the world you're talking about. She sounds lovely, so thank you. I've also seen a lot of you on our picket lines and various degrees of support for our striking workers, and that's critical to your point of building community and labor as a whole, being able to raise the floor for workers everywhere, not just the ones that we represent. Labor Day is more than just a holiday. Also, happy anniversary, Supervisor Mueller. But it's a reminder of the generations of workers who fought for the 8-hour day, safer workplaces, fair wages, and dignity on the job. It's also a moment to recognize the workers of today who continue to build, serve, and sustain our communities here in San Mateo County. We're deeply grateful that this board honors not only history, but also invests in its workforce. Through policies on living wages, affordable housing, access to quality childcare, protections against wage theft, responsible integration of new technology, that future agenda item that Supervisor Mueller referred to, and so much more. Your leadership shows that San Mateo County values its workers just as our workers value and serve this county every day. Thank you for standing with us and for recognizing not just the essential contributions of the labor movement, but also the diverse workforce that strengthens us all. We're really lucky to have you as our leaders. Thank you.
Supervisors, I just want to say ditto. No, thank you for the recognition today on Labor Day. We stand on the shoulders of so many before us who sacrificed to gain that simple dignity that everybody was talking about. To just be valued as more than a business tool for product in the past, that we are actually people with families and our safety and our well-being matter. That's what I advocate for, and it sounds like that's what we all advocate for. So it's a pleasure and an honor to work here in San Mateo County for that benefit. So thank you for the recognition and for the past and the present. As was mentioned, technology keeps growing and moving. We have a road before us when it comes to energy, and I think that's a topic later today. So I look forward to continuing that work with this board, this county, and all those involved. So thank you.
Could you state your name for the record? Sorry.
Bart Pantoja.
Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Seeing no comments, can we have public comment?
Sure, thank you, Mr. President. No speakers from chambers, so Madam Clerk, please proceed.
Those on Zoom, please click raise hand to comment for item 8 for Labor Day. No hands raised, Mr. President.
All right, can I get a motion on the item?
Go ahead and move the item.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Supervisor Spear?
Aye.
Thank you. Supervisor Corzo?
Yes.
Supervisor Mueller?
Yes.
Thank you. Supervisor Gaucher?
Yes.
And President Canepa?
Yes.
Motion passes.
He's in there.
That's perfect. Okay, thank you. 1, 2, 3. Oh.
Last but not least, our last presentation is item 9. I wanted to bring this presentation update from the Humane Society. Just want to thank Anthony for all you've done. One of my favorite events is the Bark and Brew Fest in Burlingame. We have an incredible celebration. And so I know this year marks the 75th, and they held an adoption event at their shelter in Burlingame on August 2nd. So Anthony, step on up, and we're excited that you're here. You're always accessible, always available. And not only is the president of PHS, this is a long list here, Anthony. He's on the board of the Burlingame Chamber of Commerce, member of the Burlingame Lions Club, the San Mateo Rotary Club, and a board member of the California Animal Welfare Association, and just an overall great guy. Thank you, Anthony, for joining us, and please go ahead.
Thank you. I'm glad this is being recorded so that I can share the good comments with my colleagues and other folks. Thank you, President Canepa and supervisors, and Mr. Callaghy, Mr. Niblin, Ms. Rodriguez. It's an honor. It's a pleasure to be here. Before I proceed, I just want to take a moment to recognize someone who was very important in my life, given the celebration of Women's Equality Day. I worked for many years in another life for Pat Schroeder, who served in Congress from Colorado, and I worked both in her Denver office and in Washington. And she was a fearless fighter for women, children, and families, and a tremendous influence on the lives of many women and men, including me. And it was an honor to work with her for a number of years. I'm here on behalf of the Peninsula Humane Society and SPCA. And as President Canepa has said, we are celebrating our 75th year. And we were founded back in Thank you. We were founded by a group of concerned citizens back in 1950 who wanted to do something about all the stray animals roaming the streets in San Mateo and the other communities in the county. And volunteers have been at the heart of this organization since our founding. We're not affiliated with any other humane society or SPCA. I tell people all the time, the money that we raise from individuals stays in this county and serves the residents and the animals in the county. And we're so proud of the partnership that we have with the cities and the county in doing the animal control and rescue work in the contract that we have with the county. The current contract expires June 30th of 2026, and we have an option to negotiate for a 3-year extension, and we look forward to starting those conversations soon. We have 3 facilities. We have the pictures here. First is our Coyote Point shelter, which opened in March of 2020. It's hard to believe that it's been 5 years, and it is a tremendous location that serves the animals in the county well, and as well as the people who own them and care for them. And we run our intake center, animal control and rescue services, our spay and neuter and lost and found there. The second photo shows our Lanto Center in Burlingame, which is where our adoption center is. We provide public education, training, and pet-assisted therapy program that's solely funded by donors, private donations. And our Wildlife Care Center, which opened earlier this year, that is also privately funded, and we're one of 3 humane societies in the state of California that operates a wildlife care center, one of a handful of humane societies throughout the country that cares for wildlife. We, through the Coyote Point Center, provide field services, and these are the examples of some of the activities that we conduct and respond to on behalf of the animals. We operate every day of the year, 24 hours a day, responding to all manner of calls related to stray animals, animal bites, sick and injured domestic and wild animals, taking and removing dead animals from the streets. And the calls are organized by priorities that are included in the contract. And so call response times are anywhere from 1 hour to 24 hours. And in the last year, we met all of our goals there, so we're proud of that. Our staff responded to almost 9,700 calls related to all kinds of animals in the county. We provide shelter and care for the animals. We're open 11 to 7, which the hours are intended to accommodate people who work during the day. And we have staff on site 24 hours a day to be there to care for the animals and to take in animals. We have animals that come in the middle of the night. We provide veterinary medical care to the animals, lost and found information for animals. We issue dog and cat licenses and collect the license fees as well. And we also provide euthanasia services, affordable euthanasia services for members of the public. And volunteers are critical to helping us conduct those services and programs as well. Other programs at the Coyote Point Center, which are donor funded, include humane investigation. So we have 2 humane investigators who work full-time responding to calls regarding to cruelty, neglect, and abuse. And last year, we received 1,600 complaints that resulted in 560 investigations. A handful of them were referred to the district attorney's office for investigation and prosecution. We also assist police departments on various calls. And our spay and neuter clinic is also located at Coyote Point. That is privately funded through donations. That is open 5 days a week. Individuals who wish to have their animals altered can make an appointment online. The first 2 weeks of each month are dedicated to serving members of San Mateo County. Our services are among the lowest in the Bay Area, and we keep them low because we feel that's an important part of our mission to encourage the alteration, spay and neuter services. And so we have people coming from all over the Bay Area to access our services. there's extremely high demand for spay and neuter services. We had performed more than 5,500 spay and neuter surgeries last year. Current wait time is about a month for an appointment. It's down from 2 months to a month. We're trying to get that down even further. And I wanted to share some of our donor-funded services that are provided through the Lantos Center. As I mentioned a minute ago, that's where our adoption center is. So we have staff on site who work with members of the public who wish to adopt animals. Our volunteer program is centered there, and we have volunteers working with staff in each of our departments. Humane education, we're one of the few humane societies in the country that has an active staffed humane education program. And in the summer, one of my favorite programs is a series of 8-week-long camps that we provide for young people, kids, to learn about animals. This year, we dedicated 1 week to career, providing education about what it's like to work in an animal shelter, and we had staff and volunteers talk about our work, and so that's just, I think, an awesome program. We also help people through our pet food bank who find it difficult and challenging to provide food for their pets. We currently have 500 pets enrolled in the program and a waiting list of people waiting to get their pets on the list. We participate in the emergency response and disaster preparedness program, and we have volunteers and staff who are trained, and each year they go through drills with the county to make sure that we can provide support to the county when needed, when there's a disaster. I wanted to share also some highlights and trends that we're seeing. So we also provide vaccines to members of the public, and last year we provided more than 2,500 vaccines for mainly cats and dogs. Sheltering services, we've cared for 5,900 animals that came into the shelter. We are seeing for several years an increase in the number of large dogs coming in, and they're mainly Huskies and German Shepherds. We hold them, take care of them until we're able to get them adopted. They're harder to get adopted, obviously, and we have foster volunteers who will take them into their homes and care for them if we find that they aren't doing as well in the shelter. And so we're continuing to see that trend. That's not unique to San Mateo County. That's something that's happening all over the country. More cats and kittens coming in. We've had last year about 400 or so kittens in our kitten shelter. Each year I do my time in the kitten nursery and work alongside the staff and the volunteers. It's not easy. It's hard, difficult to take care of little kittens that are roaming around, and I'm able to feed them and clean their kennels and put them back in the kennels, and they're soon adopted after that. As I said, we're seeing these issues throughout California, throughout the country, and I think we're lucky in this county that we have a community that's very focused on the care of the animals, and we are able to get them adopted over time. The final thing that I want to share with you is that we have been, for a number of years, our dream has been to have a place where we can take animals that are almost impossible to adopt out. And so we've purchased land in La Honda, and our intent is to build a facility where we can take care of these animals, our animals from the county shelter, until they pass away. Some of them may be able to be adopted out. Most of them won't be, but we'll have a staff, volunteers, we'll have veterinarian on staff to take care of them. So we're in the permitting process now and look forward to starting construction in the spring of next year. So with that, any questions?
Questions for Anthony? Yes.
I just wanted to comment on the animal sanctuary. I think it's wonderful. The only caution I'd give you, and then I would talk to experts, is in La Honda there is a significant issue with mountain lions, and specifically dogs. And so looks like you're aware of it.
We are.
Okay.
We've had conversations with members of the community there, and the facility will be constructed in such a way that there's steel covering over all of the dog and cat areas, so they'll be protected from predators.
Okay. Thank you.
Supervisor Corso and Supervisor.
Thank you. I was wondering if we could coordinate a visit. I don't think my district team has ever visited the Humane Society in San Mateo. The last time I was there actually was when I was a social worker, and one of my autistic clients, his dog escaped, and he was very upset. And I was like, they lived in East Palo Alto, and I was like, I live in San Mateo, so I'll just go look. But it's been a while, and I'm sure it looks different now. So I'd love to do that. And then I told my team already that I can't promise I'm not going to leave with an animal. So they are aware. So thank you for your presentation. I love the all of the context that you shared. And also, I recently paid for my dogs. I updated his registration with the county, which I believe goes into a fund that helps pay for neutering and spaying services. So just want to remind folks that if you have a pet, you are supposed to register them with the county, and it goes to supporting services throughout the county. So thank you.
Great. Supervisor Spear.
I just want to reflect on the fact that the best dog our family ever had was from PHS. And I still think about Buddy all the time. So I want to thank you for that. As to the foster parenting, do you need assistance in terms of getting the word out that you need foster parenting, or do you have an adequate number?
We do need more foster volunteers, and we have a waiting list of people who want to do other work. They want to walk dogs. Everybody wants to walk a dog, but we do need more people to step forward to help foster, and would love to have any assistance that you can provide to get the word out.
We'll make a point of doing
Great.
that through our county channels and our personal contacts.
And I'd love for all, I know President Canepa has been to the County Point shelters several times. I'd love to invite everyone else to come and visit the shelter. It's a wonderful facility. And as I said, it's brand new. It replaced a facility that was on site for 67, 68 years. So we're really proud to have that facility.
Great. Thank you very much. You know, Anthony, I'll just close by saying this.
I have one.
Oh, Supervisor Gaucher.
No, thank you so much. And again, congratulations on 75 years. As a dog mom, I have two. It was on one occasion when my toy-sized Yorkie decided to take herself for a walk in the neighborhood that she ended up at your shelter, and my daughter was able to find her there. You know, they're both licensed and chipped. Being chipped is also important in the county. So I just appreciate all the work that you do. Then I rescued a poodle that has just been amazing. So I have 2 dogs at home that I love and adore, and so I just appreciate all the work that you're doing.
Thank you. I've been trying to encourage President Canepa to come and and adopt as well.
Nah, I don't think so. But thank you,
Thank you
Anthony.
all.
Thank you, Anthony.
Thanks.
Oh, do we have any public comment?
Thank you, Mr. President. No speakers from chambers for this item, so Madam Clerk, please proceed.
Those on Zoom, please click raise hand to comment for item 9, the Peninsula Humane Society update. No hands raised, Mr. President.
Great, Anthony. A couple comments. Just first of all, you look at the Tom Lantos, you look at the adoption center, you look what you've done around the shelter. We're looking at La Honda, the evacuation of larger animals, meaning horses, and the partnership with the Cow Palace. Just the stability of the organization and the future, what it looks like. It's really, really promising. And I know what it was like before. I know what it is now, and I know what good leadership looks like. And your leadership and working with the county, working with Lori Morton Fiesel, did I get that right?
Yes.
Has really been so collaborative, and people have said it's smooth. The employees there are extraordinarily happy. I talked to them, so I think it's a reflection of your hard work, and we're lucky to have you here in San Mateo County. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. All right, so at 1 o'clock, we have a study session on SB 63, Regional Transportation Measure. I encourage everyone to tune in or to be here for that study session. Item 11 is acting as the Governing Board of Commissioners for the Housing Authority of the County of San Mateo to conduct a public hearing to consider the FY 2025-2026 moving to work. And I believe we have staff here. Good morning.
Mr. President, sorry, before you begin, Mr. I do have a public comment for item number 6, which was moved to consent for approval. Should we take that person now or maybe after this item?
Item 6, that's been moved.
It was approved during consent.
Ruining my flow here, Suki.
Sorry.
Yeah, sure. Do we have a comment on item 6?
Susan Rasmussen, are you still here? Susan Rasmussen. Okay, so back to you then. Sorry.
Right, Mr. Hodges, and come on up. I didn't mean for you to sit down. Come on up.
Okay. Good morning, President Canepa, honorable board members, Mr. Callagy, Mr. Niblin, Ms. Rodriguez. I'm Debbie McIntyre, the Executive Director for the Housing Authority, and I'm presenting our Moving to Work annual plan for the fiscal year starting July 1st through June 30th, 2026. Of the 3,300 housing authorities nationwide, there are 139 moving to work agencies. 39 of those 139 agencies are original MTW agencies whose status has been in place since the late 1990s or early 2000s. Our housing authority is one of the original 39 MTW agencies. Every year, our Board of Supervisors, sitting as the Housing Board of Commissioners, holds a public hearing for comments and authorizes the submission of our Moving to Work annual plan to the Department of Housing and Urban Development, or HUD, for approval. The Moving to Work designation gives our housing authority flexibility to request permission from HUD to test and create locally designed activities focused on increasing administrative efficiencies, encouraging self-sufficiency, and increasing housing choices. Over time, we've incorporated and administered 36 MTW activities that have been approved by the board and HUD. For this fiscal year, we're eliminating one activity to comply with HUD guidance. The remaining activities include landlord incentives, which provide financial incentives or bonuses to encourage new landlords to take part in our rental assistance programs and to continue leasing to families on our programs. This activity has allowed our agency to achieve a 98% utilization rate, which means essentially our funding, our vouchers are near capacity. We've also created a provider-based assistance program, which allocates a portion of our MTW reserves to 6 nonprofits for targeted populations that are difficult to support within the structure of an existing Section 8 voucher program waitlist. The final activity to highlight is the Affordable Housing Fund. Over the last decade, we've received approval to utilize up to $35 million of our MTW reserves for affordable housing development activities. We've contributed funds to 15 projects to date across the county, from Midway Village in Daly City to the Gateway Apartments in Menlo Park, and 13 more projects in between. I'm happy to answer questions from the board, and then we also need to open a public hearing for comments on the plan before the board takes action today.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. McIntyre. Always informative. Are there any questions? Seeing no questions, can I get a motion to open the public hearing? All those in favor?
Yes.
Thank you so much. We'll move to the public hearing.
Thank you, Mr. President. Public hearing is now open. I don't have any speakerships from this room, so Madam Clerk, please proceed.
Zoom comments open for public hearing item number 11, moving to work annual plan. Final call, public hearing item 11. No hands raised, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. Can I get a
Public hearing.
Okay, thank you, Supervisor Spear. All those in favor?
Yes.
Can I get a motion on C to adopt the resolution?
So moved.
All right, roll call, please.
Sure, Supervisor Spear?
Aye.
Supervisor Corzo?
Yes.
Supervisor Mueller? Supervisor Gaucher?
Yes.
And President Canepa.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you so much, Ms. McIntyre. Mr. Hodges. The next item on the agenda is item 12 from the Human Services Agency, which is a resolution authorizing a second amendment to the agreement with One Workplace to include the cost of purchase, space design, and furniture install for Phase 2 and Phase 3 of the Fashion Island remodel, increasing the funding amount. Thank you, Ms. Cunningham.
Good morning, Honorable Board of Supervisors, esteemed colleagues, and members of the public. I am here today to request your authorization to amend the contract with One Workplace to include the cost of space design, installation, and furniture for the first and second floors of HSA's new office at 1500 Fashion Island Boulevard. This building replaces HSA's current lease space in 3 separate buildings, and we anticipate a savings to HSA of $5.6 million per year as a result of this transition. All of the costs for the remodel and the furniture at 1500 Fashion Island will be paid for using HSA's departmental reserves. Your board approved the purchase of this building last year, and it was turned over to HSA in September. We immediately began a 3-phase remodel project to maximize the floor space while supporting HSA's operational needs on each of the 3 floors. In July, HSA completed the remodel of the top floor, the 3rd floor, and I'm very happy to report that staff are enjoying their new workspace, and we have returned Harbor Building C to the property owner last week. The next 2 phases of the remodel project are for the 2nd and 1st floor as we continue to remodel from the top down to the bottom. So, as you know, we've been very busy transitioning out of our expensive lease sites, and it is a little bit like musical chairs. So let me explain the remaining phases. The next phase, Phase 2, we will be moving HSA's Children and Family Services branch from 1 Davis so that we will be able to completely vacate that building and return it to the property owner. To the 2nd floor, and then in Phase 3, we will be moving the direct client services from Harbor Building B to the 1st floor at 1500 Fashion Island, and that includes our Eligibility Service Center and Employment Services. HSA is under pressure to expedite the remodel because our leases are expiring. This requires us to work within a very short timeline to complete the remodel, install the furniture, move staff in, and then prepare our buildings that we're exiting to be returned. Our remodel work for the 2nd floor began on August 11th, and we anticipate moving staff in early 2026. The contract amendment that is before you with One Workplace, they were selected as HSA's furniture vendor through a request for proposals process, and it is the same vendor that furnished this building, 500 County Center. The furniture standards will remain the same throughout all 3 floors. So here on this slide, you can see a layout of our planned remodel for the first floor, and that includes our Eligibility Client Service Center on the left and the Employment Services and Resource Center in the upper right-hand corner. This floor, as I mentioned, will replace our entire Harbor Building B location, which serves over 2,500 clients per month and is our regional office with the highest number of client visits. The second floor, and the anticipated furniture expenses for the first floor are $1.6 million. The second floor layout includes all of our Children and Family Services staff who are relocating from 1 Davis Drive, and this floor is non-client facing. We have enhanced our floor layout to include 110 workstations and 21 offices. We have a training room to provide on-site and ongoing social worker training classes, and we have a collaboration room that will facilitate space sharing with our other regional offices. We will also have one small and one large conference room that will be used for HSA all-staff building meetings. The anticipated furniture expenses for this second floor are $1.4 million. So next, I will take you quickly through our furniture selections. Here you can see the workstations that have been selected for all 3 floors. These are the supervisor and manager offices, what they will look like. And I'm going quickly because I know you're familiar with this furniture. Here's the conference room and training room, what they will look like. Here is a picture of our staff lounge areas, our break rooms, and our collaboration room. And this shows our Eligibility Service Center with our 3 dedicated receptionist workspaces. And this is what our waiting area will look like, although I will mention that we picked different fabric.
Thank God.
And here you can see the style of our 11 client interview workstations where our benefits analysts will sit on one side and the clients sit on the opposite side. You can also see our family visitation room that is fully enclosed within the waiting room area, and it will be used by our Children and Family Services staff to support parents through their visitation schedules. And then I had also showed, actually, let me go back, the children's play area that we include inside the client interview area so that parents can keep their children occupied and within eyesight while they are conducting eligibility interviews. So this is what our Employment Services Resource Center will look like, and it is designed to maximize our capacity and enhance services. This space will be used to support clients seeking employment, employment phone calls, computer support, and employer recruitment services. We have designed this as a full-service employment resource area. The Employment Services Resource Center also includes a computer room with individualized pods, which is where we provide computer classes, and a space where clients can complete employment applications with support from staff. We also have computer and phone stations that include ADA compliant spaces and 2 client interview support rooms for coaching and preparing clients for job interviews. So that concludes the show and tell portion of my presentation, and now it is time for me to present my ask. And that is, our goal at HSA is to maintain a cohesive building aesthetic that matches our office here at 500 County Center. And on this slide, you can see the 3rd floor that has already been installed and completed. The original contract that your board approved was for $2 million, and today I am requesting your authorization to add $3.1 million to furnish the 1st floor and the 2nd floor. And as I said at the beginning, all costs will be covered through departmental reserves, and we are saving $5.4 million in building leases, and we expect to receive a complete return on our investment within 3 years.
Excellent.
So in addition to the furniture costs, and that's the action item before you today, I'm going to preview, because I will be back soon, to request your approval to enter into a contract with a construction company to complete phase 3 of the remodel. So I'll just briefly preview that so it'll be much faster when I have to come back. The 3rd floor remodel was completed using a JOC contract through the Department of Public Works, and we will use the same contract to complete the 2nd floor remodel. But the first floor remodel will require more funding than is available in the JOC contract. So we will be seeking out our own contract through a request for proposals process to complete the estimated $4.4 million remodel of the first floor. So here you can see the comparison between the existing second floor layout and the one that we have planned. It's cozy. We are maximizing our space, and we have a lot of staff who will be moving into this building. Here is a comparison of the first floor remodel, the existing condition, and what we have planned. And so you can see that both floors require extensive remodels to accommodate our program needs and to provide clients with the same level of customer service. Thank you for your time, and I am now happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Great, thank you very much. Supervisor Corzo.
Thank you. I wanted to just kind of lift up that I was able to visit the site when it was still under construction, so it's amazing to see the latest and know that the third floor at least is already furnished and almost done. And this move, I think, has been very well planned, and it's very fiscally responsible. There will be savings on leases, and I agree and I support the request that the furnishings should match what we have here. And HSA employees are very hardworking, and they deserve to have a beautiful space. And I also just want to lift up how important this specific site is for our employees that commute. This will be a much closer commute for them. And so it's a smart investment for our county, and one that I expect will last many, many, many years. And also, I love how you have been able to really make clear the savings that will result in the long run. And I hope my colleagues will support the request.
Thank you so much, Supervisor.
Are there any questions? Okay, we'll go right to public comment.
Thank you, Mr. President. No speakers for item number 12. So, Madam Clerk, please proceed.
Those on Zoom, please click raise hand to comment for item 12 for the agreement with One Workplace. No hands raised, Mr. President.
Supervisor Corzo.
I would like to move to approve this request.
All right, roll call, please. Thank you.
Sure. Supervisor Spear?
Aye.
Supervisor Corzo?
Yes.
Supervisor Mueller? Yes. Supervisor Gaucher?
Yes.
And President Canepa?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion
Thank you,
passes
Claire.
unanimously.
The next item on the agenda is item 13 from the County Executive, which is a resolution authorizing a one-time grant of district discretionary Measure K funds not to exceed $10,000. Supervisor Mueller.
Thank you, Supervisor Canepa.
13.
So today's resolution authorizes a one-time grant of Measure K funds not to exceed $10,000 to Hope Healing Overdose Prevention and Education. They were here earlier, but I think they got tired. But specifically, this provides the ability for them to provide Narcan dispensers, a life-saving medication that can reverse opioid overdoses if administered in time. I'd very much appreciate my colleagues' support.
Okay, thank you, Supervisor Mueller. Is there any public comment on this item?
Yes, I have one speaker from Chambers, Rihanna Karstad.
I think she left.
Okay. No additional comments. Madam Clerk, please proceed.
Those on Zoom, please click raise hand to comment for item 13, District 3 Measure K item to Hope. One hand raised, Mary Beer. Please unmute and begin.
Hi, good morning, everybody. This is Mary Beer. I'm a council member and former mayor of the city of Pacifica. I'm also the director of alcohol and other drug programs at the Daly City Youth Health Center and a proud board member for HOPE, which is Healing Overdose Prevention Education. I just wanted to come on today and offer my sincere thanks for the opportunity for us to continue to save lives in San Mateo County. This funding is going to help us distribute Narcan dispensers, and then we have a grant through the Daly City Youth Health Center that's going to help refill the dispensers and do public advocacy and education. And so working together with the county and with Hope is just a beautiful opportunity for all of us. And I cannot thank you enough. Thank you so much, everyone.
All right. Thank you so much, Mary. Are there any additional comments?
No, Mr. President.
Great. Can I have a motion, Supervisor Mueller?
I'll move the item.
Second.
All right. Roll call, please.
Sure. Supervisor Spear?
Aye.
Thank you. Supervisor Corzo?
Yes.
Supervisor Mueller?
Yes.
Supervisor Gaucher?
Yes.
And President Canepa?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you so much. We'll now move to our next regular agenda item for this meeting, which is item 14, introduction of an ordinance adding chapter 4.124 to the San Mateo County Ordinance Code, banning the sale and distribution of nitrous oxide, subject to limited exceptions and waiving the reading of the ordinance. Supervisor Mueller.
So we've covered this pretty extensively. I'm very grateful for the work, Katie, that you've done on this ordinance. Thank you.
This Attorney Niblin?
Yes, Mr. President. We can certainly, if the board were wanting it, we could go very quickly through kind of the mechanics of what we've put together by way of an ordinance. It would probably take 4 minutes.
Yeah, I think that's appropriate considering that we had addressed this issue at the last meeting. So yeah, I think that would
Thank
be
you.
great.
And I will ask my colleague, Ms. Bush, to go ahead and handle this. She's just done a fantastic job, partly through her representation of environmental health and working in this space. So with no further ado.
Thank you, John. Good morning, Honorable Board of Supervisors. I'm Katie Bush, a Deputy County Attorney here. I'm just going to, 4 minutes I think is even generous. I'll just very quickly describe to you all how the proposed ordinance will work. The mandate was to track Orange County's ordinance, which we've done while tailoring it just a bit to our ordinance code. There are also several other jurisdictions that have very similar ordinances that we've tracked. The ordinance proposes to ban the sale, distribution, or attempt to sell nitrous oxide or nitrous oxide devices in unincorporated county with a few exceptions. Sales to minors are already banned under the penal code, but this would ban sales to anyone. So absent an exception applying, which we'll talk about, no person, that's individuals or businesses, may sell, offer, to sell, attempt to sell, distribute, or provide nitrous oxide, any device containing nitrous oxide, or any device used for dispensing or administering nitrous oxide. So that's canisters, containers, balloons, things of that nature. Now this is where our ordinance varies just a little bit from the Orange County ordinance. We propose a default presumption that possession of a certain amount of nitrous oxide or nitrous oxide devices indicates an attempt to sell nitrous oxide. And that's based on staff experience, in a back room, if they have boxes full of canisters of nitrous oxide that aren't necessarily out for display in the retail environment, the default presumption would be if you have that much, you're intending to sell it, and they would have the opportunity to demonstrate that they have it for lawful purposes. The amounts suggested are based on common sizes for industrial or food grade purposes, and also just sort of common sense. If you have 200 8-gram canisters, is that really for personal use? Mm-hmm. Then there are some exceptions. So as you may be familiar, nitrous oxide is used as a propellant in food products like whipped cream. It would exempt wholesale sales, so that would be someone selling to a grocery store who then intends to sell in food products or for other purposes that are exempted under the ordinance. Vehicle performance enhancement, medical or dental care, pharmacies or pharmaceutical employees. And then again, we diverge a little bit from the Orange County ordinance in that we exempt research and development purposes. So staff determined that there are certain organizations in San Mateo County, which might not surprise you, that use nitrous oxide in research and development, including, for example, Stanford's research arm. And then we have what we kind of consider a catch-all exemption for any other use exempted under state law. I'm not familiar with any other uses that are presently exempted, but would it allow future exemptions to be grandfathered in. And then we have kind of the full panoply of penalties that you can have under our ordinance code and state law. So the ordinance code makes violation of this ordinance a public nuisance, which can allow for civil, criminal, and administrative penalties. as well as abatement actions by the county. It allows for referral to the district attorney for prosecution of a misdemeanor. It allows for revocation of county-issued licenses. So, for example, our tobacco retailer permits. If a tobacco retailer is selling nitrous oxide, they can lose their opportunity to also sell tobacco in our county. And then the sort of standard civil and administrative penalties that we typically think about in enforcement of our ordinance code. So that's it. I'm happy to answer questions. I think I'm 3.5
Yes.
minutes. I don't know, but
So I just want to say thank you. I'll give an example to my colleagues. I hypothetically knew of a store that opened up near schools, pretty close to some schools, and was selling this product in different flavors. Said they weren't going to sell it to kids, but they had within the store clothing for kids, other items for kids, and an arcade game for basketball shootout for kids. And I think this ban really, number one, I don't think adults should be buying this product. They obviously, the health implications for adults to use this product are severe, and there is severe addiction linked with this. I've heard from families who have lost family members from addiction to these products. But the impact on kids to see it glamorized in this way in their youth is really damaging. So I'm just cannot be more thankful and grateful for your work here, Ms. Bush.
Great. Katie, I just really want to thank you. I mean, this is not just a San Mateo County problem, but in fact, this is a national problem. And so when we look at psychosis, there's been some studies done coming out of the UK about potential paralysis. The owner of Zappos, Tony Wong, had died because of whippets. What we're doing today is, make no mistake about it, we're saving lives. And we're doing it in such a manner. One, obviously an ordinance is just an ordinance. And as you've talked about, most important is the penalty. The penalty is extremely important. And it sends a message not only to our kids, but it sends a message to the adults out there that this stuff is dangerous. You talked a little bit and so eloquently about the exemptions. Those exemptions within the ordinance are certainly warranted. As you know, nitrous oxide is used in dental offices. And so I think as we move forward, and I see Edith out there, Edith, thank you for all the work that you've done. I think you've been with us for a couple decades now. I know we had the opportunity to work on Supervisor Groom and I, the tobacco TRL, tobacco retail license. But I think when it comes to this ordinance, the strength of the ordinance is important. And I think one of the things that I like to do, and with Supervisor Mueller and this board, is to really make sure that the community is aware of the action that we've taken. As you know, we've done this through our health department around cannabis, but we really need to not just have an ordinance, that's important, but to really make sure that we amplify to community, especially in my district, the use of whippets. I mean, you go up and down unincorporated Broadmoor, you see some of those stores, but really seeing what we can do to potentially identify another funding stream. I'm committed to doing that to make sure that children as well as adults are aware. So want to thank you for this work, and I don't know if any of my other colleagues have any comments.
I would just like to thank both of you for bringing this forward. And while I do understand that there are some medically approved ways to use nitrous oxide, I think that's very different than using it irresponsibly. And as someone that didn't even know this was a thing and has a 14-year-old, I appreciate it being elevated, and I'm glad we can help educate the community on why it's dangerous. Thank you.
All right. Are there any additional comments? May we have public comment, please?
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. No speakers for this item, so Madam Clerk, please proceed.
Public comment on Zoom open for item 14, ordinance for banning the sale and distribution of nitrous oxide. No hands raised, Mr. President.
Great. Supervisor Mueller, would you like to introduce the item?
I would, but just want to say one last thing. Up next is Kratom. So, Kratom, Kratom's another substance I want us to take a look at the county. So that being said, it's my pleasure to introduce the item and make the motion.
I'll second. Roll call, please.
Sure. Supervisor Spear?
Aye.
Thank you. Supervisor Corzo?
Yes.
Supervisor Mueller?
Yes.
Supervisor Gaucher?
Yes.
And President Canepa?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes.
Great. Thank you very much. And
Trying to learn more.
okay. Next, we have item 15, a resolution supporting SB 787 McNerney to establish a state-led clean energy industrial policy task force, strengthening California-based supply chains and to promote equitable economic growth in emerging and clean energy sectors. This is brought to us by Supervisor Corzo and myself. Supervisor Corzo, would you like me to kick off? Or would you like to start?
Happy to kick it off.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you so much. So I would just like to share, this is 17, right?
No, you're looking at
15, okay. So SB 787 unites state agencies, labor, industry, and environmental groups to make sure California's clean energy transition is efficient, equitable, and effective. It will create high-quality manufacturing jobs, speed up the transition to affordable clean energy, and stimulate economic development across the state. As of a week ago, this bill has no opposition, which we know is very rare in Sacramento. And it also elevates just transition, so transitioning to renewable energy can be difficult, but it doesn't mean we have to leave anyone behind. We just need to have a coordinated and strong approach, as well as a pathway for good paying jobs. And this bill helps guarantee that communities and workers are not left behind as California works to make our air cleaner for everyone. And on this day that we recognize Labor Day, I think it's a timely moment to act on our commitment to support our labor force by signing on to support this bill. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. I think you captured it. And so I just want to talk a little bit about sort of the benefits to San Mateo County. We know the demand for batteries, heat pumps, offshore wind, and zero-emission vehicles is growing rapidly. But right now, too much of the manufacturing happens outside of the state. Let me say that again. Too much of the manufacturing happens out of the state. So this is about jobs, innovation, and cost savings for our community. So I will support this as well, Supervisor Corzo. And with that, do we have any public comment?
Thank you, Mr. President. No speakers from chambers for item number 15. Madam Clerk, please proceed.
Those on Zoom, please click raise hand to comment for item number 15, supporting Senate Bill 787. No hands raised, Mr. President.
Supervisor Corzo, would you like to make the motion?
So moved. Thank you.
I'll second. Roll call, please.
Sure. Supervisor Spear?
Aye.
Thank you. Supervisor Corzo?
Yes.
Supervisor Mueller? Supervisor Gaucher?
Yes.
And President Canepa?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
All right. We're on our final item for this meeting as we move into study session, which will be in about 40 minutes from now. Item 16 is a resolution affirming the commitment to young children, families, and seniors in the county of San Mateo. This resolution is about something bigger than policy. It's about people, the children beginning their lives, the families working hard to hold things together, and the seniors who built this community and deserve to age with dignity. We know all the challenges are real. Families are facing financial stress. Parents are carrying more pressure than ever. Children's early development is shaped by the stability of their homes. And too many seniors are battling isolation or struggling to access care. These are not abstract problems. They are lived experiences for people in every neighborhood of San Mateo County. But there is hope because we know what works. Strong, nurturing relationships, access to safe housing and good nutrition, affordable child care and senior care, community programs that bring people together, ensure that no one is left behind. Every dollar we invest in these supports an investment in stronger families, healthier children, and more dignified life for our seniors. By affirming this commitment today, we are choosing to build a county where every generation helps lift the next, a county where children have the foundation to succeed, where families are resilient, and where our seniors remain connected and valued. This resolution is a promise that San Mateo County will continue to be a place of care, opportunity, and hope for people of all ages. I urge your support. So with that, do we have any public comment?
Thank you, Mr. President. There was one speaker slip, Terry Nagel. She left. Okay. She did give me a handout, so I'll pass it to the board, but no additional speakers from Chambers. So, Madam Clerk, please proceed.
Please click raise hand to comment for item number 16, affirming commitment to young children, families, and seniors in the county. No hands raised, Mr. President.
With that, I'll make a motion to adopt a resolution affirming commitment to young children, families, and seniors in the county of San Mateo.
Second.
All right, roll call, please.
Right. Okay. Supervisor Spear. Supervisor Corzo.
Yes.
Thank you. Supervisor Mueller. Supervisor Gaucher.
Yes.
And President Canepa.
Yes.
The motion passes unanimously.
I want to thank the hardest working clerks in the business. Thank you, Suki. And so with that, we'll adjourn. Will we be reporting out?
No, I don't believe there'll be anything to report out. I'll just make clear for the record that the board will be dealing with its closed session matters prior to the 1 o'clock study session.
Great. And just for the public, we will start promptly at 1 o'clock as scheduled. So we look forward to seeing you. Thank you.
Thank you all. The board is currently in recess and will resume at 1 p.m. and the time is now 12:22 p.m. Thank you.
O'Shea. Nice jacket, Don. Yeah, wait for John. Okay, sounds good.
We'll resume in about 15 seconds. All right, President Canepa, the time is now 1:04 p.m. And for the record, all the supervisors are present. And please proceed.
Great, thank you very much. And let me just thank the public. We're going to move through several presentations relative to SB 63 and a study session. I'd like right now to start with SamTrans and with Mr. G. Jeff G.
Before we do that, I just want to go through President Canepa. Is there anything to report out from closed session?
I'm sorry, let me confirm that there was nothing to report out of closed session.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Council Member.
Thank you for the opportunity to be here this afternoon. I am currently the chair of SamTrans, also serve as a director on the Joint Powers Board and past chair, as well as the chair of the Trans-Bay Joint Powers Authority in San Francisco. Our first presentation today will be about SamTrans, and so I'd like to introduce Jessica Epstein from SamTrans or Government Affairs to give a background about SamTrans and SB 63 and where the SamTrans board positions. I'd also like to introduce our Vice Chair, Marie Truong, who has joined with me this afternoon. Jessica?
Thank you, Mrs. Epstein.
Great, thank you. Good afternoon, board members. Thank you for giving us the opportunity. We appreciate the board's interest in SB 63. So the presentation is really designed to help the public understand more about the San Mateo County Transit District, as well as the board's decision to opt in to the regional measure. Excuse me. We also believe that we're addressing some specific questions from board members, Board of Supervisor members that have come up in this. So quick agenda, the transit district, and just the evolution of this process really from the start to beginning. So SamTrans is the mobility manager for San Mateo County. transportation is quite literally the only thing we do. We're an independent special district. San Mateo County taxpayers have entrusted us with the responsibility to make transportation decisions in the county. The district owns and manages Samtrans bus and paratransit service, as well as is really complicated in legal relationships with Caltrain, the Transportation Authority, and BART via governance agreements and contracts. So the board has spent 18 months working to shape the regional transportation measure and ensure the bill protects the district, the taxpayers, and transit riders. It's also important to know who Samtrans riders are. Samtrans is an essential service, and our riders are essentially the same people who depend on safety net services provided by the county. We have just started the conversation around Samtrans's budget deficit. We have a looming operational deficit. It is estimated at $35 million by 2035, but that's an average. So it could be $300,000 next year and then $60 million in 2035. That is real and that is coming. And we have already started taking cost-cutting measures, but everything is getting more expensive. Particularly on the capital side, we're seeing costs skyrocketing. And we have several expenses we have to make. The zero-emission bus transition, though the board wants to do this, it's also mandated by the state. And North Base, which is the larger of our two bus bases, is quite literally sinking into the San Francisco Bay. So we have real significant sea level rise costs coming our way. There's also the capital improvements we want to do. The Samtrans board has adopted a bus stop improvement plan that would it identifies bus stops across the county to put in real-time information, new seating, new shelters. And the board has dedicated some funding to this, a significant amount, but it isn't nearly enough to meet all the needs for bus stop improvements across the county. So we raise all of that to really lay the foundation that the measure as designed today, the expenditure plan the authors propose, really benefits San Mateo County and Samtrans in a way that is necessary and hasn't really been part of the conversation so far. So we have, just quickly, our board of directors. We have council or city representatives from the South, Mid, North. We have 4 public members. One is a transit expert. One other represents the coast. And of course, 2 members of the Board of Supervisors. So I'm going to get into the denser part now, and would recommend clarifying questions as I go through. Excuse me, and keeping the more substantive questions for the end. So this is the full timeline of all the things we did. It kicked off in February of 2024 with SB 1031. This was a bill that MTC sponsored, and this was not a good bill for San Mateo County. We went back and forth a lot with the MTC staff, and ultimately the Samtrans board was the first board to vote to oppose SB 1031. After that, Caltrain and VTA followed suit, and SB 1031 was dead. And so we effectively killed the first attempt, because of the provisions, though at that point pretty high level, nothing we had been asking for was incorporated into that bill, and it had a focus on consolidation. Then MTC put together a select committee. They met for many, many months. In the course of the select committee, we were informed that our obligation to BART was upwards of $100 million annually. It should be noted a half-cent sales tax in this county generates $120 million annually. It also was a proposal that had no return to source for the first 9 years, meaning for 9 years we would be funding not just transportation that serves our county, but transportation that serves other counties. Yep.
You said you were informed that our obligation. You said you were informed our obligation to BART was $100 million to $120 million. What do you mean by our obligation?
We got a letter from Commissioner Sparing and MTC saying our obligation to rail was between 70 and 130 million. So the top end of that would have been about 100 million to BART because the Caltrain number was pretty static in high 20s, low 30s.
And when they said that was our obligation, that was what they were proposing our obligation would be in the bill?
They were at that point having a select committee. They were not bill sponsors, but that was the position they were going to take with the bill.
Thank you.
So we effectively walked away. We couldn't get anywhere. We couldn't get any of the things we wanted. Another critical point of this period is that originally it had been a 9-county measure. This period introduced the concept of a 4-county measure. That would be the 3 BART counties, Contra Costa, San Francisco, and Alameda, plus San Mateo County. They were treating us both with the 100 million and the you have to be in this as a BART county. And it should be noted, BART can put a measure on the ballot in the counties that are in its district. So if we were in the BART district, they could simply put this on the ballot and we wouldn't have much agency over what the bill looked like. So again, we essentially walked away. The MTC Commission adopted a series of proposals for the bill. There was no expenditure plan. There was nothing particularly problematic in that. The problematic stuff was dropped. At that point, the MTC staff stepped back, and the senator's staff, Senator Wiener, who is the author of the bill, stepped forward, and we started negotiating with them immediately. We saw some very significant changes right off the bat. The first one is we were made to be an opt-in county. The second one is that issues of oversight and accountability for local transportation issues, which was an issue SamTrans consistently raised, was finally being acknowledged as a real issue. That financial accountability has to have consequences if the agencies don't participate. And then we started a real conversation about return to source and the needs in our county. So throughout the process, the district has been clear and consistent about priorities, which help shape the regional measure for the better for San Mateo County and for all participating counties. The Transportation Authority and SamTrans Board prioritized extensive polling to learn what our voters think about the regional measure and the Transportation Authority's Measure A, sales tax renewal, which expires in 2033. So what we have learned, that if a government entity places a measure here on the ballot, if one of the transit agencies does, it has to pass by 2/3. The only measure polling today that passes by 2/3 is a renewal of Measure A at its existing tax rate. That, without raising your taxes, first line is critical. Every other variation of a measure, which you can see here, we did a 4-way split sample, still polls very well in the high 60s or low 60s, high 50s, but not at 2/3. Our polling firm tells us 2/3 is unreachable with these numbers. What it is reachable is for a citizens initiative, which is 50% plus 1. With a citizens initiative, we are essentially positioned, as well as any other county, for it passing in our county. And there is a lot of promise coming out of the regional business community that they are willing to fund a citizens initiative, which is definitely in the millions of dollars, especially when you count in signature gathering plus actually running a campaign. So one of the things that was really important to understand is, does San Mateo County voters, do they want to support BART? And I was very, very surprised by the results because I was one of the people saying it's not going to crack 60%. But BART, Caltrain, and SamTrans, and this is, do you want your tax dollars to go to support the following agencies? And they were each asked individually, each agency. And BART did almost as well as Caltrain and SamTrans, just, I would say, barely outside the margin of error. And we see that also reflected in ridership. BART, Caltrain, BART, and Muni all provide significant services within San Mateo County. BART, as you see, has more boardings in San Mateo than Caltrain, and Caltrain is actually neck and neck, really, with Muni. Any sort of reduction in this service will just translate into cars on the road. But you can see that there is quite a substantial amount of public transit service where the pickup is inside of San Mateo County. It comes from BART and from Muni. And one of the interesting notes on our poll is that 80% of respondents said they ride public transit at least occasionally. So it really shows that we have a very public transit-minded county. Our San Mateo County voters support the measure because they value regional and local transportation investments, even if it means raising taxes. And we've listed here some of the key takeaways from the poll. So this is really the evolution. And we have been steadfast in engagement. Our priorities have been clear since the beginning, and the regional measures for the better. So that first number in the prior bill or demands, we see that 100 million number up to for BART. And the number you see on the right side, that is basically what we said we would talk about. We would talk about pandemic fare loss, because no one could have predicted the pandemic, but we're not going to talk about BART's operational deficit. That is not something that we are a part of. And we will talk about ridership in our county. And that number reflects pandemic fare loss and the share of ridership we have of the BART system. And you'll see just throughout it a number of areas where what we were advocating for, even the short duration bill, emergency funding, the authors have accepted, and these are all their proposals. They're not in print yet, but we expect these to be in the next round of amendments. And I'm happy to come back for any details on those slides. So today, it's really important to understand that the accountability guarantees proposed by the authors of SB 63 give us more leverage and accountability over BART service and station standards than ever before. I mean, even at a basic level, we struggle to have a conversation with BART about restrooms for our operators, and we know in Alameda County they have a formal system for dealing with that. That is the kind of equity we would then press as part of this measure. So this is the formal board motion that the board adopted on August 6th, and it was informed by the polling, informed by the 18 months, but also we had business and labor and advocacy communities all advocating for joining the measure. And TA and CCAG both voted in support, which was taken into consideration by the board, though with additional heightened accountability measures, which you can see reflected in this motion. At the time of negotiations, we didn't think that the accountability measures that the authors proposed went far enough. So this motion, but fundamentally critical to the motion is the commitment to putting the regional measure before the voters in November 2026. At a fundamental level, being in this measure for the benefit of Samtrans, benefit of Caltrain, accountability and equity with BART and Muni was more important than any other element of the measure. But we do push for stronger oversight and accountability, and we've also asked for an expenditure plan amendment to be lower than what the authors have proposed for us as it relates to Muni. So these are the fundamental reasons behind the opt-in. The majority of voters and key stakeholders support opting in. It's the fastest emergency funds for Caltrain operations. It fills the district's obligation to Caltrain deficit for the duration of the measure, supports BART and SF Muni service for millions of riders in San Mateo County, guarantees equal treatment of San Mateo County with all other BART and SF Muni service areas, includes transparency, accountability, and oversight with financial consequences. And it protects existing Measure A investments from being cannibalized and diverted to Caltrain operations. This is your pothole money, and I'm going to get a little bit more into that. So, Measure A. Currently, Measure A funds about $100 million every single year of critical capital investments in our local cities and unincorporated San Mateo County. If the regional measure fails, the most viable next step is to include this funding, the Caltrain obligation in Measure A without increasing it. That's the thing we know has the best shot of passing at 2/3. When we would take a new expenditure plan to the voters, at least 21% of current programs would we would need to divert at least 21% of current programs. It is the cities and the local and the unincorporated county that will lose the most if we have to start scraping away the capital funds for funding Caltrain's, our obligation to Caltrain, which we must fund. There is no choice there. So getting a little into the expenditure plan, San Mateo County's contribution to Caltrain was negotiated by the JPB board, which includes representatives from all three member agencies. San Mateo County contributions to BART and Muni reflect post-pandemic fare loss proportional to San Mateo County ridership. In other words, the contributions to these two agencies go directly to serving our riders in San Mateo County. And the funding helps maintain service, maintenance, and quality of life levels from drastic or disproportionate cuts. I also point out, so this expenditure plan, if you look at the SF Muni line, that is what we were proposing. We've asked Assemblymember Pappen to advocate for that. This version here with the highlights, this is what is in the author. So you see more funding to Muni. This is what our board was discussing at the time, was funding at about this amount. But given the additional funds on the Caltrain side, we have made an ask to reduce that. So this chart is complicated, and I'll have a simplified version on the next slide. But the important takeaway here is the regional measure expenditure plan is customized by county based on the transit service and ridership there. So for example, we are not paying funds to SF Bay Ferry, even though Alameda, Contra Costa, and San Francisco are required to, because our service essentially fell below a threshold and we weren't asked to fund that. The yellow highlight is where you see the difference between the author's expenditure plan and ours. It's basically a 2.3% difference. So narrowing in, you see we've dropped the small operators. So this chart shows how much SB 63 authors propose San Mateo County taxpayers fund BART, Muni, Caltrain compared to the other counties.
Can I just ask a question? Mm-hmm. In this slide, it says the contribution to BART is 35.97, but in the first slide, it said 32.5.
So this version, our version, this is 35.97.
So it's 35.9 in both.
Yeah, this is the $2031. We had in board meetings been talking about $2026, and that's why you would have heard 32 out of me. This is now updated to reflect 2031, which is where the author's
Thank you.
expenditure plan is set up.
I appreciate it.
All right, so in terms of BART, although you can see that we're contributing significantly less than the other counties, we still have the same guarantees to receive equal service standards, oversight, and accountability. I want to pause on VTA for a moment because you can see that they have a higher return to source than San Mateo. The first reason is that they are collecting literally twice as much money. They have a much larger tax base. They're going to collect $313 million when we're doing $135. So there's just more money there. And the second is you'll see they aren't part of the BART funding. And I will note that San Francisco, Contra Costa, and San Francisco currently pay sales tax and property tax towards BART, and will be paying into BART on top of that with this bill. But Santa Clara has committed $5 billion in their local sales tax for BART to Silicon Valley capital expenses, as well as additional capital investments and required to fund BART operations in this extension as it's built. The fiscal year 2026 VTA budget has $126 million to BART. And so that is why they were not asked to make a contribution via this, because of the massive nature of the existing contribution. So those are the slides. There are real consequences. If we are not in, there is not a clear plan B for the Caltrain funds that doesn't have a negative impact on Measure A. And the SamTrans board spent an immense amount of time in deep deliberation on this over a year and a half. And the board believes that it is the best path forward for San Mateo County to, at the end of the day, regardless of how the accountability measures, the form of accountability that the author and Assemblymember Pappen, who is actively engaging in this issue, come to being in the measure is the best thing for our county and our public transit system, and most importantly, our riders. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Great. Are there any questions?
No, but later on in my comments, if you have questions, if
Well,
there's dialogue, I might. So are we, you want me to talk now?
No, it's okay. We can, let me just ask some questions based on this presentation. Jessica, if you go back to your timeline, you say in July of 2025.
Sorry, I'm almost there. There we go.
July of 2025, the SamTrans board and CCAG boards recommend opting into SB 63. That's actually not accurate, and let me explain why. CCAG, when they agreed to opt in, it was conditioned, and they said in a subsequent letter on August 22nd, we have received your letter on accountability dated August 5th and appreciate your efforts and your desire to seek continued engagement with stakeholders. As written, the proposals set forth in the letter do not reflect the rigorous and enforceable accountability measures or their equivalent that were essential in securing the CCAG motion to recommend opting in. They furthermore say that the opt-in was predicated on the inclusion of rigorous and enforceable accountability provisions such as the ROC framework proposed by Assemblymember Pappen. As currently written, the proposed accountability framework does not include the enforceable accountability provisions envisioned in ROC. So for all intents and for all intentions right now, CCAG is not recommending opting in because they are unimpressed by the accountability measures. So I don't think that is representative of their position.
I'm happy to explain the thinking behind how we present.
Well,
it and how
I'm just
talk
telling
about it.
you what I object to in suggesting that that they opted in because they've not only decided they're not opting in, but they're pushing back because they want these accountability measures. And CCAG represents every single city in San Mateo County, along with a county board member. So that's my first question or comment. And then if you go to, I guess the two after this one. One more, I think. The reference here is how do you feel about your tax dollars being spent on each of the following? So that's talking about present tax dollars. You're not asking, are you prepared to pay another half-cent sales tax for these services?
So as the poll was structured, they had already heard that framing in earlier questions that we were talking about a future tax only.
So you're saying that that at this point, then that should have read, how do you feel about a new half-cent sales tax being spent on each of the following? Is that
noted?
Is that what you're saying?
Yes,
is
and that
they
is
would be?
Every one of the polls started with the ballot statement about a future tax, and so that was the framework of the entire poll.
Okay. Then let's move to what public transit system do San Mateo County riders use? I've never been very convinced by the numbers, and Ms. Chan has even written to me and said, let me see if I want to say exactly what she said. In terms of ridership info, we looked at home origin of where the riders reside who use the respective transit systems. Some of the sample sizes are not large enough to be super reliable, but here are the figures. And then she spells out the figures.
Yeah.
So we're relying on figures that aren't necessarily reliable. And as it relates to Muni, there's no reference to the fact that there are riders in San Francisco 1 million of them who are boarding Samtrans in San Francisco and coming into San Mateo County, but we're not getting credit for that.
So that's actually not quite correct. About 1 million San Mateo Samtrans riders do live in San Francisco, but they're not taking, very, very few of them are actually taking Samtrans into San Mateo. The big service like the FCX and the EPX, that is essentially one-way service. We take our community to San Francisco in the morning and bring them back, and then we do what's called deadheading on the way back. We don't pick up passengers. And so that's on one piece. The other thing, so first on the BART numbers, definitely statistically significant, and the number that the board landed on, which was $32 million in 2026 dollars, was essentially between the 8% of BART riders who live in San Mateo and the 10% of BART boardings that happen in San Mateo multiplied by the fare loss. So that's how we got to that one. I did say when I presented this to the Samtrans board, we were at art, not science. And so with Muni, the home origin study had a pretty small sample size, but it's also based, this number is based on boardings in San Mateo County, not where people live. So this is how many times in San Mateo County a year Muni picks someone up and takes them somewhere. So that's what these numbers are for.
So the reference to us contributing to BART or to Caltrain through this half-cent sales tax is predicated on the fact that there's this fiscal cliff and that ridership has not returned to the pre-2019 numbers. So the question becomes, what happens when the ridership does return to the 2019 numbers? Do we get the money back, or do we continue to pay $40 million a year to BART or to Caltrain at $35 million a year? And the reason why I ask that, and this is rough, and I will reference that, but God loved ChatGPT, because I asked ChatGPT, based on what is happening to the ridership on Caltrain, which in the most recent 3 months and the most recent 6 months, Caltrain would hit its average weekday ridership numbers of pre-2019 in August or November of 2026.
Well, we have Caltrain here who can answer that question more clearly, but one of my understandings is ridership and revenue are not one-to-one equal. This measure was designed and the length was designed based on how long the operators believe they need to recover financially. Certainly, if at the end they are, in the last few years, they are doing great and there's funding, I think that would be a conversation to have on how they spend the funding that's still coming in. If there's a few years of BART funds at $3 million, we can build all new stations, $32 million.
So Samtrans, the Samtrans board took action without the benefit of bill language. Is that correct?
The Samtrans board took action based on what the authors put on their letterhead and proposed as amendments to the bill.
Okay. I just think it's important to point out that until you have a bill in front of you and can look at every single word, you are flying blind. And I've written too many bills and have been the recipient of too many amendments over my career, that to somehow take action on something that was not in bill form, I think is really quite dicey.
Thank you so much. Before we move forward, and I'll get to your question, we do have, and he has limited time, we do have Senator Wiener via Zoom. So if you'll forgive me, Jessica, sorry about that. If we can have him as a panelist. Thank you so much, Senator Wiener, for being here, and appreciate all your efforts that you've done here for San Mateo County, especially around the vehicle license fee. Thank you for joining us, Budget Chair.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Thank you, Supervisor, and thank you to all the supervisors for having me today. It's an honor to be here, and it's an honor to represent the northern portion of San Mateo County, which relies on Caltrain and Samtrans and BART and Muni. It's very much at the crossroads of our amazing region. And so I appreciate you having me here today. And I also want to really thank everyone from Samtrans and from County Transportation Authority and Caltrain and CCAG and members of this Board of Supervisors for working so intensively with us for quite some time. This is a 3-year journey. We started in 2023 when I introduced legislation to increase bridge tolls to make sure that our public transportation agencies don't unravel and collapse. And I don't say unravel and collapse lightly, because if we do nothing, BART, Muni, a number of these systems are going to be shadows of what they were. BART will essentially implode. Muni will have to cut service by up to 50%. Caltrain will also experience dramatic service cuts. Same with AC Transit in the East Bay. So this is real. We started off with a bridge toll proposal that did not fly. We came back last year with a proposal for revenue measure for all 9 Bay Area counties. It just wasn't ready, and there was a lot of internal contention within the region. So Senator Wahab and I, who were pursuing that together, pulled it back and parked it in the Assembly. And then we came back this year. And I'll be honest, when we started this year, we introduced the bill as 3 counties, San Francisco, Alameda, and Contra Costa counties, because it was unclear to me whether we could reach an agreement with San Mateo County to be included. And I made very, very clear when we introduced the bill that I did not have any desire to force any county into this measure. Counties either wanted to be in it or did not want to be in it. And so we started with the 3 counties, and with the idea of having conversations with San Mateo County to be included or not be included. Going into the year, I thought there was no possibility that Santa Clara County would opt in to the bill, because Santa Clara County was very opposed to being part of the measure last year. And so I just assumed that Santa Clara County would not be part of it. We started having conversations in earnest, and I want to really thank all of the counties, because so many of these conversations happened at the county level, among the county transportation authorities, among the various transit operators. My office was involved, and I want to thank my staff, and MTC was involved, and there were various folks involved. But fundamentally, this was driven at the county level. And the conversations with San Mateo County have been happening for quite some time now, and a lot of back and forth, a lot of negotiation. And then in the spring, Santa Clara County first started expressing that it might be interested in being involved. That was music to my ears, because to me, we are one region. Yes, we have county dividing lines, but we are fundamentally one region. And most people don't care about whether it's this county or that county. They want to be able to get where they're going, and that's the only thing that they care about. And so we had just really productive discussions for a number of months with both San Mateo and Santa Clara counties. And again, I made clear didn't want to force anyone to be in. And then ultimately, in Santa Clara County, the VTA voted to opt in. And in San Mateo County, Samtrans, CTA voted to opt in, and CCAG also voted in favor of being included, subject to having stronger accountability mechanisms. And so that's where we are. Senator Argine and I sent around a detailed plan based on those negotiations on our letterhead. Supervisor Spear is correct that it was not in print. It'll go into print coming off of suspense in the Appropriations Committee, and that's how the process works, and it will reflect the agreement and what was in our letter and what the various boards opted into. The one remaining loose end is the accountability provision, and I want to thank Assemblymember Pappen for having really, I think, good conversations with me about that. The Assemblymember and I have a fantastic relationship, and she fights very, very hard for San Mateo County. I want to just express that. And we've worked together on BLF, on other issues, and we're continuing to have conversations around accountability. I just want to also say that, these counties, I'm glad that the various operators were there today, because the counties are so linked in terms of, and that graphic when I first logged on that was being discussed about 3 million BART trips a year in San Mateo County, about 2 million Muni trips, and of course, Samtrans has way more trips than any of the other operators. But these are all systems that serve San Mateo County, and I'm really proud of that. I want to just say that in terms of the county's contribution to BART, and I've had really, I appreciate the very, very frank conversations that I've had with Supervisor Spear and Supervisor Mueller, for whom I have enormous respect. I understand the concern, and I respect in terms of the contribution, and I just respectfully have a different perspective. I think in my view, and in the view of a lot of people in the region, San Mateo County has been underpaying for BART for a long time. And I'm sure I'll ruffle some feathers by saying that, but I think it's true. There is the surcharge in San Mateo County because San Mateo County does not, of course, pay into the sales tax or the property tax that San Francisco, Alameda, and Contra Costa counties pay. And I want to acknowledge that surcharge. It's very important, and I am appreciative that the county pays that. Even with that, the county has been underpaying for the significant service that BART has been providing in the county for a very long time. The train frequency on BART in San Mateo County is higher than it is in Contra Costa County. It's 9 trains an hour in San Mateo County. It's 6 trains an hour in Contra Costa County. BART can always do better, and that's why I said to BART early on that we will need to do an accountability mechanism, because San Mateo County is not represented on the BART board, and that was a very fair point that some folks in San Mateo County raised, that we don't have representation. We need accountability. I took that very seriously. We want to make sure that BART and Muni are doing right always by San Mateo County. I'm committed to that work. But in terms of the funding, the amount in this bill to be contributed to BART by San Mateo County, I think is very favorable to San Mateo County. And again, you can disagree with me on that. That's my take. It's not just my take. A lot of people have that perspective. So with that said, and the last thing I want to say, Caltrain is the only major operator that is having 100% of its fiscal deficit filled by this measure. Muni is not. In San Francisco, San Franciscans will pay more sales tax than the other counties, and we will still have to do a local measure, which the Mayor Lurie is spearheading to make sure that we're fixing Muni's problem. BART is not getting 100%. AC Transit's not getting 100%. Caltrain is, and that's a good thing. So I will leave it there. Thank you for having me today.
Senator, I really want to thank you. One of the things that you did do, and we've been through this journey for a long time, is you really deferred to the locals. And so rather than just crafting language and crafting a bill, what you did is it went through the process, and obviously Samtrans is the agency within San Mateo County that has the authority. But what you did do is you created flexibility for us, and I think for that we're going to have a better bill. So I want to thank you. With that, colleagues, let's get back to Jessica Epstein and questions. Senator, thank you for joining us today.
So we don't get to ask him questions.
Oh, would you like to ask him questions, Mr.?
Well,
okay,
yeah,
sure.
of course. Because I actually, if you're there, Senator Wiener, and I do respect you very much. I do disagree with you, however, regarding the contribution for the county. Ms. Epstein just presented slides that showed us the contribution for the county to BART, and just to get to real clear to explain to both BART and Caltrain, for me, this issue has come down to what is our contribution to BART. That is the issue that is at issue for me with respect to this measure and the accountability issues. And what I said to Senator Wiener early on, once you all opted in, was I reached out to Senator Wiener after talking with Supervisor Spear and said the contribution really should be closer to $25 million. And the reason why I reached that conclusion, and Ms. Epstein, when you put together your slide, you showed a 10.9% contribution from San Mateo County to BART. And when I talked with the head of MTC, they said that 10.9% contribution is your percentage based on ridership to the amount that's going to be given them, the $330 million. Now, the problem with that is, we only have 6% of the ridership according to BART. Above that, the excess is from the airport. And so the airport is, in my opinion, split amongst the Bay Area. So what we did was we looked at that and we said 7.5%, which equals $25 million, is more appropriate. And the difference between 7.5% and 10.9% is $168 million over 15 years. It's not a small amount of money, okay? So, that's why those amounts matter. If you look at, and I'm just going to share with you all, if you look at the $35.8 million that will be generated going to BART on a yearly basis in this county for 3 million trips, it comes down to $11.80 a trip, $23.60 round trip for every person who rides it. This is a supersized transit measure, all right, for taxpayers. We already have in San Mateo County the largest sales tax of all the 5 other Bay Area counties, but for Alameda. We have the 3rd largest sales tax in the state. So this is a big issue. This hits people very hard in their pocketbooks. At the same time, we're in a different position than those other Bay Area counties because unlike the other 4, we also have a VLF shortfall that we have to try to deal with. And Senator Wiener, I appreciate very much your work to try to deal with that this year. We lost $40 million this year. Next year, we're expected to lose over $120 million. So we'll be having to go to the voters at some point and try to figure out how we deal with those shortfalls ourselves as a county. There are competing interests. This transit measure isn't the only one we'll have to face. I know there's also childcare that you're talking about, Supervisor Spear, that you'd like to deal with. I also know there's a wildfire one that I've heard Supervisor Canepa talk about, and also first responder response. So, Senator Wiener, when I look at this, I see that we're doing 10.9%, and what I heard you say was, well, we're making up for the past. But that's not in front of the voters. You can't turn to the voters and say, well, BART negotiated a bad deal in the past, so we're going to stick it to you this time.
Supervisor Miller, do you have a question?
Yeah, I want to say, why won't you consider the 7.5%, which is actually more than what the actual ridership is in San Mateo County?
So San Mateo County is 9.5% of the ridership, not 6%. And San Mateo County collects sales tax at the airport, and which is good. You should collect that sales tax.
Not if you don't count. It's not 9.5% if you don't count the airport.
Supervisor Miller, he's trying to answer your question.
Yeah,
I'm responding.
The airport is in San Mateo County. It's a major employer in San Mateo County. sales tax from the airport goes to San Mateo County. And that's a good thing. It's an important institution in San Mateo County. Thank you for acknowledging our work on the VLF. To put a finer point to it, every year the Department of Finance tries to zero out the VLF for San Mateo County, and the governor proposes a budget with $0 for San Mateo County. And every year I go to the mat along with Assemblymember Pappen and Senator Becker to get that money. And I wish we didn't have to have that fight every year, but apparently we do, and I'm happy to have it because I think the county deserves that money. I appreciate your point, and I respect you tremendously. I know we have a really good open dialogue always, Supervisor, and I appreciate that. I just respectfully disagree, and I also want to be clear. While occasionally I put a bill into print, that was my brainchild because I thought of it and I put the bill in print. This bill is the opposite of that. This was not just like I woke up one day and said San Mateo County should pay $35 million to BART. That came out of intensive dialogue and negotiation among the counties, including the CTA and SamTrans in San Mateo County. And I think it's a very, very reasonable amount, and I think it's a good deal for San Mateo County. I know you disagree. I respect that, but that's my perspective.
I understand, but I would respectfully ask that when you say that it was negotiated for San Mateo County, that you recognize it was negotiated by the San Mateo County Transit District agencies, not by the county. This board represents the county, and that's why we're having the study session today. And we have to think about all of our other cities who are in deficit because of the state budget deficit and the VLF issue, and what their capacity is to go ahead and bring forth tax measures in the future, facing the deficits that they're in as well.
Absolutely, and that's why for all of us as policymakers, why these jobs are so hard, because there are so many needs. And, we've done a lot of work around childcare in the legislature, and I commend the county for stepping up on childcare, which is so important. I also think it would be absolutely devastating for the county as well as other counties if BART were to collapse, if Muni had to take a hacksaw to service, and if Caltrain were to slash service. These agencies are all they are heading in the right direction. BART is struggling the most because it's fixed rail, but Caltrain has been recovering, Muni's been recovering, and BART has been more slowly recovering. And BART has done tremendous work around cleanliness and safety in the system, and these systems are all working very hard. I do want to just make one point. I appreciate Supervisor Spear's comment about what happens if the ridership rebounds. What I will say is that I have now been involved in regional transit funding in the Bay Area for about 15 years, back to when I first went on the MTC in 2011 as a new supervisor. But I was paying close attention probably for 5 or 7 years. It's been almost 20 years that I've been either involved or paying close attention to transit policy and funding in the Bay Area. And the fiscal cliff and the potential of a death spiral is something that we've been talking about for transit in the Bay Area for decades. So the pandemic accelerated it, poured lighter fluid on it, made it worse. But this structural gap has been a problem for many years before the pandemic.
So, Senator Wiener, I'm just going to go ahead. I appreciate you. We do just disagree with respect to whether or not we get sales tax revenue or not from the airport. I don't believe that extra 3.5% of ridership should be attributed to the airport, should attributed to San Mateo County, because those trips come from all over the Bay Area to go to that airport. And that's why I went from the 6% to the 7.5. I gave us a portion of them to try to make up for the difference of that. But the ridership absent that airport is 6%.
Can I have a question?
Are you done?
I am. I'll go ahead and pass.
Before I say,
and I want to make sure too, and I appreciate the point that you made, Senator Wiener, about the fact that we absolutely cannot let BART collapse. And that's not what I'm suggesting. What I'm suggesting is that San Mateo County riders and taxpayers pay their fair share of this measure.
You know, Supervisor Mueller, I was thinking of something. You said, you know, this board represents transit. You know, that's farthest from the truth. This board does not represent.
I didn't say this board represents transit.
Yeah.
That's a misstatement.
I didn't say that. In terms of transportation,
I didn't say
when
that.
you look at it, and let me kind of walk you
But
through
I
it.
didn't say it, David.
Okay, so let me walk you through it.
Well,
So
I don't need to be walked through
in
something I didn't say.
Okay, then I'll walk you through something else. In terms of transportation, this board, since I've been on the board, we've never weighed in really on transportation issues. I sort of take exception to this because I truly believe that city councils, towns, they are the ones, because I was there. I sat on the TA board. I sat on CCAG. I sit on Samtrans. And I think one of the things that's frustrating throughout this process is that we're not listening to those voices. We sort of sit up here by the action that we take today, or the study session that we take today, that we have authority over these jurisdictions. There was a process put in place, and that process was put in place to make sure whether you lived in Pacifica, whether you lived in South San Francisco, whether you lived in the southern part of the county, that representation matters. And when you have, and I sit on the Samtrans board, when you have a vote that takes place that's 8-1, and you don't like the answer you get, or you take another vote in another body, the Transportation Authority, you don't like the answer you get, I'm just having a hard time understanding why we're adjudicating an issue. And this respectfully, that's already been resolved.
Well, respectfully, let me go ahead and indicate to you, we're not. This is a study session. We're not re-adjudicating.
Okay.
Let me finish. We're not re-adjudicating the opt-in that was done by Samtrans. We're not re-adjudicating today. We are having a study session so that we can go ahead and discuss what impact this measure has on the county's fiscal health, of whether or not we ourselves will be able to bring future measures to address the VLF shortfall, to address childcare, to affect health care, which we know has seen significant hits from both the state budget and the federal budget, to address wildfire, to address first response. There are a number of issues right now that we see a budget crashing down, and more off. And BAFA, don't even start me on the $20 billion BAFA measure that you voted for at MTC last year, which also will be coming back. All of these measures are coming at us, and if we allow a supersized measure to impact San Mateo County voters in the way that this, I believe, does, to the tune of $170 million extra, that takes away the capacity to go ahead and help people with those dollars address those other needs. And that's why today we're not attempting to re-adjudicate the issue of whether or not there's an opt-in, but this board rather is discussing whether or not this board should express opinion of what impact this measure could have on the fiscal health of the county, and whether or not we should support the negotiation of Assemblymember Pappen and Senator Becker and others who are simply trying to right-size it and get accountability for our county.
And bottom line, make no mistake about it, the voters will decide, and they should be given the opportunity, Mr. Mueller, to
And I'm
do
making
so.
sure today that we give them all of the information,
Actually,
and whether or not we endorse it will also affect them.
We'll go Supervisor Spear and
Now-
Supervisor Corzo.
Is Senator Wiener still here, or is he?
I am.
Okay, thank you, Senator.
Yeah, thank you.
You know, we have a long history. I have great admiration for you.
And it's the feeling's mutual.
I will say that your inability to embrace Assemblywoman Pappen's accountability measure is very troublesome. CCAG, which represents all of the cities and the county, basically is saying they do not support, they are not opting in if they don't have that ability to control the money if the resources aren't being spent appropriately for San Mateo County. So that's one thing. At some point, you got to make a decision. And I don't know what the dance is between you and the Assemblywoman right now, but she has made a proposal to you, and I guess you have rejected it. Is that what's happened?
So when this issue first came up, we took it very seriously, and Senator Argy, my joint author, and I proposed formally via a letter an accountability structure, so that if you have taking a regional approach, that if a county believes that an operator is not doing right by that county, they have a way to express their grievance to a body, and that a certain percentage of the funds for that operator can be basically impounded until the problem is resolved, and then the money would be released.
Except that San Mateo County has 2 votes, and there are 10 votes on this body. Right. So, I mean, you don't have...
All the counties have 2 votes.
That's right. But, I mean, the likelihood of being successful is more remote. Well, now let me ask you this.
And can I just respond to, in terms of what happens, the other part of your question? The Assembly member had proposed that San Mateo County would have the ability unilaterally to impound funding from MUNI or BART if the county believed that it was not being treated appropriately. And as I've expressed to you and also to the Assembly member, I'm not supportive, and Senator Argy is not supportive of having any county have the unilateral ability to do that. I've been in conversation with the Assembly member to try to find a resolution, a compromise, and those conversations are ongoing.
Okay, here's another alternative. San Mateo County were not to opt in, so you wouldn't have that $40 million a year for BART and the $10 million a year for MUNI. And instead, the county would have Assemblywoman Pappen pass a similar opportunity for San Mateo County to impose a special use tax, sales tax, of 1/2 cent, much like Santa Clara County is doing now in November. And that would be a 50% +1. And then we would have total control over $130 million a year. And we could decide to give BART $25 million or $30 million. We would clearly be able to protect Caltrain. And we would have a lot of money to use for purposes that might be filling in for the VLF that we've lost or provide for childcare. It gives San Mateo taxpayers much more flexibility.
That is certainly something the county could do. If the county were not part of the measure, I will say that there would be no money for Caltrain in the measure. And then it would become a 3-county conversation about funding Caltrain, and with all that those conversations bring. And we know some of those conversations have been contentious over time. That contentiousness is eliminated via this measure, which will fully fund Caltrain's needs and not require those political conversations to negotiate amounts among the 3 counties.
And the presentation that was made at Samtrans, where the actual amount that each county was going to pay to Caltrain was based on all-day boardings. For San Francisco, it was going to be $18 million a year. San Francisco says we can't pay $18 million a year. We're going to pay $10 million a year. And how is that okay? That they can negotiate down, but San Mateo County can't negotiate down as it relates to BART.
Excuse me, one moment. Sorry, I got distracted. That was a negotiation among the 3 counties, and I will also just say, Supervisor, which I mentioned briefly at the beginning, that because MUNI's deficit is not as large as BART, but is approaching it, we are, San Francisco is going to be paying more in sales tax, and we're still going to need a local measure to complement this in order to solve MUNI's problems. So all of this is complicated because we are one region. and we want all of these systems to succeed.
Well, as I understand it, we wanted to reduce what we were going to give to Muni to $6 million since they weren't going to be, we were going to pick up their share of the Caltrain commitment per year. And you've declined to accept that, is my understanding. Is that right?
We've included what was negotiated among the counties. Well, and I understand that you don't agree with that and you don't support it. And I completely respect that, and I appreciate that. But that was the structure that was negotiated.
And then San Mateo County, if they were to vote no on this tax proposal, and the majority of voters in the other counties supported it, it would still be imposed on San Mateo County. Is that not correct?
It's a 5-county measure, and if it passes within that body of the 5 counties, then it passes. Similar to the Bridge Shoal regional measures, where Contra Costa County pays a very disproportionate amount of those tolls, and there are other counties who receive more than they put in, and it's based on that was based on the really nine county, I think, vote. So because we recognize with RM1, 2, and 3 that even though different counties were paying different levels of bridge shoals, that we were all operating as one county, and there are times when one county pays a little more or one county gets a little more, but we're ultimately all integrated as one region. As I mentioned at the beginning, most people, whether they're in the Excelsior or Daly City, is not as relevant to them as whether they can get where they're going.
Senator Wiener, Supervisor, I do want to say something. I want to thank the San Mateo County leaders, and I want to thank you, Supervisor Mueller. You are the one who requested an independent third-party assessment of transit operator shortfalls and existing funding agreements. We did that. What it made clear is that roughly 10% of ridership starts in our county, but San Mateo's current agreement with BART sets out the contribution roughly at $4 million a year. Say that $4 million a year. We've negotiated hard with SB 63 to ensure agreement remained untouched and that San Mateo County is only looking at funding our ridership share of the COVID-induced deficit. As a good regional partner and to preserve important public transit services for our residents. I think it's important to note that the author, Senator Arreguín and Senator Wiener, were open to our suggestions. This was, if you can imagine, a 3-year process. This board, previous board, Samtrans board, they voted against SB 1031. And the reason they did that, and the reason why staff, professional staff, is supporting this, is because it makes sense. This county has a horrific history, and that history was in the 1960s when this county on the Board of Supervisors voted 3-2 to not allow BART to come into San Mateo County. Colleagues, I can't stand here today in good conscience and let Caltrain fail. I just cannot let Caltrain fail. And so we could talk about the numbers, we could talk about what works, we could talk about what doesn't work. The bottom line is there's too much at stake. I have a lot of respect for Mayor G, Redwood City Mayor G, and all he's done. And I know, Jeff, throughout this process, we've gone personally back and forth. But I just have a quick question for you. The question is, if you could provide context for us, how did we get here? What was the thought of the Samtrans board? How did we land at this place?
So can I just, Mr. President Kemp, I just want to share with you that Assemblymember Pappen is on the line, and I'd like her to show us the same courtesy we showed Senator Wiener. She's been waiting for some time.
Okay.
And I apologize. I do have to go. Hello, Assemblymember. Good to see you. Thank you all so much for having me and for taking the time.
Supervisor Corzo.
Thank you. I just want to jump in a second. This was a study set. This is a study session. We had a plan. We have many transit staff who have spent a lot of time and expertise preparing for this study session. I think we owe them the respect of letting them go through their presentations. And I just want to state for the record that I think as a board we have a responsibility to govern responsibly, and I hope that we are able to do that. And if this is truly just a study session and we're not trying to undo a decision that's already been made by other elected officials, then let's go through the presentation. Let's study the topic. We can have discussions, but honestly, I feel really uncomfortable with this back and forth we're having, where some of these conversations could have happened privately, not with all of us sitting here witnessing them, to be honest. So I would respectfully request that we allow people to present, give them the time. They are here. They were asked to be here, and I don't think it's fair if we don't respect their time. So that is my request. I definitely have more to say, but I'm trying to be very patient and hold it together here. And I want to thank everyone in the audience for their patience as well.
Assemblymember Pappen.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for having me. I appreciate being here, and I've enjoyed the discussion. And I appreciate you taking it up as a study session. This is certainly a transparent government, as well it should be, and we're talking about a sales tax measure that will affect every single person that transacts business in San Mateo County. And I think it should be said that nobody wants to really institute a sales tax. This is a very lofty decision, and robust discussion in every corner of the county should happen when we're considering such an important decision. The minute you start reaching into people's pockets, we should take it seriously in adopting it, and we should take it seriously in how the money gets spent, and we should take it seriously in how accountable the folks that collect this money are to the needs of this county. And so that's kind of where I come in on it all. The accountability for me is very, very important. When you're reaching into people's pockets, you must be accountable to our community, to the voters, and how that money gets spent. And what I have seen thus far and what's been proposed, there are certain amendments that are going around, and Senator Wiener's right, he and I are continuing to have discussions. Thus far, we are not there. San Mateo County does not start on a level playing field with the other counties in this particular measure. And in particular, as it relates to BART and as it relates to Muni, San Mateo County does not have representation on those boards. Now, what does that mean? That means those boards can decide things, and if they go to an oversight committee as this sales tax is spent, guess what? The counties that have representation on those boards, their needs will be addressed. No guarantee San Mateo County's needs will be addressed. And that's what I've been struggling with all along. And I will tell you this, the BART folks will be the first to tell you, you haven't paid enough. The first to tell you. And that's why, for example, Fairgates got done and BART committed funds to Fairgates being upgraded in other counties, but not ours. Because they are correct in their assertions. We do not have a property tax that pays into BART, and we do not have other taxes that are paying into BART. So true enough, but they will remind you of that. And that, you know what that does? That puts you on an unequal playing field as it relates to accountability. So that's what I'm working very hard at right now, because the bill, in my mind, doesn't get you to equal as it relates to accountability, and you've got to get to equal. Now, there have been some ideas, we'll let you withhold more money, this board, a board of 10 folks, 2 from each of the participating 5 counties, that gets you to 10, and you can withhold more, but that doesn't get you to the equality issue that you struggle from right now. So as we go forward, I want this to be something that is taken into account by the likes of the Board of Supervisors as they consider whether or not they should weigh in supporting a measure. Remember, you still have to get the number of signatures to get on the ballot, and this measure will still have to pass. And so it is my goal, at least in my role, to make sure that what gets out of the assembly is something that has sufficient accountability as it relates to a county like ours that doesn't start on equal footing. So that's the biggest one for me. I have listened with great interest about the numbers as it relates to ridership, and I don't think it's unreasonable. Certainly, there were negotiations that happened, and they did not happen necessarily with all parties along the way, but you had various transportation. We've got a lot in our county. Transportation agencies weigh in. And Supervisor Spear is right. When you look at a CCAG, you are considering all 20 cities in the county. And that's something that you got to contend with. And you have to say, okay, those are voices that run the breadth of the county. And so I think we really do need to pay attention to that and what is a fair allocation as we go forward. And those discussions can continue to happen, and they probably should continue to happen. But for me, I am just not willing to reach into people's pockets and lose control. I don't think it's fair. I think you've got to get on equal footing, and I'm working very hard for that. So I thank you for the opportunity. I think it's great to have a study session, quite frankly. And I sat in Samtrans when all kinds of people called in about this very measure. And I was there for 3 hours listening to the community. And there's going to be more, because we will stipulate at the front end. We've got an issue with transportation. We've got Caltrain that's going to have a structural deficit operating wise, and we're very concerned about that. We will stipulate that transportation in particular, especially the Samtrans buses in this county, serve those most in need, those that are underserved, those that are not well spoken for. And we are all here trying to solve that problem. And I don't think any of you is ignoring that problem by bringing this forward. If anything, your hearts are in it and you're trying, because when we reach in our pockets, we've got to be very clear. It affects affordability. It affects affordability in this county, and we are a very expensive county as it is. So if we do it, let's do it with care, and let's do it to make sure that we get the most bang for our buck in a way that our voices are heard. So I appreciate the opportunity. I can stay for just about 13 minutes longer if you do have questions for me.
Are there any questions? Yes.
Assemblymember Pappen, it's been floated a couple times that you could solve our structural deficits by writing and passing legislation solely for San Mateo County. Do you think that you could actually do that?
Well, the procedural, great question. And I appreciate the offer. I mean, certainly the procedural elements are in place to do so.
But would you have the votes?
Would I have the votes? If it's something we're just putting on the ballot for our county, yes, I think we could get the votes. I don't have a crystal ball, but most legislators are like, look, if this is a county issue, if this is a district issue, and this is what you want for your district, then they usually let you have what you want for your district, because presumably you know what's best for your district. The problem that we have right now is that we've opted into another measure. So what do we do with that? We don't start as a clean slate, Supervisor Corzo, so we'd have to deal with that. But I like the idea of us being masters of our own domain, certainly. And we deserve that given the money that's generated from this county.
And so I just want to understand, Senator Wiener is attempting to solve an issue that is a region-wide issue. Have you written or attempted to do this yet at all?
To do what? Introduce my own bill?
To solve our structural deficits around transportation.
No, I have not introduced an additional regional measure. You are correct. You are correct.
We have a potential solution before us. And we have opted in, and you have the ability to continue to negotiate, and you are. So I'm trying to understand, beyond some of my colleagues and beyond you specifically expressing your disdain for this solution, what are the goals here? What is our goal? I'm asking anyone that wants to answer the question.
So I'll say my goal right now, what I hope would come out of this study session was that we would negotiate, we would support Assemblymember Pappen and our delegation to get a better deal for San Mateo County. That's all I'm trying to do.
But how is that not happening already?
I don't think we have a good deal right now, or otherwise I wouldn't be doing it. Neither does Assemblymember Pappen, neither does Supervisor Spear, neither do a number of people who looked at this bill. So we're just trying to get
So the goal is what's already happening.
Our goal is to try to get a better deal.
Can I just
Yes.
interject
Go ahead.
something here? Supervisor, you keep saying it's already happened. It's already happened on the local level, but the bill is in the state legislature, and it's in the state legislature where amendments take place. And Assemblywoman Pappen is in a position to get that bill amended. So it isn't a done deal.
And
The done
she's
deal-
trying to, though, right?
Pardon me?
She's trying to get it amended, correct?
That's
So we're
correct,
trying-
but you
we're
were
trying to show
suggesting that
support for her
somehow
today.
Okay. This whole thing has already taken place. The vote's been taken. The vote's been taken locally. The vote hasn't been taken in the state legislature. And that's where Assemblywoman Pappen has a critical role and where we should be giving her the most leverage so we can protect San Mateo County. So we don't have taxation without representation. So we do have some control over the money.
But I'm not understanding how she doesn't have that support and ability already. That is my question.
Because she's trying to negotiate with Senator Wiener, who just said that he would not accept her local control measure.
Supervisor Corzo, I understand where you're coming from. So, when we asked for the study session, my hope was actually, and I don't know if we will get there, but my hope was, number one, we could allay the concerns of Caltrain and Samtrans. We're actually not trying to negotiate against them, and we actually, Supervisor Spear does have a backup plan if for some reason. I would be very surprised if this county came out and said, you need to give us a better deal and give us accountability and decrease the contribution to BART by the amount that we're asking, that they would walk away from that because it's still a heck of a lot of money for BART and Muni and the other agencies. I would be very surprised if they did that. But if we collectively as a voice did that together, we would have negotiated a better deal for our county and a better deal for the taxpayers of this county.
Okay, Supervisor Gaucher.
No, I just want to thank you as I sit here, and thank you all for being here. I do look forward to hearing more from you. The night that CCAG voted, I was there in the room, and my understanding from CCAG, which is a little bit different from the letter, we agreed that we cannot allow transit to fail. But what we said was that we also need accountability because we're tired of being the county that doesn't get what we think we deserve. Look at Regional Measure 3. In Regional Measure 3, that we all agreed to, there was supposed to be money for Dumbarton Rail. That money was loaned to BART. Then it turned from a loan to a forgiven loan, so we never got the solution for Dumbarton Rail, which is really important. Today, it is my understanding that Samtrans, you've already made your decision. The TA has already made the decision. I appreciate my colleagues for saying we need a better deal. Is that something that we can continue to do? To Assemblymember Pappen, I stand by you, and we were really interested in what would happen with your measure, the ROC, when we heard that from CCAG, and we're hopeful that as you continue to have these conversations and do the work, that you're able to make some headway when it comes to the legislator. But again, if this fails, my fear is how many cars are back on the street? Mm-hmm. How are the people who are living in the East Palo Alto or underserved community going to get to work? I'm looking at Jenny Michelle, who's here in the room today, who's already said she does rely on public transportation. And there are many of you who rely on public transportation. I'm hopeful that we'll hear the rest of the presentations and that we can settle somewhere that's going to be ideal and something that's going to be the best solution for San Mateo County. But we need our transit.
Thank you. Supervisor Gaucher, thank you. You always bring us to center. It's about the people we serve, right? It's about whether it's someone in Daly City or East Palo Alto, someone who doesn't have access to a car. As you know, and Samtrans serves the most vulnerable. And so you're right on that. The one thing I want to say before we get back to Mr. G is just the issue of the negotiations, right? Senator Pappen, my question to you is, you have so much experience. Why is it so important to have this before the Board of Supervisors today? You serve on the Bay Area Caucus. You have relationships with your counterparts. Why here? Why this form? And I say that just because you work. It's like we work with our colleagues here. We know how they work. Why is it important to have this before the Board of Supervisors today for you?
Because the process, I love the question, and the process is still ongoing. And so we still need to hear from all facets of the county, as I began my opening remarks. This is about transparent government, and we want to hear from everyone. And I think it's really important as I go forward in the legislative process to respond to Supervisor Corzo, it is an ongoing and iterative process. And so it doesn't always come down to you introduce your own bill. We try to work within the confines of what our colleagues introduce. And then we make amendments along the way based upon input that now I can represent from my county. Hey, my county has reservations about the accountability. And we should all be concerned about that. It's not somebody introduced a bill, let's carte blanche do a sales tax and let the chips fall where they may. We don't have a right, and our delegation doesn't have a right to go ahead and negotiate on our behalf to make sure that we are fully protected when we start raising taxes and that we get full representation for that taxation. And so that's why a meeting like this is important, especially from this body, which serves the entire county on so many different subjects. And while this may be a sales tax that's geared toward transportation, I think Supervisor Miller is right. It touches on so many different things and what you will be able to do as a body. And it is a county-wide sales tax. You have all the right and all the, if I may say, the obligation to have a study session like this so that the public knows, hey, our Board of Supervisors has weighed in, they put it through the grist, and they've let people know out in open government, not be negotiating behind closed doors. Here's what their concerns are. Here's what they want to see from their legislative delegation. And here's what they'd like the bill to look like in the end run. So I appreciate you having it, and I appreciate the robust discussion.
Finally, there has been some talk about just not including San Mateo County, and knowing that if we don't do that, our systems they'll go bankrupt, right? I mean, they're not healthy systems. They're going to fail. Transit will fail. And so people are saying up in Sacramento, not my words, but their words, that they're going to just pull out, right? That we'll just have San Mateo County out. How do you backfill the fiscal cliff? I believe, and someone will correct me, I believe it's 2026. Is that correct, staff? When are we hitting the
27.
July 2026? And how do you say when Caltrain, I believe it's $75 million a year, is that correct? Over a period of how many years? 10 years? Yes. 10 years, that's $750 million. Some people might say, hey, you're playing Russian roulette with transit, and that they'll walk away. And here in San Mateo County, where we're proud of Caltrain and proud of Samtrans.
You know what? Listen, Supervisor Canepa, ultimately, this will go to the voters, and ultimately it will have to pass. And if the voters don't believe that this is a good deal, we're going to be in that very position, and we will not have the money that we want for those transportation agencies that we will stipulate serve so many people, and that we will stipulate we want to see succeed. So in my mind, what I say is get the best deal that you can to take to the voters to ultimately be successful.
So what I'm hearing from you is you support the bill. You ultimately you'll land on supporting the bill. Is that correct?
I am not there at this moment in time.
Okay.
I'm going to vote on a bill that includes the measures we talked about and the concerns that we talked about, because I feel I owe that to my community when I'm asking my community to dig in their pockets and it affects, there's a very regressive tax, as we know. This is going to hurt poor people just as much, if not more. So I'm very sensitive to that. So we're going to get a deal that's good for the people that we're asking the money from.
Okay, thank you, Assemblymember Pappin. Do we have anyone from Samtrans?
I had a couple more comments. Thank you. So I just wanted to make a brief comment before the presentation. I'll be very quick. I just want to name something, and for the sake of transparency, I think this is important. I believe that it was there were a couple people that made phone calls asking people, other elected officials in our county, not to have discussions on this topic. And today, I'm hearing that the more discussions, the better. And so I just kind of want to name that that situation. I'm happy to actually name names, but if we're going to have conversations, let's actually have them transparently. We would not be here today. We wouldn't even be a part. We've heard today about the history of this county engaging in regional transit solutions, and it hasn't been great. And we are here. Samtrans has taken a vote. They made their decision. The board of Samtrans are not comfortable gambling with low-income families' abilities to get to work, doctor appointments, school, etc. And so I just want to name that we can't have it both ways. We can't say we need this funding and then say we support Assemblymember Pappin's proposal, where there is a clear red line that other counties have said we do not support any one county unilaterally being able to withhold funds. So the reality is we're already at a certain point. Assemblymember Pappin is well positioned to go and advocate as much as she wants, but the decision has been done. It was done so with great thought. We're here to study it. Let's hear the presentations. But we can't have it both ways, and that just has to be said.
All right. The Dean of the County of San Mateo Transportation, Mr. G.
President
Well, he
Canepa,
wants to
before
be
we answer questions, what I'd like to do is invite Michelle Bouchard to present on Caltrain briefly, just to set the context, because I've got a foot in multiple ponds, and so I would like just to get all the context out there for the board and the public, and then answer your question, if I may.
Yeah, great. Jessica, would you mind if we...
Jessica, are you okay?
Oh, yeah, my slides are done.
Okay, great.
Happy to
Thank
answer
you, Supervisor
questions,
Gaucher.
but I've been-
Yeah, I think we can dive into questions once all the presentations are done for all the supervisors. Thank you.
And I'm actually here with my colleague, Casey Fromson, who's going to be doing most of the heavy lifting. But I just wanted to, first of all, my name is Michelle Bouchard. I'm the Executive Director for Caltrain. I really appreciate the opportunity to set up this conversation. And also I want to thank all of you for your support of Caltrain. We are just near to a year of fully electrified service. And I think you all have heard about the resurgence in ridership that Caltrain is experiencing. And I think that's a true testament to what investment in transportation can do. I wish we were going to be back to pre-COVID in the time frame you discussed. We will keep working on it for sure. It does prove the fact that if you have safe, high customer experience and frequent service, that you can move the needle in terms of ridership. Notwithstanding those successes, we do find ourselves at an existential moment in the life of the railroad with respect to a looming fiscal cliff that really will rely on funds that we don't currently have to make sure that the railroad is still very healthy and continues to serve all the folks in San Mateo County and throughout the corridor. So with that as an introduction, I do want to invite Chief of Staff Casey Fromson to the podium, and then we're happy to answer any questions along with Jessica afterwards.
Good afternoon, everyone. Casey Fromson, Chief of Staff. Okay, here we go. So as Michelle said, I'll just start with a thank you. So many of you have helped Caltrain get to this point over many, many years. And it was about a year ago that we had a celebration with every single town along the corridor. And I think that really speaks to the history and the connection that Caltrain has had to communities up and down the corridor for 160 years. And so we are at a point in time where we really do have a bright future, but we have to continue to make thoughtful decisions to allow us to have that future that we know that we've spent so long building to get to this point. I want to emphasize this because we do think that this is the thing that has changed the whole system for us, and the numbers that I'll show on the next slide for the ridership. The service that we have now is the best that it's ever been. And for someone that doesn't know it, and I'm always surprised, but there are people out there that don't know how much of a change we've made to the service, it means 7 days a week, every 30 minutes at every single station, you will get a Caltrain service showing up. That is not what we had before. It was very unique. It was hourly. It didn't work most of the time for most people. And today we can say it looks a lot different. And this is something for us that is something we can grow on. We actually have the whole system in place and the infrastructure to have even more frequent service than this, going to higher levels if we saw the ridership and the funding in place. But we've set the foundation for those years of work to get to this point. So the frequency is huge, and that's making a big difference. As Michelle said, the experience, if you haven't gone on there is no train system out there in the United States that's better than this. We even have baby changing tables in the bathroom, free Wi-Fi. I mean, this is a world-class system that we should all be proud of that's in our backyard, and the reliability is amazing. We have days that the train shows up 100% of the time exactly when we expect it to show up, and that's not something you often see. And so we have a system now that is working, and we know it's working because we've seen amazing ridership numbers. We've seen it's such a big number, it gives me pause every time I have to say it, but we have seen a 75% increase in our ridership from last year, July, to this year. Over 1 million people are riding it on a monthly basis. It's the highest weekend ridership we've ever had in the system, and that's again because of that frequency. All the time you can show up and go, and this works for if you're going to a Giants game. And we know there's a lot of people that ride it for that, and a system that's even better. And we've even, this is another one, have better Giants ridership than we had in 2029. And it's a positive brand. Michelle said it, but I think we all know it. It's safe, it's reliable, it's frequent, and we have data to show it. 82% of people have a favorable rating of Caltrain. That's up there with like libraries and babies. You don't get that in many places. And so, you know, it's a system that is continuing to improve on it. And you see it even higher with riders. But the people that are using the system, they're using it to sporting events. They're using it to restaurants, going to restaurants. They're using it to go shopping, to school, and to work. But now we've expanded it to a much broader base of people that can use it and use it for a lot of different reasons. All that being said, we had a big climb a big hill to climb. In 2020, our ridership dropped to 2%. And now it's at 60% of what it was. So that's amazing that we've hit this trajectory. But as a lot of people have mentioned, in the past, the operating revenue from fares is what held our budget up. It was over 70% of where the funding came from for Caltrain. And with our ridership, not to what it was, but still, you know, at 65%, that is what's driving our deficit. And that was the funding model that we used to be so proud of, but certainly is not one that is working for us today, given our societal changes that people are not coming into the office 5 days a week. And so the next slide kind of speaks to this. Our numbers are not as big as some of our sister agencies, but when it comes to a percent of our budget, they are really significant. And this is something that we have to continue to work on figuring out how we've solved this solution. We've gotten to this point because of one-time funding from the federal and the state government. We're hoping to be able to have access to a state loan if SB 63 passes, but this is certainly something, unfortunately, we can't solve just on our own, but we're gonna do everything we can to control what we can. And we kind of break it up in a couple different buckets. The first one is ridership. We know we need to continue to lean into that and do everything that we can to support ridership growth on the corridor. We've talked about what electrification, the service it did, but we've also been looking at our fares. Right now we have a $1 youth fare out there, and we have seen a quadrupling of riders using the system. So not only are we building a future generation that loves and uses transit, but they're paying adults and caregivers on the trains as well. We're working with businesses. We're updating our 20-year business pass that we've had in place that is going to work better for a hybrid environment. We're also looking at the Pass Forward program that we created, using some of those excess passes from the business community. How do we put those into the hands of low-income individuals? There is a lot that we can do, including on regional coordination. It shouldn't matter if you get on a bus, a train, or a ferry. You should be able to get to one system to another seamlessly and easy, and we want to lean into that even more. There's more we can do, but we have to have systems that actually are in place today to be able to have those conversations. If we fracture our systems even more, it's going to make it even harder for us to be connected. So that's kind of on the strategy side. On the cost containment side, we absolutely know that we have to tighten our belt. We cannot do this with a handout without looking inside as well. Last year during our budget process, we took additional $10 million out of our budget to make sure that we were not exceeding what our projections were and how we could meet that. We made every single department go back twice to look at what is the thing that you need to have, not the nice to have on that. And it was a difficult conversation, but we know that if we are going to ask people for support, we have to show what we are doing ourselves. And it's everything from making hard decisions about employees and what we can do. We've worked with our crews for the system of how we can be more efficient. And then we are really grateful to Senator Assemblymember Pappen. She's working with us on legislation about energy efficiency. Our trains are actually, great on so many different levels. They regenerate 25% of the energy and send it back to the grid, and we're not getting paid for it right now. So we're working with CCAs and the assembly member to make sure that we can. And we know all these little things make a difference, and we have to make sure that we are doing our own part to save money and live within our means. And the other big one, and I'll give Michelle Bouchard a lot of credit for it, she's challenged everyone that we should think a little bit more like a business. What else can we monetize, and what assets can we explore to get additional revenue? So not just depending on fares anymore, we have to have different funding models. And so what else can we control? We're looking at special events. My big joke is I want to have someone have a wedding on Caltrain. Can we charter our trains? Can we be creative there? What else can we do? And we have a team that's willing to be innovative and explore those options. That may not generate a ton of money, but it's something, we need to think about. Advertising, naming rights, solar energy storage, fiber optic cable, this is one that we actually are excited about. We have 51 miles up and down the corridor. We have an RFP that's on the street right now. We want the business community and the other folks to help us be smart about our assets and how we can monetize them. So this is one that maybe in the long term will also help us, because again, we know we need to try and help ourselves when we can. And then things like TOD and housing, those are great to have on the corridor, and we want more of them, but they're also long term. That is not something that happens overnight. And when we looked at our numbers and the fiscal cliff that we are facing, it is something that is happening today. So the last slide I'll end with was in May of this year, we had a several-hour board workshop that I'm sure Jeff G. can talk about here, where we talked about our budget. And because this is such a serious issue for Caltrain, we had to start scenario planning. What does it look like if we don't have additional funds? And so on this slide, you can see what we talked about there. On the far right-hand side, that's how far and drastic we potentially would have to go. And after having spent so many years, me personally working on electrification, and I know so many people in this room and out in the audience have fought for electrification and get us to there, just the thought of rolling back to poor service, eliminating sections of service, weekend service, station closures. Because this is such a serious issue, we have to start scenario planning this just to see what that possibility looks like. Now, it's not easy for a railroad. We talk about fixed costs, and what that means is if we run one train or 50 trains, we still have to have people out there to make sure the tracks are safe. So it's not easy for us to just go up and down. And we also have to know that the service, when we reduce it so greatly, we are not going to have revenue from fares, even if it's much less than what it was. And so that's the exact equivalent of a death spiral. You don't have great service, you don't have fares, you're not going to use the system. And certainly if we pull very far back and look at kind of the big picture on this, especially for a railroad that's been around for 160 years, is we're at a moment for Caltrain to build on the success of electrification and think about what future generations want. I think about my children and how they love transit today, and I think about the places I've been around the world that have good transit and what we have to do to support that. And I know that it's not an easy choice, and we've heard today that the current bill in front of us certainly is not perfect, and we hope that there can be some continued improvements to make it there. But the flip side of that is there are really serious risks for Caltrain and the other systems. We've outlined some of them here today, but we're here as the operator to tell you what we see and what some of the real consequences are for us. And we appreciate that you guys have all leaned into this issue and have spent a lot of time thinking about it. And we're here for any questions if you have it.
Any questions? Are there any questions? Seeing.
I just appreciate the presentations and pulling this all together. And I don't know if Assemblymember Pappen is still on the line. I am so proud that you represent this region. It is so important to have someone represent us and go to bat for us, because that's important as well. As we've already heard, it's important that we support our transit. We do not have the best deal. And I'm still trying to understand better how we can support Assemblymember Pappen in her quest to make this bill better for our region.
Councilmember G.
Is it my turn? So thank you for the opportunity. So I'm going to share some anecdotes. And I was smiling first when Casey was talking about the baby diaper changing table, because that brings back memories about when we were first electrifying Caltrain, and the decision was, do we even have a restroom on any trains? And our partners, Santa Clara County and San Francisco, wanted just seats. And the San Mateo members said, we need to have at least one restroom on every train set. And it's a beautiful restroom with a baby changing table, much needed. So, especially for those that are coming home after a Giants game. So it just added to bring a smile to my face when we were telling that story. President Canapa, I wanted to start with the Caltrain and then shift over to the SamTrans vote. And as you know, I've probably spent over 10 years on both agencies, the last 5 dealing with governance and some very difficult conversations amongst our partners. This year, Steve Heminger, the chair, convened a governance ad hoc committee comprised of Supervisor Margaret Abakoga, himself, and myself to deal with some of the governance issues. But as SB 63's timeline came forward, the ad hoc committee decided to focus our efforts on meeting the legislative deadline. That was the most important, because the fiscal cliffs that you've heard about this afternoon are very real. You know, Caltrain is a fixed rail service, and the consequences of not addressing the funding shortfall are very, very real. No weekend service, shorter hours, closed stations is the worst example we can imagine if we don't have the funding. After we've spent $2.4 billion electrifying the railway. And so we focused on that. We looked at a whole different arrangements of how the member agencies might share in funding that deficit. I think the chartreuse chart we saw was options A through H, but there are a number of other options. Mileage of tracks per county, number of stations per county, number of trains at each station per county. There are a lot of different ways we could have done the math. The key thing, though, we couldn't agree. There were no 2 votes on any strategy. Some favored San Francisco, some favored San Mateo County, some favored Santa Clara County. But we couldn't get 2 votes of the 3 of us on any of those. So what actually happened with the 32-32-10, and that's a rounded number to achieve the 75 million, was a compromise. It was a negotiation that we brought forward to both out of the ad hoc committee to the full JPP board to vote on and to consider. It was a pure negotiation and a compromise specifically for SB 63, not to set a precedent for any future negotiations or discussions, and the JPB board voted unanimously to move it forward. That then goes over to the SamTrans and the San Mateo County process. And the San Mateo County process tries to amplify and exemplify the San Mateo County way. CCAG, the TA, and then SamTrans. No other county in San Francisco has a setup that way. What we've solved the last 2 to 3 months is unique to San Mateo County. You look just south of us, VTA sits as all 3 in one. They don't have to go through CCAG and that discussion with their separate staff, and then the TA, which at least we share staff, and then to the SamTrans board. What was most important to SamTrans is number 1, ridership and mobility in San Mateo County. But Supervisor Mueller, we didn't take that decision lightly. We understand the implications of opting into SB 63. And as Jessica shared earlier in her presentation, the polling results were very informative. 2,400 voters, most likely voters, were polled using 4 different scenarios, so 4 times 600 per each split. And Jessica, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but the margin of error on the 2,400 is 2%. And the margin of error for the 600 split is 4%. I come pretty close. What surprised me as a chair, because I was skeptical that our taxpayers would support funding public transit at 1/8, 1/4, even half, that the most likely voters that were polled support mobility and public transportation in San Mateo County. The crosstabs, North County, which receives transit from Muni, BART, Samtrans, and Caltrain, was not that much different from South County, which just receives Caltrain and Samtrans. Coast side, a little bit less supportive of taxes, but that has been historically traditional. So we were very surprised at the polling results. What's even surprising is we tested going above 10 cents too. And the most likely voters said we are willing to do that to support public transit and mobility in San Mateo County. So with all that information, the recommendations, the conditions from all the different boards, the Samtrans board voted 8-1 to opt into SB 63 with 2 other provisions. One, that our assembly member go forth unprescripted, go forth and negotiate the best deal you can with the Bay Area delegation on accountability measures. The third one is that we need to stay into SB 63. Because absent being in an SB 63, we do not have the funding to shore up, to fill the Caltrain deficit, to fill and keep Muni and BART in this county, providing those ridership. Assemblymember Pappen has full empty slate, a full slate to go negotiate the best deal she can with the Bay Area delegation. And it is with the Bay Area delegation, because we don't stand outside by ourselves. A couple key things on the slides that Jessica shared. Number one, the governor and our legislature have put in place a $700 million emergency loan fund to help transit properties here. Because even if SB 63 passes, the fiscal deficits will hit those transit operators before revenue comes in. If San Mateo County doesn't opt in, I'm not sure we have access to that emergency fund, because it does have to have a repayment source. It has to have a revenue source to pay back that loan. And if San Mateo County doesn't opt in to SB 63, where's the funding source to help bridge the 2 or 3 years until revenue comes into play from a revenue measure, whether it be the county or whether it be SB 63? That's a very, very important consideration, because that fiscal cliff, as Casey and Michelle point out, is very, very real. So ultimately, those 3 points, opting into SB 63, go forth and negotiate the strictest and best accountability measures with the Bay Area delegation and the authors, and make sure we stay in, we, San Mateo County, stay in SB 63 to be able to fund the fiscal cliff that the operators that provide transit services to our residents can maintain providing that service. Now, there was a question earlier about the numbers. The numbers were used in 2025, this year, to establish the percentage. So if ridership increases and fare box recovery increases and the actual number is less, let's pretend it's less than 75 million, it's 60. The percentages then would apply to the different partners to fund. It is not a set dollar amount. It is just there to help establish the percentages. So hopefully that gives some little color and some context to how we got to where we are. And there's still more work to do because the bill isn't in print yet. There's still negotiations underway in Sacramento and around the region. There's been a lot of work to get to this point, and there's still a lot of work to move forward.
Thank you very much.
So Councilmember G, I haven't criticized at all the Caltrain deal, but I do have some questions about it. And that being, San Francisco did get that 10 cap. And when I looked at the deal, I really went and looked back at the sales tax rates, San Francisco has actually the lowest sales tax rate in the county, in these 5 counties, and frankly, one of the lowest sales tax rates in the region at 0.8625.
Correct.
We're at 9.3, but most of our cities are at 9.875.
8 cities are at 9.875.
That's right. So did you guys discuss that? Because if we take a half cent, we go above the 10. If they take the full cent, they're still below 10. They're still significantly below us. And so what I didn't understand when I looked at those things was if we were looking at real parity for our taxpayers, why were they not taking the amount necessary to have the same ending tax rate that our taxpayers would have, which would have provided them with the funds not to ask for that cap?
So my answer to your question is there's 2 revenue measures in San Francisco on their way. One is the 1 cent sales tax, and another is a revenue measure to fund Muni. Right now, Muni is funded by the general fund in San Francisco.
But that's a policy choice they would have. I'm not on parity with
they're
us.
changing that, and Mayor Leary's office will be bringing forward a revenue measure to help bail out Muni separate from the general fund, and that is their office choice. You're absolutely correct, and the Board of Supervisors.
That's right. So what they did was they made a policy choice to go ahead and get Muni off of their general fund the expense which we supplemented.
I'm not going to necessarily disagree with you, but I don't think entirely off is correct. And as you've heard from speakers earlier today, both measures will still be insufficient to cover the projected deficit. And Muni provides, I think at the round numbers, and I'll look to staff to help me, 50% of the public ridership in the Bay Area region.
But we will be contributing to our share, and we are supplementing now San Francisco going ahead to provide that shortfall as well.
Which we have never done in the past.
But we are going to, as a result of this measure, we will be contributing sales tax dollars to Muni and also supplementing San Francisco's policy decision to start taking to have a secondary sales tax measure and take away from their general fund. And that was something I did not understand. Why did we supplement their policy decision and give them a 10 cap for Caltrain?
I have a question, Mr. G. Can you talk a little bit? You provided some new information today about the $750 million. Can you talk about? My understanding is through the California State Legislature, they're going to give about $750 million, correct?
As an emergency loan.
As an emergency loan. But what you said is something I haven't heard. I mean, so you're saying that basically if we don't opt in, we may not have access to that or a portion of that $750 million, correct?
That's my understanding. The legislature has been giving it to the governor, who will give it to the Department of Finance to be able to make those loans and negotiate the terms of those loans. And part of what the term is how the transit property is going to pay it back. Absent a revenue measure or a fund source, they may not be able to make that loan happen.
And what are the consequences of not getting a portion of the $750 million? What does that look like?
That means the fiscal cliff is very real, because we will not have the funding. There are a couple different scenarios. One, we will not have the funding in San Mateo County to fund the Caltrain shortfall, or we need to cannibalize Measure A and take monies from potholes and streets to be able to backfill our funding, which then compromises the expenditure plan that we took to the voters previously, who said we're going to spend X million dollars for potholes and streets, which then we're off to argue why we did that when we come up for Measure A renewal in 28.
That is, and my colleagues, that is pretty daunting. Obviously, when you look at the PCI, the pavement index, here in San Mateo County, in different cities, I think of some of the cities, our pavement index is it's well below sort of the Bay Area. So what you're saying is those fundings for potholes and such, they're in severe jeopardy.
They could very well be. And there's been enough polling in the first 6 months of the year between MTC, San Mateo, Samtrans, BART, and a number of agencies in my review of the polling results across the different polling, there are three, the top three or top five are fairly consistent. Affordable housing, homelessness, and fix the damn potholes. The other consistent is the lack of trust in local government, period. So those are pretty consistent across all the polling results, at least in the Bay region.
And potholes, I drive across potholes all the time. I mean, sometimes, and it's no disrespect to the cities or towns, but it's just, it would seem to me that is a big problem that needs to be addressed. And thank you for sharing
Jessica
that.
showed that slide about measuring.
Yep. All right. Yes, Supervisor Spirit.
Thank you, Mr. President. You know, Jeff G., I wish I had your quiet, calm demeanor. It's very refreshing and very helpful, I think, when negotiating. And you and I have had a number of conversations. Part of the reluctance that some of us have had with just going full bore in and trusting this 5-county relationship is because San Mateo County has been treated badly by our sister counties over and over again. And even in the early discussions of SB 63, they wanted to, San Francisco and Santa Clara County wanted to have the governance issue of the JPB included in SB 63. So that finally got dropped, probably due to your very strong dissent. But that didn't make it go away. And I am concerned that it is going to rear its ugly head, and we will be back in this battle stance that is not productive, even though we are now giving money that we do not have to give. We do not have to give money to BART. We have no responsibility to do that. We are not a member county, and it is a choice that's being made, that Samtrans made, as being a good neighbor and trying to help out. We don't have to contribute to Muni. Same situation. But in so doing, that commitment is then being made to such an extent that the return to source for San Mateo County as an opt-in county is much less. It's only like 39%, 38% to Santa Clara counties, which is more like 90%. Now they've got BART coming down. There's all different ways that you can slice it. But I am concerned that the reference that you just made about not trusting their local governments, the poll also showed that they don't trust their local officials, is going to be really troublesome if the voters in San Mateo County vote it down and still are going to have it imposed upon them.
Mr. President, may I respond?
Yes, you may. Yes.
Supervisor Spear, thank you for your comments. As you know, we've had many conversations. We've had lengthy governance committee conversations, closed session with both boards. I'm going to speak a little slowly because I've got counsel from both sides here ready to yank me if I disclose anything I shouldn't be sharing from closed session. You're absolutely right. It's been a tough 40 years of partnership with the member agencies. I think there's a lot of mistrust. There's a lot of bad blood. There's a lot of history that we should not ignore. My efforts, both at Samtrans, at the JPB, TJPA, and everywhere I work and involved with public transportation, is trying to find a path forward where we can work more collaboratively across the region in true partnership, but in a firm way where we don't forget where we came from. As you heard earlier this afternoon, the public rider doesn't really care about county lines or city lines or anything. When I started riding public transit in this county, we had little Mercedes buses in Belmont. Every city had their own little public transit until Sam Transit was born. We have to find a better way of working together for the public rider who relies on public transportation to move around. So I will give you a story about how I am cautiously optimistic about finding a better way. As you know, we've talked about the state of good repair at Caltrain, and it's always been a chase to the bottom. Which partner can fund the lowest number? Which means state of good repair, the needs is kicked down the road, which costs more. As many of you know, we have had the Guadalupe Bridge repair, and that came to the JPB 2 months ago, 3 months ago. And the funding plan for that was split 1/3, 1/3, 1/3 between all partners. That bridge happens to be in Santa Clara County. So I asked our executive director, Michelle Bouchard, to ask the CFO of VTA, would the funding plan and financing plan be the same if that bridge was in Redwood City? His answer was yes. That is very different from history.
It's very new.
It's very new. And that's why I'm cautiously optimistic. But my conversations have been very candid, very direct with our partners about our history together, which are not sustainable at all for the public rider. So I'm cautiously hopeful that with new members at all the boards that look at working together and the need to work across the region to give our riders the chance to go from one place to another where they want, that we can build a better future together. We're not there yet. I'm not going to say we're there, but I'm cautiously optimistic because that story was about 2 weeks old, where the CFO said, yes, if that bridge was going to be in San Mateo County, in my city, the funding plan would have been the same. We've never heard that before.
Right. One last question. As part of their negotiations, VTA asked for a special consideration for cap and trade money for Santa Clara County. And I had encouraged Assemblywoman Pappen to ask for cap and trade special consideration for the Broadway grade separation because, as we all know, it's the most dangerous in the state. I don't know where that is. And I don't know what your expectation is about the region being supportive of trying to get additional funding for that grade sep because it's desperately needed and we don't have the money we need.
I will offer my color commentary on that. This is where the process doesn't work. The conversations about cap and invest, which is the more contemporary name of cap and trade, has occurred all at staff level. It has not risen to any of the board level for discussion or information. I've had to talk to all 3 executive directors that I'm on boards of. I says, what is going on? I'm aware of the desire for I think the term is called a South Bay bias on cap and invest. I have not been part of the conversation. I don't know who in San Mateo County at the elected level has been part of the conversation. But I've been, my advocacy to all executive directors, you need to bring that thing forward at the September board meeting so the elected bodies can be informed. What I can say, though, is I have been very clear in my position on cap and invest for San Mateo County to the extent I know. The Broadway Burlingame grade separation project is #1. For me, I don't know how the hell the Redwood City 4-track got on the list, and if it's still on the list because the mayor, our city manager, and our staff didn't know about it. So this is where I say the process is broken. One of my isms is never surprise the mayor. So as soon as I heard about it, I had to let our mayor know so he wasn't surprised if he saw it in the paper or on a list somewhere. None of the elected boards that I sit on, that conversation has made it to the board level yet. it will in September. And I believe that list either has been sent to our Bay Area delegation or is on its way. But my position very clearly, with no discussion by anyone, is Broadway Burlingame has to be on the list as number one for San Mateo County. And all I've heard is head nodding yes from staff that are leading the conversations. So I'm in agreement with you on that one.
So first off, you know how much I respect you, Councilmember G. I've enjoyed serving with you in the past, but I wanted to ask you. I know you referenced the $750 million loan from the state. Assuming that voters reject this, or in the alternative that Supervisor Spear alternative tax, general tax, went forward, similar to what Santa Clara County is doing. That gave us the flexibility to allocate where we needed it to, and we allocated a portion of that to meet our Caltrain obligations. Would that satisfy that $750 million that revenue requirement for that $750 million loan?
I don't know that, Supervisor Mueller. That was put together
promoted
by
me.
the legislature and the governor's office and then delegated to the Department of Finance. So I don't think it's very clear on what the language is and what the flexibility is. I don't think it was that specific in terms of other measures. It was designed to help support the opt-in counties under SB 63. That was what it's for. It was targeted for AC Transit, Muni, BART, and Caltrain. That was the audience.
Okay. But the answer is, as you sit here, you don't know right now.
That's why I say it may. That's why I intentionally used the term may.
Thank you.
Are there any additional questions? Yes.
Councilmember G, can you please remind us how long you've been on the SamTrans board? I think I heard 10 years.
I was reappointed in 20, and so from 2020 to 2025. And then I served prior to stepping away, so I served, I can't even remember this one, probably from 2010 to 2018. And
Thank
I have,
you.
as Supervisor Spiro knows, a long family connection because all the SamTrans and the JPB plans were on the dining room table when my father was first district engineer. So we've heard the conversations around the family table for decades about the challenges, the history, which is not always very rosy, and it still isn't, but I am working very hard to make sure we can paint a new future of working together.
Thank you. I think that's really apparent, and thank you for bringing a calming energy to this study session and sharing not only your expertise, but like telling some hard truths, right? We always have room to improve, and there are definitely more conversations that need to be had in terms of many issues that impact our entire county. I don't really have any specific questions, but I just wanted to kind of call out your experience and the many years of your experience working with transit staff in our county and really diving deep into these issues. It's not something you take lightly, especially I think because it is in your blood, as you shared. I want to thank you for all of the consideration you've given, not just SB 63, but all areas of transit that the SamTrans board kind of looks into. And thank you for being, I would say, like a unifier in this conversation. So that's it for me.
Thank you, Supervisor.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Councilmember G, I want to talk to you a little bit, and maybe with Jessica. If we can go to slide 17. Can you run me through again the negotiated agreement? I'm looking at some numbers here. Can you explain those numbers to me?
One moment. Sure. So the top number for Caltrain, that is what the JPB agreed to. That had been a placeholder in all of our presentations until we got a number there. The number for BART, just actually a point of clarification for Supervisor Mueller. The way MTC described the calculation wasn't actually what we presented to the board, the SamTrans board. We took, 340 million is their deficit. 10% of boardings happen in San Mateo County with SFO included. 8% of BART riders are San Mateo County residents. So that gets you the range of 27 to 34 million, doing it on the slightly higher end in acknowledgement that the majority of boardings do happen outside of of SFO. That's how we got to the number we presented to the board. So this is, and I've said many times, art, not science, but this is how we calculated what was a staff recommendation on an amount to BART. For Muni, the original staff recommendation was 10 million. With the Caltrain agreement, we are asking Assemblymember Pappen to see if she can reduce that amount. And then the return to source, that 52 million, that is money, every dollar in excess of what's in the actual expenditure plan comes back to us, comes back to SamTrans. And we are committed to doing a community engagement process to really figure out what the priorities are for that funding back into here.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember G, I want to ask you a question, and I hope you don't get mad at me. I don't think you will. Can you talk?
I'll try to remain calm.
Can you talk a little bit about the engagement you had in the accountability and working with Senator Wiener's office and others? Because the accountability piece, we keep hearing the word accountability, but can you talk about sort of your line of thinking and how we landed on this accountability and how you worked with Senator Wiener and others? Can you just add a little flavor to that?
Sure. Thank you. In the letter from the authors of the bill and talking to MTC, the proposal for accountability was the table set by the opt-in counties with 2 representatives from the opt-in counties for a table of 10. That sounds okay to start with, but I've also said at the SamTrans board meeting that we can strengthen that by having either a supermajority of the 10, or as we have done with the JPB, a minimum of 1 commissioner from every opt-in county to avoid having an 8-2 vote and the 2 being San Mateo County. So if you had a 8-2 vote, you have to have at least 1 San Mateo County member at the table to say yes. You cannot just have the 4 from the opt-in counties say yes and the 2 say no. So that was one statement I made at the SamTrans board meeting as a suggestion, to have a minimum 1 from every opt-in county. We've done that the same way with the JPB, to have the same arrangement where a minimum of 1 director from each member county has to say yes, so that the others can't kind of overpower the minority voter. Second, I suggested a supermajority. Instead of 10, it might be 8, or whatever supermajority is defined as, and to increase the withholding from 5% to 10%. So he took those in. They were in public comments. They've been conveyed to him. He is working with Assemblymember Pappen and others in the Bay Area delegation to see what everybody can come to agreement with. It's been very clear to me from other counties that have opted in, as the senator has shared, they're not in favor of any one county having unilateral veto power. But if everybody can at least have 1 member say yes, I think that's perhaps a potential compromise.
And so, my understanding of that is by taking those 2 actions, basically what it does is it doesn't sort of isolate San Mateo County or another county. It's really sort of, and tell me if I'm misrepresenting, collective buy-in more or less. So you couldn't put 1 county in the corner. You'd have to, it creates a more collaborative process. Do you think that's accurate?
Correct. I believe that's an accurate statement. I went one step further too, given what we've seen in that big state east of us, is that if a contingent were to not show up for a couple meetings in a row, that then it gets moved up to the full commission. So that, if you require 5 votes of opt-in counties, one county can't just not show up to vote a couple different times. So, he was receptive to those suggestions. Whether they wind up in the final negotiation with the Bay Area delegation, that's to be seen. But those were some thoughts that I've shared with the senator and the authors.
And as mentioned, final question, as mentioned through your experience and serving on all these boards and taking the action at SamTrans, what's your best advice and counsel moving forward as this bill is, going through? How do you think, if you were sitting here in my seat, what is the best path forward?
I like the MTC proposal with the suggestions I've made, because that then gives San Mateo County a seat at the table. If San Mateo County doesn't have a seat at the table, and I've talked to members of SFMTA north of us, for whatever the number is, $4, $5, $6 million of funding, and the drama that going through CCAG, TA, and SamTrans, it just cuts service. It's a lot faster, it's a lot more efficient, it's a lot more effective to the bottom line. My advocacy is find a way to have San Mateo County have a seat at the table, have voting rights, not unilateral veto rights, but to work collaboratively with the opt-in counties. And so that would be my concept moving forward if I were on that side of the dais.
So visually, you had mentioned earlier the rider experience. We talk about the riders. So and we'll take it by agency, what does BART look like? Does BART, I've heard people say that they're going to shut every BART station in San Mateo County and just go straight to the airport. What have you heard?
I haven't heard too much about BART and what their plans are if they weren't funded, but I've also shared publicly that MTC does have a lot of authority if they choose to use it. What that means is MTC has withheld funding from transit operators in the past. When a transit operator wasn't behaving or cooperating, they've withheld funding. More personally, I joined the Trans-Bay Joint Powers Authority Board in December of 2015. At that time, the Salesforce Transit Center was under construction. Within 3 months after joining the board, we were told we ran out of money for construction. We needed a loan, a multi-$100 million loan. MTC and the City and County of San Francisco provided that loan, but they also provided the terms of that loan. One of the terms of that loan was to replace leadership. MTC has a lot of authority right now if they want to use it. And they can still do that today. If they felt a transit property wasn't behaving, was making bad decisions, they could withhold funding, and they can demand that leadership be replaced. The odd thing about it is we learned about the history of BART. San Mateo County chose not to opt in many, many years ago. Yeah. It's an elected board, and it's not elected by county. It's elected by BART district, which can cover different parts of different counties. So not every seat exclusively represents one county. It represents a district.
Supervisor, may I just ask one question?
Sure.
Because I'm going to have to leave here pretty soon. We've gone past, but I do want to ask Ms. Epstein, you said the number was ridership was, I think you said 8%. I'm going to ask you to please provide a copy of that data to the clerk so that he can provide it to all of us and be part of the public record for this item. I'm confused by it because the data that I looked at from BART for 2024 said 6%, and there also is, and the San Mateo Daily Journal also looked at that same data and said 6%, excluding airport trips. So whatever data you have, if you could please provide it to the clerk after this so we could look at it.
Yeah, so the 8% is not ridership or boardings, which is what you're talking about, which is either 10% with SFO or 6% without. The 8% is county of origin, so it's the number of the percentage of San Mateo County residents taking BART. And I'm happy to provide that data.
I appreciate it. Yeah, we were looking at total of Bay Area trips.
Yes,
so 6%
you are correct.
of those
6%
trips are allocated to our county.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. And then I assume you guys are still going to go. What I am going to say is This is just a study session, but I do want to be clear to my colleagues, and I know we can't take any action today, and I'm not asking for that, but I want to make clear to everyone here, to the author, I think I know where Supervisor Spear is, and I'm not going to speak for the rest of my colleagues. If the changes that we're asking for are not made in some respect to this bill, I do intend to talk to Supervisor Spear about bringing the issue back to our board for a vote on whether or not we support the bill or not. And I want that to be clear to the author today. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
If I may, I just also want to add some color about the BART number that was shown in Jessica's slide. As you heard earlier, that number was at $130 million. That was communicated by Commissioner Spearing to the local county back in, I believe, September 2024. One of the things that San Mateo County and April Chan, our executive director of SamTrans, championed was a third-party audit. MGO was hired by MTC to do a third-party audit of all the transit operators facing a fiscal cliff to make sure the numbers were right. That number came to 130 to 70, and under scrutiny is now down to 30-something million dollars. So I just want to add that point for the record.
Through the chair, I just want to say again, thank you for this study session. This has been helpful to me. This is what governance looks like when we're able to sit down and have a conversation together. I appreciate my colleagues for bringing this to us. I've learned more today by hearing from both organizations because I don't sit on your boards, and so I would not otherwise see these numbers. So this has been a good long day, but a good use of my time today to hear from everyone. And we do understand that transit is so important to so many of our communities. So again, thank you.
So much.
Mr. President, I don't want to prolong the day any further, but I do think that public comment probably should be taken at some point with respect to the matter.
Are there any other transit operators or others who want to speak from both agencies? See none, what we'll do is we'll go to public comment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I do have 8 speakers from Chambers, and then we'll take speakers from Zoom. We'll start with Jenny Michelle, followed by Greg Wright. And once again, you'll have a minute.
Hello again. I was going to say to Sup Muller, today is also our 19th wedding anniversary, so congratulations to him. I'm Jenny Michelle, a D4 resident recovering from open heart surgery and disabled bus rider. I don't hear this body comparing and contrasting the single-use vehicle infrastructure investments. Talk about rating the pocketbook with a bad investment. I support our finally paying more of our pro rata share of BART, Muni, and Caltrain. And to note, for our transit reps, my SamTran, Muni, and Caltrain routes in the last week have been standing room only. Actually, today, to get here, I had to take AC Transit because the 296 wouldn't even let on the working folk. We need bigger buses. We need more services. The demand is only increasing. And maybe we need to consider fully subsidizing rides or paying riders to take transit because we need to get people out of cars. Thank you.
Thank you, Greg Wright, followed by Don Cecil.
Honorable Supervisors and staff, Greg Wright, proud Pacifican. As many of you know from our CCAG special session, I'm a fierce advocate for public transportation. Public transportation needs public financial support, and we all benefit from it, whether we use it or not. I would like to emphasize, however, that we have a need for return to source funding, super important, and accountability. I stand behind our CCAG recommendation and support Assemblywoman Pappin's position. All public transit is not created equal. The coast and many other communities do not benefit in the same way from BART, Caltrains, Muni, and SamTrans. On the coast, we have no rail service. When our ridership falls, so does our level of service. We are happy to support the greater good, but our challenge is connectivity, last mile connectivity, and microtransit. Let's integrate the coast into the system. Thank you.
Thank you, council member.
Thank you. Don Cecil, followed by Sebastian Petty.
Don Cecil, SMCBS, thank you. SMCBS continues to support the Samtrans decision. We continue to support Assemblymember Pappen, aggressively working with the Bay Area delegation, and we continue to ask that none of this prevent San Mateo County from opting into SB 63. I also think I'm the only person in the room who's ever been a professional campaign consultant. So let me tell you that I wish it were as easy as just getting Assemblymember Pappen to get us a bill to do this measure in San Mateo County. It is not. It will require millions of dollars for signature gathering and a campaign. SB 63 is 2026. A county-only measure would be 2028, pushing the Measure A reauthorization to 2030. We're talking about $6 to $7 million. I worked on the original Measure A, WRR. That's hard money to raise. Thank you.
Thank you, Don.
Thank you. Sebastian Petty, followed by Bart Pantoja.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. Sebastian Petty with Spur. I want to thank you for your time and effort on this issue, and I also want to acknowledge the work of then Congresswoman Spear and her colleagues. We wouldn't even be having this conversation if not for the federal help that has gotten transit to this point. That being said, I wanted to make a specific comment about the accountability provision, and I know Assemblywoman Pappen mentioned the importance of being on equal footing with other counties, which is a position Spur is supportive of. However, I would note there is no county participating in the BART district that has the ability to unilaterally withhold BART funds. They cannot, there's no Board of Supervisors, there is no Transportation Commission, there is no single BART board member who can unilaterally withhold funds from a county. What they can do is have a voice and a vote and sway their colleagues, and that is what is being offered to San Mateo. So I encourage you to continue to negotiate, but we really do hope you will stay in this measure. We think you're stronger in it as a region. So thank you again for your time.
Thank you. Bart Pantoja, followed by Gina Pappen.
Hello, Board of Supervisors, staff, everybody here. I got to say that I've never heard my name said so many times in an afternoon. I'm Bart Pantoja, Business Manager, Secretary Treasurer of the Building Trades Council, representing about 10,000 construction workers in San Mateo County. We are in support of the legislation, SB 63. All puns intended, it is better to get on board and work out the details and allow this to pass us by. We appreciate the importance of the accountability and trust all our elected officials will find a path forward to ensure the maximum benefit to riders, workers, and community members. Thank you.
Thank you. Gina Pappen, followed by Julie Lind.
Thank you to the Board of Supervisors for putting on this study session. It is extremely important here. My name is Gina Pappen. I am the MTC Commissioner for all 20 cities in San Mateo County and also serve on CCAG here. Please note, millions and billions of dollars have already been given to public transportation without the accountability, without the efficiency, and that affects our most vulnerable populations. Now is the time that we hold them accountable for this. As the Assembly member said, you are reaching into the pockets of those people. We need to hold them accountable. They need to be more efficient. And MTC has not done their job. The loan terms are here before you. You need to make sure that they are clear and that they are really held to this level of accountability. You can't keep saying we're going to lose $320 million a year without doing something about it. Make it better. That's what the public is counting on us to do.
Thank you. Julie Litt, followed by our last speaker from Chambers, Dylan Finch.
Hi again, all Julie with the San Mateo Labor Council. Labor recognizes the importance of supporting transit to advance our mobility outcomes, congestion relief, prosperity, and environmental and equity goals. We also prioritize preservation of Measure A and oppose using it as a vehicle to address the fiscal cliff. Measure A funds projects across the county, from road safety upgrades to rail and bus improvements. These investments don't just strengthen our infrastructure, they create thousands of good local jobs that keep tax dollars circulating in our community. Using Measure A as a backstop for operating deficits would jeopardize these projects and the economic benefits that they bring. That said, Labor also echoes the call to ensure accountability and efficiency for our voters, workers, businesses, and taxpayers. By opting in at the half-cent level, we're poised to secure an estimated over $50 million annually in new funding to prevent service cuts to Caltrain, BART, and Muni without touching Measure A's capital commitments. This approach allows both stabilization of transit operations and preservation of the pipelines going forward. To us, we feel the path forward is clear. Participate in the measure, protect Measure A, protect transit service, and protect jobs. By doing so, you protect our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Our last speaker from Chambers is Dylan Finch.
Hello, Board. My name is Dylan Finch. I live here in Redwood City. I'm just speaking for myself today. First, as a frequent Caltrain rider, the presentation was completely correct. The new trains are incredible, so thank you for that. And I'd like to thank the Board, SamTrans, Caltrain, CCAG, SMCTA, and others for their thoughtful deliberation on this topic. I have a car, but I use transit when it is fast and frequent, and I worry that the service cuts that will become necessary if the local funding is not secured would mean many other riders who have that choice would abandon BART, Caltrain, and the bus. San Francisco riders going to the airport would abandon BART and would crush our North County roads. San Mateo riders would abandon Caltrain and would make 101 even worse than it already is. And so I strongly support transit funding and think a better, more frequent, and well-coordinated system would draw even more riders. I think at this stage, this measure is the path to funding with the highest chance of success. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, now we'll take speakers from Zoom. I do see 9 hands raised.
Last call
so
for
I'll
speakers.
make the last call now for folks to raise their hand. So please raise your hand. Okay. Our last speakers will be Seth. So there's 9 hands raised. So if you do raise your hand now, you will not be called. So I'll start off with Jeff S. from Peninsula DSA. So Jeff, please proceed.
Hello. I just wanted to make a couple points on a few things that have been repeated through these conversations. It is frequently framed that we have been denied a BART seat. That is not true. We have chosen not to take the BART seat both in 1961 and through the 90s extension process. It is entirely within our power if we feel we want representation to get on the BART seat. In particular, as this interacts with other possible funding, we can, if there's a lack of capital funding for like the Dumbarton project, that money can come from highway projects, such as like the $1 billion expansion of 101 that has increased our CO2 output. And most importantly, our representatives keep trying to say that they're fighting for the most vulnerable people in our county, but if that were true, they would support the gross receipts tax method, which would prevent cuts to all systems and not come out of the pocket of the working class. So this has been, these protections are pretty much a waste of time. Support the gross receipts tax method.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Becca Wilson. Becca, please proceed. Sorry, go ahead, speak, Becca.
Hi, everyone. I'm Becca Wilson. I'm a resident of Pacifica. I am very, very in favor of SB 63. I have a car. I still use it regularly. Public transit in San Mateo County to get around. Many of my friends have no other access to transportation at all, except for like Uber. They use it too. My local school district doesn't have any school buses, and I used to use SamTrans buses to get to school and back every day. I think the bottom line is if you don't go through with SB 63 and vote for it, public transit will collapse for many San Mateo County citizens, and it just won't be good. And I am also very much in favor of the gross receipts tax. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is going to be Adrian Brandt. Adrian, please proceed.
Thank you for the opportunity. Good afternoon, honorable directors. I'm speaking as an individual today, and I want to echo the comments of Sebastian Petty, Don Cecil, and many other speakers in support of SB 63. When we are reaching into people's pockets, which is a serious matter, as was pointed out so often today, it's also a very serious matter for us to gamble with the mobility and sustainability of the transit that we've invested billions in building in this county. So please do your best. I'm all in support of negotiating for the best deal we can get, but do nothing to jeopardize the SB 63, its success in our county and across the region. Because if we go, as was pointed out by Member G, if we go alone, we're going to have a big gap, and we're ultimately going to pay out of our pockets anyway. So let's do it sooner than later and not impose a devastating service interruption on this county. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is going to be Michael C. Michael, please proceed. Michael, please proceed. Okay, I'll come back to you. Krista, please proceed.
Hi, my name is Krista Waldrop. I'm a resident of Foster City. I use BART, Samtrans, Muni, and Caltrain to travel to work, to meet with friends, and visit businesses across the Bay Area. I've been speaking in support of joining the SB 63 measure for several months now, and I was thrilled that Samtrans and other bodies have recommended the opt-in. And I hope the board will support this measure as well. Funding public transit is funding community, it is funding safety, and it is funding a better future for the Bay Area. I keep hearing concerns about accountability of the participating agencies, but I've not really heard anyone clearly outline what that means. And honestly, I'm more worried about San Mateo's accountability to the people of this region who have expressed overwhelming support of this measure. As a taxpayer, I am telling you this transit, improved access, is what I want my money to go to. And if you are genuinely in good faith concerned about the average citizen being able to afford this, then why aren't you talking about the gross receipt tax? Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we'll try with Michael C. again. Michael C., please proceed.
Hi, thank you. Yeah, my name is Michael Crocker. I live in Foster City, and I support joining SB 63. I regularly take Muni, BART, Caltrain, and Samtrans. As a point of interest, I frequently use these services with starting and ending points outside of San Mateo County. I want these services to be healthy and well-funded, and I want to pay for it. Every cent we spend on public transit is returned 10 times over in intangible benefits to the people of this county. If the pretense of this meeting is to discuss the overall financial well-being of this county, then let's talk about the nearly $7 billion per year that is going directly from San Mateo County residents towards subsidizing road infrastructure and owning/operating vehicles. The societal cost of cars in this county is another $20 billion annually, if including climate change, human health, wasted time, and devastating consequences of frequent accidents like we just saw in Burlingame. This meeting should be about negotiating a better deal for public transit, not just for San Mateo County, because a better deal for public transit is a better deal for San Mateo County. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, we have several other hands raised, but I did make the last call earlier, so our last speaker will be Seth. Next speaker will be Emily Loper. Emily, please proceed.
Good afternoon, Emily Loper with Bay Area Council. We are strong supporters of SB 63 and San Mateo County's participation in the measure. We agree that accountability is incredibly important, and we believe this regional framework is strong. It should help achieve our shared goal of ensuring that the money is spent as efficiently as possible and used to deliver a better system for all riders. We feel strongly that San Mateo should stay in this measure, and our region and our regional transit system is stronger with all of our participation. We need this measure to sustain Caltrain and all of our public transit systems, and we're prepared to help lead the campaign to make it happen. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Emily. Okay, our next speaker will be Adina Levin. Adina, please proceed.
Hello, Adina Levin with Seamless Bay Area and Friends of Caltrain. And you've heard from a number of people who use and support transit. People have been coming to the SamTrans and other boards for month after month after month, talking about how people use a variety of different agencies in the county and really want to have that service continue, not have severe cuts. Maintain service for low income people who very much depend on transit, and to have improved coordination like we're starting to see with the improved schedule coordination, free transfers rolling out, and so on. Wanted to thank staff for the really clear explanation of what the benefits of the various different agencies are serving the county. Wanted to thank Director G for the proposal to strengthen accountability. Accountability is important, but unilateral defunding is not.
Okay, thank you. Okay, our next speaker, second to last speaker, will be Mark. Mark, please proceed. Oh, never mind. Mark lowered his hand, so we'll go with Seth. Seth, please. Oh, Mark, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, sorry about that. I wasn't sure what the process would be. My name is Mark Slikey. I'm a resident here in Redwood City, data analyst for the last 4 years. I rely entirely on public transit and biking connections to get around, so naturally I've attended a lot of these related SB 63 meetings. I've been really disappointed by the dismissal of the more popular and effective gross receipts tax, but I'm really glad to hear the support that has been shown for SB 63 today and the awareness that's generally been raised about the varied use of our public transit, including how much people like myself use BART and Muni, in addition to Caltrain and the buses in San Mateo. I really don't support gambling the future of public transit on giving San Mateo County unprecedented veto power that is going to undermine the future of effective region-wide transit. I really want this to go forward as it's been, communicated by the transit bodies here. Thanks.
Thank you. All right. 1 second. All right, Seth, you're the last speaker, so please proceed.
Hello, my name is Seth Friedman. I live in San Mateo County. I live on El Camino, so I take ECR all the time. And I also take Caltrain all the time. I take BART all the time. I don't own a car, so I am greatly appreciative of those services that we have. I appreciate Supervisor Knappa earlier mentioning San Mateo pulling out of BART all those years ago, and I would hate for us to repeat that same mistake here now. I think that we need to further invest in our public transit and not risk making it worse to try to get ourselves some better deal. I agree with an earlier speaker who mentioned that better public transit means that drivers who would otherwise take their car can instead take public transit, and that's good for everyone. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Seth. Mr. President, that's end of public comment.
All right. And so it comes back to the board. Are there any comments from board members? Who wants to lead? Who wants to start?
I'm happy to go.
Okay. Supervisor Corzo, Vice President.
So I want to thank everyone for hanging in here and we're almost at hour 3. Yeah. So I'll be quick in my remarks, but I do understand that it was important for this study session to happen in the sense that we didn't all have the same access to all of the information, being that we all sit on different boards. That being said, I am concerned about the remarks that my colleague who had to leave early shared before leaving, which is that he intends to bring to bring probably a resolution or an official, an invitation for our board to take an official stance against our inclusion in SB 63. That's very concerning to me, and I think it's counterproductive to what our residents need and to the success and long-term viability of all of our regional transit. I understand that there are concerns. We have a right and a responsibility to explore any concerns. That being said, I think it would be very irresponsible if we were to take a position and put a position against SB 63 and put our community at risk of not only not being a part of this funding measure, but then also putting ourselves in a position where we may have to fund the deficits our transit agencies will face. We'd have to fund those through existing revenue, which would mean that our residents would be very unhappy, and we'd likely have to make cuts and go backwards. There are other transit agencies across the country that have been in similar situations and are going backwards. And that puts us in a downward spiral that is very dangerous for this community. I understand this isn't perfect. Nothing is. If I could wave a magic wand, I would have wanted a gross receipts tax as well. You know what that takes? It takes a lot of people power and many, many years, and knowing you're going to have business likely against those efforts. So anyways, we are here. This is now. And what we have before us is we have opted in. That is where we are. We have opted in. Assemblymember Pappen has the ability and the support already to go and negotiate as best as she can. Nothing is preventing that. If we sabotage this measure, our voters will hold us accountable for that, and they will remember. So I want that to kind of be front of mind. I've heard a lot of conversation about who has concerns for our most vulnerable riders. Great. Everyone is concerned. You know what? We have a solution before us. We have an ability. It's not perfect. I wouldn't have wanted it to necessarily be a sales receipt tax, sales tax, whatever. But that's what we have before us. And I know in the community, in all of the community engagement I have done and that I do consistently, when presented with our current situation, low-income folks do not want their services cut. They rely on these services, on transit, to get to work, to get to school, and so unless we can wave a magic wand and create, solve the transit issue for every low-income person in this community and every working class person and middle class person and high earning person, then I don't understand what taking an action against SB 63 would accomplish. Sorry if I'm rambling now. I'm going to wrap up, but essentially, this is kind of a pivotal moment, and I trust our transit staff, and I just want to apologize that we even had to go through this when it seems like the intention was always to bring something to oppose SB 63, which I think is frankly very misleading and not transparent. But that being said, our community needs transit to be funded. We have a solution before us. We need to rally around it. We need to unite. And actually, let me just say, most of the community actually already is united regionally, county-wide. There's a lot of energy around this. And so we the voters will decide, and the voters deserve to have accurate information, and they will. And at the end of the day, I want to thank everyone, and especially staff who have had to have tireless negotiations and, multiple hour meetings, and, sometimes, frankly, had to endure some hostile questioning. Thank you for enduring and for rising to the occasion. There are many people in our community who will be grateful and are grateful and will directly benefit from your work. And, we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. But this will likely be on the ballot, and I think the community will support it. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Vice President. Supervisor Spear.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you all for being here, particularly the staffs of the SamTrans and Caltrain. I am one of the biggest advocates for Caltrain. I was responsible for $123 million being provided for Caltrain. I helped with the electrification along with Congresswoman Eshoo and Speaker Pelosi. So I'm not going to shrink and say to anyone that I'm not a big advocate, because I am, and I will be there for Caltrain. Caltrain will not die, and for any of us to suggest fear tactics to create an environment where the sky is falling. There's $390 million that's already being spent in sales tax for SamTrans and Caltrain. This will make it $510 million. Now, our responsibility as a Board of Supervisors is to look at the Caltrain needs, the SamTrans needs, the needs of our working poor, the needs of those who are concerned about sea level rise, those who want to deal with the mitigation of wildfires, and a VLF that's about to choke this county. And so when we're looking for other sources of revenue, and we're over 10%, we're not going to be able to go back to the voters and say, oh, by the way, we want another half-cent sales tax. The $130 million or $120 million that Measure K generates every year is used for a lot of different purposes in San Mateo County. Life-saving purposes in many respects. So we're now going to have another half-cent sales tax that's exclusively for transit. And not just for San Mateo County, but for a lot of other entities. And I'm sorry, but BART has not given me confidence. In 2024, when they already knew they were facing a fiscal cliff, after we in Congress passed ARA and the rescue plan and gave them over $2 billion, what did that agency do? When it knew it was facing a fiscal cliff, it established another 226 new positions at BART. Is that responsible? I mean, I can't argue that that's necessarily responsible. And then they have the Inspector General for BART who resigns because she can't get the resources to deal with issues around corruption. So, there's a lot more here. I think this has been a healthy discussion. I appreciate that we've had it. I appreciate it that we had both the senator and the assemblywoman here, because I thought hearing them and hearing their willingness or unwillingness to negotiate was important as well. And I appreciate all of the comments made by all of you here in the chambers and those online. But accountability is a key factor here. And if we want the voters to support a measure like this, there has got to be accountability, or I don't think it will succeed.
Thank you very much, Supervisor Gaucher. May I go before you? Thank you very much. I've been at this from the very beginning. The starting point was nowhere close to meeting San Mateo County's needs. Over the years, we pressed hard, we put forward a long list of demands, and we pushed the needle more than once. And the fact is, we've secured nearly everything we've asked for. First, we insisted on voluntary participation. San Mateo County would only join on our terms. That's exactly what this deal delivers. San Mateo County opted in. We weren't forced in. Second, we insisted on protecting our own priorities. We said the measure couldn't conflict with our Measure A renewal target of 2028. The deal does just that. It's limited to November 2026 and only runs 14 years, not 30 years. Third, we asked for transparency. We demanded an independent review of operator finances and deficits to confirm the need was real and to help us negotiate on our county's fair share. We got it. Fourth, we pushed hard on BART. Some wanted San Mateo County to pay for baseline service, essentially subsidizing the entire system and not acknowledging our existing agreement. We said no. We whittled our contribution down from $100 million a year to less than $35 million a year. Let me say that again, because I think it's important. We whittled down the contribution from $100 million a year to less than $35 million, tied only to our ridership-based share of the COVID-induced deficit. Fifth, we demanded accountability. We pushed the real requirements on BART, Caltrain, and Muni. Efficiency mandates, maintenance of effort, coordination across systems with penalties if they don't follow through. And we carved out protection for SamTrans, which is exempt from those conditions. And finally, we said our dollar should stay here. We negotiated on our share for multi-county transit systems, cut funds for rider-focused improvement in half, from 10% to 5%, and made sure SamTrans funds come straight back to San Mateo County with no strings attached. Others did not get that deal. Now, any negotiation requires some give and take, but the bottom line is this. San Mateo County fought for a strong package, and we got it. This is a win for the county. Thank you, Councilmember G, for your work on setting us to where we are going. Your idea provides a compromise, an option, relative to the accountability taking place at MTC. I think it gives Assemblymember Pappen the ability today to negotiate what you spoke about in terms of making sure that people, the body that is able to vote, that is just not lopsided against one county. What I would say is clearly this, is that Assemblymember Pappen and this board, what's before us today is to make sure that we're able to give the tools for success. I thank you, Councilmember G, for that suggestion and that compromise. And I'll add, other counties fought for their priorities too. They've been at the table just like us. If we keep moving the goalposts after securing nearly everything we asked for, we risk San Mateo County being cut out of this effort. And Caltrain will fail. And SamTrans. I'm a fourth-generation San Mateo County resident. I don't want to be on the wrong side of history. And finally, let me just say this. I want to thank the staff from Caltrain. I want to thank the staff for SamTrans. I want to thank you, Don Cecil, from SamCEDA. If the business community recognizes value in this measure, that really says a lot. So I just really want to thank you. And Supervisor Corzo, I stand with you. I think what's really critically important, I think there's several options today, my belief. The first option is it comes back to the Board of Supervisors. where it's no against 63. The second option is it comes back, whether it's, Supervisor Corzo and I, yes on 63. The other option is, and I think it's the best option for all of us here today, is to move forward with the compromise that Councilmember G came up with. It's pragmatic, it's practical, and it helps us eliminate any potential risks. I've known Councilmember G for many years. I know he doesn't like the spotlight, and I've known Vice Chair Marie Chuang. I know he doesn't like taxes. But in this particular case, I rely on your pragmatism, your ability to collaborate and to cooperate. And I firmly believe if we move forward with this, I know Councilmember G and others will make sure that those accountability provisions are enforced. And so with that, I will give it to Supervisor Gaucher.
Thank you. Thank you so much again. You've already heard from me. I do appreciate my colleagues bringing this item to the board because it has enlightened me. I've learned more again today that I wouldn't have known. I do support transit. And I'm just going to say for Assemblymember Pappen, she can go, we're saying she should go alone, but as someone who sits on CCAG's Ledge Committee, it does take all of us to support her work by sending letters or supporting her as she moves forward. I can say one thing that I'm glad about for this study session. I won't have to hear all the phone calls that have been coming my way this last week regarding this item. So again, thank you for being here. This is important. Let's continue to have these conversations. Good governance is just this, coming together, not agreeing on everything, but being willing to have the right conversation. So thank you.
Great. And can I just, I want to just test, do we have any direction from the board relative to sort of the conversation on the resolution and potential next steps moving forward? I think it's important for us to have that sort of conversation in the direction that we want staff to go.
Is there something for staff to do?
Yeah.
I think.
So I think one of the issues that was bantered about, and it's unfortunate that Supervisor Mueller is no longer with us. But Supervisor Mueller had said that he wanted to move forward with the resolution. We have two board members here that have other ideas. I think we may want to move forward with our other measure, which is in support of SB 63. But I'd just be curious to what the board's thinking.
So I think the intention, my understanding was that the intention of this study session was to be presented with information. Previously, I thought there was a commitment to just study the topic, which we have done. We are still currently doing. I think personally that we should allow negotiations to continue. I would be comfortable supporting Councilmember G's stance on accountability. I also think it's appropriate for us to finish this study session and let everybody continue as they were, which is advocating for whatever they see fit. This is not our decision to legislate. It is something that would impact the county, and so does make sense to study. But I would be comfortable just taking no further action and allowing our transit board directors and Caltrain board directors, et cetera, to continue to do their work. I think that would be best.
I'm fine with no further action, but what I would just add to that is whether it's this board or Samtrans, Councilmember G, but potentially engaging with Assemblymember Pappen with this idea that you have and others have. I think that would be extraordinarily helpful. I know you have a good relationship with the Assembly member, but I think for us up here, finding that compromise is probably a great place to land. Supervisor Gaucher?
I agree.
Okay, great. And Supervisor Spear? Okay.
I don't think we should plan on anything at this point. I think we should give ourselves time to think about it. We should allow Assemblywoman Pappen to attempt to negotiate, and we'll have another board
Okay.
meeting coming up.
So my thoughts on it are a little bit different. I think what we should do is, and I think we have 3 board members that have agreed to that. I think what we should do is let Assemblymember Pappen.
No, I'm listening.
Yeah. Okay. Let Member Pappen continue to negotiate. I think that's going to be extraordinarily important. I think, and I hate to use this word, with maybe the potential G. Pappen amendments would be helpful. And then I think that moving forward is good. I don't know at this time. I don't think it warrants this coming back to the board. I think we've heard it in its totality. And I think it's now up to you and others, Councilmember G and Vice Chair Chuang, to engage with the Assembly member. And so that's where I'm landing. Are you fine with that?
I'm fine with this going back too. I'm fine with that direction that the
Thank you.
G and Pappen will have a conversation.
Awesome. Great. With that, I really want to thank everyone for being here today and appreciate this robust conversation. Thank you very much.
Thank you all. The time is now 4:11 p.m. and the meeting is adjourned.